natural farming said that the ultimate goal of farming is not the growing of crops, but the cultivation and the perfection of human being. So this gives us uh, a viewpoint with regard to the agriculture and what should be the policies to promote it. And I think everybody knows the famous quote of M.S. Swaminathan: if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. That gives us the enormous impact agriculture has on nation's growth and its economy, rather its existence itself. Similar quote from a French botanist and educator who has been known in the field: life on a farm is a school of patience. You cannot hurry the crops or make an ox in 2 days. That shows that agriculture policies are not ad hoc or short sighted, they have to be far sighted and for future generations. So, with this, I briefly take a minute or two to describe the Indian scenario. Uh, Agriculture in India has hardly seen a well defined policy, but the major intervention or the focus of intervention by the government for agriculture development has been to promote production, and it has never been a holistic agriculture perspective as far as policies and programs are concerned. It has made remarkable contribution in our economy, and it has been an outstanding example world over where from small holdings India has been able to produce enough food not only to cater to the second largest population in the world, but also exporting to the other countries. The main elements have been input subsidies, minimum support price, procurement, public storage, restriction on trades, and distribution of food. These have been the main elements of Indian interventions in agriculture so far. When we talk of agriculture policy or a good policy, obviously it should have a vision not for the present but for the future generations. It should have clarity of goal and objectives. It should have ease of implementation because policies are to be implemented, not merely a statement of intentions. It should be sustainable with regard to the resource and changing environment, should be flexible, adaptable, and also predictable. And that where the success of a policy depends, and it should have measurable milestones and outcomes. Now, if we can say in Indian context, India has had food grain production policies, but not agriculture policy. Similarly, people say Indian agriculture policies are as unpredictable as monsoon in India. The policies, trade policies, agriculture trade policies are more influenced by the consumer interest rather than farmer interest. So these are the sayings which we very often come across with regard to Indian agriculture scenario. Now I have with me very distinguished panel. So when they make their first round of intervention, I will expect them to cover these aspects or loopholes, or we can call shortcomings of the Indian agriculture policy initiatives, which have been seen over the decades. So I request Dr. S.N. Jha, DDG Engineering ICR, to make his intervention. Please respect the time limit of 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, Honorable former Chief Justice of India and all the dignitaries on the dais. It is indeed a very important gathering, and I have been told to speak 2-3 minutes on policy related on agriculture of India. Friends, it is my personal view, and we see most of the time, most of the researchers or economists or everyone is using the term sustainable agriculture. And since 1 or 2 years, I personally does not like the word the sustainable. And then similarly, the term SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. I think all those things have been for developing countries or least developed countries. We have to think that personally, I think that sustainable word is not true now for us. जैसे हिंदी में लगता है किसी तरह सस्टेन करना वी आर नॉट किसी तरह नाउ we have grown a lot. We see in any condition our agriculture is growing. Since many years we have never seen that our production or production is decreasing. Our post harvest losses are also reducing as much as those in the developed country. So should we start the word using the aggressive agriculture or progressive agriculture or accelerated agriculture? We should, or finally we can say that developed agriculture. We have, as our Honorable Prime Minister again and again emphasized that we are moving toward developed countries. So we should say that developed agriculture of India. We should minimize the word sustainable agriculture. First time I am in public, I am speaking, though I am trying to write in many places, but in public and at the right forum of this organization and these things. Agriculture of India also requires little directional change, I think, as our Minaji has told, that usually, or I say 99%, agriculture means productions. We just give the birth of the child and then leave it. Because after production, there is no policy. We have many policy in agriculture, but do we have any policy of post-harvest? We don't have. We are trying to develop some policy on post-harvest. But the attention, this present government has given a lot of attention, a lot of schemes has come. But as the Honorable Chief Justice of India in the inaugural session was telling, that little bit people are knowing that. And for that, we have to make a compulsorily some policy, just like a right to education policy. We have to make some policy, food loss on food waste, and many other policy. So 50% of agriculture is left. So that we have to give emphasis. And for this round, I limit my views on this, and then we'll come on mechanizations and other parts of the. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. Very rightly, you pointed out that we hardly talk about post-harvest losses. We hardly have any policy or even a program which can take care of it. In a study of ICR indicates that we do have post-harvest losses of food item to the extent of 92,000 crores worth. That was the study in 2015. It may be now more than 1.25 lakh crores. Food grain is lost because of the lack of post-harvest policies. I now request Dr. Praveen Malik, CEO Agri Innovate India Limited. This is the first round where I am requesting for general comment. Second round, we'll put some questions to the panelist. Dr. Malik.
Thank you very much, sir. A very good morning to all. In fact, when we are talking about the policy issues, the policy interventions for the government. I'm standing in front of you as a change perception from the government sector to come up as a policy. In fact, when we are talking about the production system per se for the farmers, we have been talking about the population pressure. We are not still talking about the climate change, the pressure the farmers are being facing as on date and will be facing in future very, very drastically due to climate change. And for that particular purpose, we probably need to come out of the only that what Meenaji has rightly said, the production system only. We have to think about the whole value chain of this production system, including the backward linkages and the forward linkages in terms of input supply and also the market availability to the farmer. In this condition, when we are talking about population pressure, the nutritional security, the food security we have been talking about now, Chief Justice, former Chief Justice sir has already spoken about the nutritional security as well. We also are talking about food safety as on date. So the things are being changed from availability of food to the nutritious food, now to the safe food. So these changes have been taking place, and that's where we have been talking about. Now, the question is, can a farmer in Indian situation having a overall land or animal holding per se, very, very small, less than 2 hectares for the farmer in general, more than 85% of those farmers, less than 3 animals per farmer. For stock farmers, it's like 2.5 or something, it comes to that. Can they actually use those kind of policy interventions which we think we are making it those parameters also into concept. So starting from those small holdings, we need to talk about big farms. So this big change has to come through the cooperative approach, which government has already been talking about. We are now talking about developing those farmer producer organizations, those kind of groups, so that together they can come. Now, the biggest thing is when we are thinking about these farmers, we are talking about the production system, and where the agri-tech is very, very important. We are talking about smart agriculture, we are talking about precision agriculture, and this is possible only when you use proper technological concepts into the agricultural production and marketing. For this, probably the biggest player is the biggest pillar and player. They are the industry. And to bring that industry into the system, we need to open up from the government sector as a policy intervention into this PPP mechanism, which is public-private partnership, to make it more sustainable so that whatever farmer needs should reach to them in that format, not from the lab, but through the industry intervention to get the feedback from the market to provide them right thing in the right time with the right perspective. So these kind of things, and when we are talking about public-private partnership, our concept goes to privatization. No, it is not. It is a joint approach where we actually talk about agreed responsibilities from both the sectors. We talk about resources sharing, risks sharing at the same time, and meeting the common objectives. So these are the approaches which now government is taking up, looking into the issues and the concepts of agriculture, need of the future, whatever the farmer requires, whatever the government requires, whatever the consumer requires. So it's basically the whole amalgamation probably we have to talk about, and we need to speak about all those things. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Malik. You have rightly said that how we have to move from food security to nutritional security and providing safe food. Providing safe food is a very essential, particularly taking into account the climate changes which are taking place. Now I request Dr. Vijay Sardana. He is advocate in Supreme Court and also techno-legal expert on food and agriculture. He is running a very successful YouTube channel also, and is well known for his comments with regard to agri and food.
शुक्रिया सर, धन्यवाद। मैं 3 मिनट लूंगा सर। इस सेशन का जो टाइटल है पॉलिसी इनिशिएटिव्स अनलॉकिंग पोटेंशियल ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर। Policies never unlock potential, policies always suffocate potential. We are expecting wrong thing from policies. Who are the policy makers? The politicians. And they have to protect their interest. That is why they put ban when there is a price rise. When potential is to be exploded, there is a restriction coming in. Accept the fact. The most profitable sector through agriculture is tobacco. No policy supports it. Liquor, no policy supports it. Drugs, no policy supports it. And they are in demand and highest profitable options. So where is the potential in policy? Think of IT. No policies, fastest growing economy. Artificial intelligence, no policies, even Prime Minister is worried. We have to appreciate कि हम किससे क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं. Policy makers are actually, if I say, jugglers, because they have to balance all stakeholders. उनकी मजबूरी है. They cannot give you free hand to explode potential. Now, who are the stakeholders? Let us quickly go into one by one. Farmers. He wants, whatever his efforts is, he wants to make maximum money, which is his right. Because see, if we are talking of agriculture as an economic entity, the basis of economic entity is that every individual must maximize his or her gain, not neighbor's gain. Now, you don't expect consumer to pay more to farmers. It never happens. So farmer's agenda is he should use agriculture to maximize his gain. It means he has to understand the market, not the policies, not the government schemes, because he is growing for market. But the problem is when you give a lollipops or a distorted policy with a hidden agenda, if farmer falls in the trap of those schemes and policies, he loses his livelihood for growth. So it is never in the interest of society, especially farmers, to go as per the wish list of government policies, because government policies are to ensure food security at least cost. Please understand, food security at the least cost is the agenda of policymaker, which is not in the interest of farmers. It is opposite. We have to be very careful, number one. Number two, consumers want very good food security, highly nutritious food at least cost. He doesn't want to pay more because he is also economic entity. He wants to save his earning. It means farmers and consumers are on the other side. Processors, he wants to pay least to the farmer, but wants to extract maximum from the consumer because that is his agenda to earn profit. So which policy we are talking about? And then we are talking about policymakers, regulators. They want everybody should be happy, which is impossible. So they work on workable compromises, which is not a potential. And the last is environment. If I cannot make money, then I exploit environment for free. And that leads to degradation of environment. These are stakeholders. Now, what is the answer in last two lines? Unless you apply knowledge into the game, think creatively, become innovative, nobody is willing to pay. For example, गुटखा जिसके आप 10 रुपए देते हो उसकी कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन है 1 रुपए। आप पूरी मेहनत करके एडिबल ऑयल उगाते हो, आपकी एडिबल ऑयल की कीमत है 140 रुपए, जिस जूस में 95% पानी है उसकी कीमत है 80 रुपए और 100% फैट की कीमत है 120 रुपए। Which logic, which level of energy, which level of input-output ratio makes sense if you look into this equation. Problem is, we are not understanding that agriculture is a raw material to create wealth out of it. And for wealth creation, you have to apply knowledge, you have to think differently. And those who want to make money, they should look at market, not at the policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. You have come out with very revolutionary idea that policy basically hinders the growth rather than facilitating. But we also have to keep in mind that in agriculture, resources are finite actually. And those resource utilization of resource has to be guided so that future generations continue to use them. So there is a good food for thought what Dr. Vijay has said. Now we have from Farmart Tanya Garg. So I would request her to make her intervention.
Thank you, sir. And thank you everyone for being here today. So I'm Tanya. I work with this agri-tech startup called Farmart, and I look at sustainability and impact for the company. So I think here I'm going to sort of bring in the agri-tech perspective and talk about how we essentially need policy to be conducive for tech and why the future is actually tech. And this is the one thing that I believe can truly really solve for sustainable agri and food security and nutritional security. So just to, set the context, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have achieved so far at Farmart and what we've been able to do with tech in the agri system. So what we do is we've built a market linkage platform. So it's essentially a food supply platform that links suppliers from the village level to food buyers, which can be manufacturers, processors across the globe. And because it's tech-enabled and completely digital, we're able to do this with 33% less carbon emissions compared to the typical supply chain. We're able to do this in a much more faster way, cost-efficient way. So what we've done is we've completely eliminated all kinds of multiple points of post-harvest losses in food. And we also do our own calculation of the amount of food post-harvest food loss that we're able to avoid by simply building a digital platform and having tech guide us in how to buy produce, where to buy it, where to exactly sell it, and how to monitor the movement of the produce. It actually baffles me in today's day and age that something as simple as the farmer trying to sell their produce is such a complicated thing for them. Right, and there are multiple hurdles they have to go across. There's still huge information gap in the markets. And in fact, we recently conducted a farmer study where we found that 25 to 30% of the farmers are still not using smartphones. Although it's a very small number, but I think today, with the kind of interventions we still need to really close this gap and bring it to a much, much smaller number. So I think what we as agri-techs or people trying to build tech for agri would want from policy is, again, for it to be really conducive. We can't be the only sort of players trying to push tech from one end and the entire ecosystem otherwise is functioning without tech. So we need policies that allow us to do what we're trying to do and for them to also adopt things that really work, So we've also built an AI enabled quality check system, which basically allows any farmer from their phone to click a photo of their produce and they get to know what is the quality that they have and how much price can they actually command in the market. And this is actually a very simple tech. It's not even that complicated to build or to deploy, right? The world, globally, the world has moved far beyond in tech, and we're still trying to implement this simple tech and make sure it reaches our farmers. So imagine the power something like this can have, where every farmer through their smartphone can gauge the quality of the produce that they have and the price that they can command in the market, and where exactly can they sell it. And they should have like 10 options where they're able to sell it in they should be able to choose the best one. And that's how we make the market fair. And that's how we make it fair for every player, for the farmer, for the aggregator, for the processor, for the distributor. And I completely agree with everyone here talking about the entire value chain. And that's what we do too. So at every level, we're also working very closely with logistics partners, trying to see how can we make the movement of agri goods better, because that's really the point where most amount of losses happen. There's a whole lot of potential for change. So I think I'll sum up quickly by just saying that we would want to see more tech people in this room next time, and we would want to see people bringing in that perspective, because we really can't leave it out of the conversation anymore. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya. You have highlighted role of technology in globalizing agriculture. Now I request Mr. M.J. Saxena, Advisor, Dabur Foundation, to make his intervention.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. In fact, all the previous learned speakers have made my task very simple and easy, because they have highlighted very, very important issue. But to share my thoughts, I think all of us would agree that agriculture is at crossroad, not only in India, but globally. And this fact gathers more weight when one looks at into United Nations Environment Protection Report of 2022, which called for transformation of the conventional food production system into sustainable agricultural food production system. The 2023 report of the state of agriculture in the world has brought out a very important point, which probably may be of interest. The accounting system of the cost of production, accounting system. And it highlights that you have a market price driven cost of transfer from farmer to the processor to the consumer. But in that process, what is not accounted for is the hidden cost. And that hidden cost may be damage to the soil health, damage to the water bodies by the use of your chemicals or whatever you are throwing into that, and the way you are disposing of something which is unwanted, resulting into the air pollution. Now, today we all know that what are the issues before the agriculture. Now, policies are relevant to the time, and therefore they need to revolve. And I would say agriculture today has found the title which they can continue throughout their life, focusing on sustainable agricultural food production system in the light of climate change and in the light of disasters which we are seeing and the effect which farmers are facing. Consumers don't face so much as the last man at the end face. Now, on the policy side, since this is the session on policy, I can make only two submissions, Chairman, sir. The short-term switch off, switch on policy, short-term, is always damaging, and we are seeing the damage of this short-term policy, whether to use sugarcane for sugar or whether to let direct production of ethanol. Now, this may be a point of conflict between the ministry, but it has to be seen from the point of view of totality, not just looking into the isolated picture. What is happening to onion and tomato is all known. So I would only recommend that we have to look into the totality where the hidden cost is more important, because there are 9 tipping points on which we are almost at the very close to tipping point. And it's a question of the futuristic thought process driven policy modulation, not today. 2030 is not very far away when we'll be a nation of 150 crore. At that time, how are we going to manage? Should be thought today and documented for action right away, so that we don't face what may be if we ignore it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. Very important observation is that there should be a difference between short-term policy programs and the long-term vision of the agriculture which should be realized. Now I request Mr. Chirag Jain. He is a partner and the solution leader for agriculture and food processing in Grant Thornton.
Right. Thank you, sir. And I think it's a privilege to be part of this panel. I represent Grant Thornton. I'm part of there. So some of my, during my whole tenure, about 15 to 16 years of experience, some of those examples which we have done through the policy level initiative, working with senior leaders, even some of the programs under able guidance of Meena sir as well. So some facts probably which would be useful for the audiences. We are almost in the last decade, we are growing with about 11%, the food processing sector. Almost, we are the 5th largest, the food processing itself is the 5th largest key important sector for the country. About 12.5% of the total employment comes from this particular sector itself. And some of the examples which probably would be very, very useful for you is to understand, about 10 years back, the average price of an apple is about 34 rupee per kg. Now we have about almost 55 to 60 rupees is the average price of apple. Almost you can see about 60 to 65% increase. How it happens? We had to have importing apples from January onwards because we didn't have apple at that point of time. There were no CS stores. Now almost in Jammu and Kashmir itself, we have about 2 lakh metric ton of CS store, and we are going to increase this to another 2 lakh metric ton of CS store further. How this has happened is just because some of the programs with Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Food Processing Industries together running, which led to this particular growth of technology, of infrastructure, and that's how the complete ecosystem has been revolved. And that's how each individual farmer is getting some kind of, in fact, a payment, which is probably increase about 60 to 70% of their own crop. Some of the more example which probably would be useful for the larger audiences would be, I'm just recently visited Anandpur, and fortunately we are working with Anandpur. I'm sure a few would know that in Andhra Pradesh, very near to Bangalore, 3 or 4 years back, no one was aware of this particular region, right? Just because it was just, some of the crops which were growing. Just last 4 years, some of the key investors like INI, Desai, Jan, they all visited there. And the complete location has been built to a banana cluster for the country. Almost 4 years back, the export from that particular region was less than 100 ton. And this year, they're crossing 75,000 metric ton of banana export from that particular region itself. And this has happened not just because there is a potential, but enabling policy of a state and a central government together, which push a private sector investment as well. Just another example which might be useful for, I'm sure we have banking partners also here. Self-help groups, I'm very, very popular Lakpati Didi framework and network, which is very popularly known in the recent media. About 8 crore women are participated in this particular framework, and we have about 1.5 crore women are part of the banking ecosystem, and which were never part of any banking ecosystem. And you'll be happy to know they save about 60,000 crore, and the kind of loan, the disbursement that taken is about 1.8 lakh crore. So where, if this SHG framework was not there, from where all this money would have come in? I'm sure it would be there, but in very, very small pieces here and there, not in a great framework. Recent example of Ministry of Food Processing itself, sir, there is a program called Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Enterprises. It's again a recent program of Ministry of Food Processing Industries to support very, very micro and tiny enterprises like Ready Wala, Chai Wala. We have a small sweet shop, and and some of those stuff, dairy, small units. You'll be happy to know almost 6,000 crore has gone into the micro enterprises, and less than more than 75% of the users they have taken less than 10 lakh of the total support. So the total amount which has been disbursed is less than 10 lakh for 75% of the total investors, which is about 65,000 in number, which clearly indicate, yes. And I think my fellow colleague Vijay sir has said, wherever there is a business, the policy will automatically come up, but that may not be appropriate from the country as a whole, right? There is still a disparity, and I'm sure my fellow colleagues, and there are so many senior leaders are here. We still have Western region, which is flourishing like anything. We have a Southern region, we have flourishing and anything. West is really taking up, but Eastern region of the country is still has to really step up to certain level. There are specific policy requirements which really support those enterprises there, those beneficiaries there, so that, we should not have any probably inequality kind of, regional disparities also, which is very, very high at the current case. Most of the programs are being leveraged in those parts of the country, eastern part of the country or the northeastern part of the country still lag behind, probably or at a larger goal. Some of the important initiatives which I realized during my tenure about 13, 14 years, and those who have been very, very possible answers. It's now we are probably at a stage we can't just look that, this is a production oriented program, and this is a processing oriented program, this is an infrastructure oriented program, or some of the very, very silos oriented program. Now we need more of an integrated value chain cluster development program. Government of India have started working on it at a certain level, states also, and fortunately I've been part of some of the programs called cluster development program itself in the policy design, where we need to see from the complete value chain development perspective, not an independent, just a farmer perspective or a processor perspective or a retail end. It has to be integrated value chain. And why it is required, I'll just give you an example. Oil seeds, I'm sure everyone, very popularly, we are aware that, we import so much that, in terms of, and a lot of money goes out of the country. Almost 33% is the current utilization of our units in oil seeds. It's not that, we have enough of production. So it means there is an enough of infrastructure which is there, but less of production over here. And still we are importing huge amount of edible oils from outside of the country. So this clearly integrates that there is an integrated value chain development required, where farmers had to integrate and work together with the processors and the retailers directly. Second key important point, most of the program has now moved towards the output-based programs. And, there is infrastructure bana. Yes, it is there. It is developed. Cold store is there, developed. Processing infrastructure is there. But how much it is utilized, how much farmers are getting benefited out of those infrastructure, more of an outcome-based program, and some of the learnings can really be taken from the foundation-based programs. Most of the large foundations in the country are working on an outcome-based program, and some of those learnings can be undertaken into the policy scheme and the guidelines, which will really benefit in the overall design of the program and the policies. Third key important thing, I think, which I really highlighted earlier also, is the regional disparity, which is still very high in terms of Western region and the eastern part of the country. This needs to really address through the policy level changes. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Very important observation with regard to post-harvest interventions which have benefited farmers. Now we go in the second round. I will be putting very specific questions to the speakers, and I will expect them to directly address and benefit audience. Dr. Jha has been in ICR for many years. He is DDG Engineering. Doctor, how mechanization has improved over the years, and what are the policies you found to be very beneficial? What are policy changes you would like to suggest for mechanization in Indian agriculture?
Thank you very much. I had kept this for second round, but in discussion you have brought out the mechanization is a very important. I think in the first round I said that we have to shift towards the aggressive agriculture or progressive agriculture. And if that is the case, then we have to be the comfortable agriculture. You see, in the beginning, there are a lot of people. When we were in the independent, 74–80% of people directly on agriculture. But now that is decreasing. So agriculture requires some kinds of mechanization. That mechanization itself increases around 20% of production, or you can say productivity. It reduces weed growth around 15–20%. It reduces fertilizer consumptions around 20–25%. There are so many benefits of mechanizations. But there are hardly adoption rate is not so high. I'm back because of maybe the farmers are having low income farmers, lower level of farm holdings. 86% of farmers or more are the marginal or small in India. So we had to come up with a model for custom hiring centers. Custom hiring centers that government of Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, many state government has popularized it, and it has been adopted. So that custom hiring at one center, people will keep all the machinery, and farmers can get hired for 1 hour, 2 hour, get job done on rent basis. That is very successful, but it is not catching equally in all the states. That has to be seen. Similar case in post-harvest also. So post-harvest also, for example, I will tell you, dryers. All kinds of dryers are available, even the sun drying system, solar dryer, whatever. But hardly our farmers are trying to use that. And because of that, also losses increases. And also they don't get the price which they should get. If the farmers are educated, some policy, some training through government is there, then government or private sector now coming aggressively, it will be very good for adoption of those simple technique and for retention of the produce, valuable produce. So these are the things, and I think there should be, and everything government can do, I think. So we have to come together through the private agency, through the self-help group, and all those things. So these are the policy shift required many times. And in agriculture, what we think always, only production. We have to increase the production. For example, take the wild seeds. Everyone knows that we import the wilds, but emphasis is on the production. Emphasis is on the increase the production of the wild seed so much so that we can become. But never anyone thinking that can we increase the recovery of wild already whatever we are producing. And that recovery can be improved even by 1 or 1.5% by improving the machinery already we have, then probably we will be immediately self-sufficient. So these are the things where the concentration should move. And it will not help only to the farmers or to the consumers, but it will also help directly to the environment.
Thank you. Dr. Praveen, R&D is very crucial for progress of any sector. When you look at R&D in agriculture sector, how satisfied you are? Are we providing enough support to our scientists for R&D in agriculture?
Uh, Thank you, Meena Sahab. In fact, it's a very uh, critical and tricky question to me. If I say I'm satisfied, farmers will say we are not. If I say I am not satisfied, my scientists will not leave me alone. So really a tricky question, but the big question is why this technology is not reaching the farmers. Uh, in fact, I happen to be the scientist within ICR system for almost 30 years now. And exactly this question was put to me by one of my ministers that the scientists are not doing to the extent they are supposed to. My humble answer to that particular query to that particular minister was, individually, the scientist is doing really great. They are really, really doing their best efforts. But the big question is the support from the system to the scientist in individual capacity. So the scientists as a system are not performing to the expectations of farmers. And probably there are certain reasons for. One of the reasons is probably a technological finding should reach to a farmer is not reaching into that perspective. It means scientist is doing their science. Sometimes, not always, sometimes they convert the science into the required technological solution. But this technological solution has to produce the output which can be used by the farmer. It means still it has got one more step, and the step lies with the industry because they are ultimately the producers of those products from that technology, and sometimes minor refinements are required. So this feedback from the farmer to the industry to the scientist, somewhere this chain is broken, is not really a smooth chain. To my understanding, this is one thing. Second big question is when scientists is doing something, they are not taking the cost benefit ratio into consideration. They just look into the solution. To make it most cost effective, it is again the role of the industry. And then the third question is the risk taking capacity with the farmer, whether they are really capable of taking that risk by changing the existing mechanism by which they are producing their farm produce. So probably this is one area which we also need to look into from that R&D angle. And the final thing is the regulatory requirements. These regulatory requirements, which are again a matter of policy from the government, they need to be looked into properly so that the farmers and the industry can be supported in the right perspective and the right kind of technology which scientist is doing from their own angle should reach to the farmer in the right perspective in the right time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have a shortage of time, so 4 minutes exactly to in our hands. I will put last question to Dr. Vijay. Since he is a trade expert, agriculture export is doing fairly good, but not as its potential is. However, the knee-jerk policies of the government is not helping trade to grow. Is it true? What can be the roadmap to improve our agri-export?
Thank you very much, sir. Agriculture exports of India is an exploitation of environment, not the human potential. 90% export is pure commodities. And we are able to export them because we offer cheaper than the rest of the competitors, except basmati and buffalo meat, because we are the only supplier. So even if you look into the wherever we have done the value addition, our growth rate is either shrinking. I have gone through all the data because I'm doing one study for Ministry of Commerce. Actually, in all value-added products, in most of the commodities, our share is going down. So what we are expanding is basically commodities. And this year, export is showing good because of wheat exports. So what we are exporting, buffalo meat, rice, and wheat this year, and little bit it used to be maize to the neighboring countries. So if we are just looking into bigger data, sum total, it shows that we are only exploiting nature and exporting our water, air, environment, and soil. Not the human potential, no R&D, no creativity, no innovation, no packaging, no display. Now, if this is the potential of exports, and tomorrow suppose Pakistan or any other country becomes a better yielder in any of these commodities, what will happen to us? That is one. Second, every year the per unit cost of price realization is also shrinking. Quantity wise, we may be going up. But every year, when there is a pressure from the competitor, we reduce the price, we undercut the market and start selling. So what we are trying to say in the whole process, sir, that we have not understood the market, what market is actually looking for. We are offering what we have in surplus. On the other side, India will be net food importer. 70% edible oil we are importing, pulses we are importing. The only thing which we have surplus is carbohydrate, that is wheat, rice, and corn. This is going to be complicated because by 2047, when India will be developed nation, our population will be 1.66 billion. Do we have enough to eat? With the current yield productivity, what we have, so-called we are discussing about research, we will not enough food in India to sustain our own requirements. And then clubbing with that, we want ethanol, we want more cotton, we want more rubber, because 5,000 industries depend on agriculture as a raw material base. If we divert the remaining land for agriculture for food production, the raw material, industrial raw material will start importing into India. Classic example is timber. We import 12,000 worth crore of timber into India and another 11,000 crore worth furniture, which is wooden work. So what we have to look into is that let's not remain in illusion that we have done. Yes, we have sustained in last 70 years. That's a great achievement to sustain so much big population. But going forward, natural resources are shrinking, water table is going down, climate change is a challenge, our productivity is stagnant. And somebody was mentioning in the beginning, our research is doing great. Please do the benchmarking with other countries where we stand. Don't look into inward. Don't fall in the trap of inbreeding problems. Our own pulses, germ plasma was taken over by Brazil, by other countries, by Australia. Their pulses productivity is 3 times than us, whereas the germ plasmas are given by us. So what we have done in research? So my way of looking at is that it's very easy that we can pat our backs, back and say, feel happy about it. But we have to be very critical the way we are planning to build our economy, where word is talking about sustainable, biodegradable economy means more and more pressure on agriculture system. More and more raw material will be required from the agriculture because agriculture is the only source of biodegradable raw materials. So things are going to be very complicated the way we are looking at it. So we have to be critical, self-critical, instead of hiding behind the numbers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My apologies to my fellow panelists because we don't have time. I summarize by saying that short-term goals can be achieved by the programs, but long-term future can be ensured by having a foresighted policy. In view of climate change, in view of the scarce resource or inputs which are needed for agriculture to sustain, the global competition and growing need of our population, especially for safe food, we definitely need a policy which can take care of the needs of our future generations with efficient utilization of resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would invite Ms. Anjana Nair on the stage to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude to all our eminent panelists. We present our moderator, Mr. J.P. Meenaji. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for wonderfully moderating the session.
Last point before we finish and move from here. Sir, जो productivity का issue है, there is only one thing. जब हमारे country में is deficient. 40% phosphorus is deficient. तो जब हम agriculture production, whether it is for food, whether it is for industrial raw material, productivity तो down होगी ही होगी. The only silver lining is wherever our agricultural scientists have been able to communicate this, कि please look at soil health first. There they have been able to demonstrate increase in productivity as well as the cost of production and value of produce. So this is one of the policy reform which we need to take up right today for meeting out the population of the country by 2027 and 47. So that's my submission, sir.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all those wonderful deliberations, the insightful deliberations we had in this session. And after we present the small token of gratitude, I would request our panelists to kindly come together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. We straightaway move to the next session, which is on transforming agriculture through industry, academia partnership. Ms. Anjana Nair, you can kindly join the dignitaries for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, as I said, the next session is on transforming agriculture through industry, academia partnership. We would request everyone to remain seated. Just give us a few minutes while we arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our distinguished moderator of this session, Dr. KML Pathak, former DDG ICAR. May I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage to kindly moderate this session. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. I invite Dr. KML Pathak, also inviting Dr. Nutan Kaushik, DG Agriculture, MET Foundation. Inviting Dr. Yasheshwar, Associate Professor, ANDC, DU, Delhi University. Inviting Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Country Director, India, CIFOR-IC RAF. Inviting Mr. Varun Khurana, Co-founder, OTPI. Inviting Dr. K. Keshavullu, Global President, ISTA. Inviting Mr. Saurabh Pandey, Director, Imperial School of Agribusiness, and Dr. Neha Parekh, founder and CEO, Atmans. Once again, inviting all our eminent panelists, a moderator, Dr. KML Pathak, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, Dr. Yasheshwar, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Mr. Varun Khurana, Dr. K. Keshavullu, Mr. Saurabh Pandey, and Dr. Neha Parekh. So ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. The session is on transforming agriculture through industry, academia partnership. And I hand over to our distinguished moderator, Dr. KML Pathak, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session with your opening remarks, sir. And sir, you have about 50 minutes for the discussions. So you will have only 50 minutes for the discussion as we have a lunch break to follow this. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. Esteemed panel. And learned audience. First of all, I want to congratulate Agriculture Today Group for completing 25 years in this field. And I am thankful to Dr. Khan also for giving me this opportunity. As you all know that I am associated with this organization since 2006. And every year I participate and enjoy and learn many things from the speakers and panelists. So this session, which I am going as a moderator, is about what is the role of the industry, academia in transferring agriculture. As you know that the agriculture in India dates back to the Neolithic period. We all know and we used to say that agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy. It provides food security, fodder, and raw material to the non-agriculture sector. We all know that its contribution is more than 18%. And we are lucky, India is lucky that we have more 17.76% human population. We have 15% of livestock population, world livestock population. We have 2.4% of world area. We have second largest agricultural land of the world. We have 159 million hectare cultivated, 68 million hectare non-irrigated, and now the figure says that 60% of human population they earn their livelihood from the agriculture. And agriculture, when we say agriculture, means agriculture and allied sector. Agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, livestock sector, all they are very important. You know that before independence, we were not self-sufficient in food grains. We used to import food from outside. और ये कहते थे कि हिंदुस्तान एक कटोरा लेके घूमता है. The situation changed. In 1970s, Green Revolution took place. Great Dr. Swaminathan, we remember his contribution, great contribution for making self-sufficient in that. So due to that, many varieties developed. Academia, then people, Indian policymaker thought that let us start working on the research. R&D sector was strengthened, and many agriculture universities starting from 1960. The first agriculture university was established at Pannagar, from where I graduated, and later on, slowly, in every state, the agriculture university was set up. R&D were strengthened. Then the policymaker thought that now then the industry came in this to make the agriculture as a sustainable tool, to make the agriculture economically viable for the farmer. The industry also came, and a large number of industry players, they came in this field. So the main pillars of this agriculture sector are the farmers, the academia or the researchers, and the industry. And supported by the positive policies of the state as well as central government. So with this, the transformation of agriculture technology started. The new technology developed by the agricultural universities, new technology developed by the researcher and academia, they were transferred to the industry. They were commercialized. So this started taking place, and for the last 7-8 years, we all are seeing that in the new technology have come. The farmer, I am happy to see that large number of the farmer are also sitting in the hall. The farmer have started working as a scientist. The farmer have started developing the new technologies also. So with this scenario, the agriculture transformation is taking place very fast. And nowadays, we are number one in the food production. We are number one in the milk production. So, and this milk production, not only 1 year, but for the last 10 years, we are number one in milk production. Then the value addition, processing, all these, the industry came in this. So with this background, we have a very esteemed panel, starting from Dr. Nutan Kaushik, who is DG Agriculture, MIT Foundation, Dr. Yasheshwar, Associate Professor, ANDC DU, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Country Director India, CIFOR,
Mr. Varun Khurana, co-founder OTP, Mr. K. Keshavalu, Global President ISTA, and Saurabh Pandey, Director Imperial School of Agribusiness, and Dr. Neha Parekh. So we have a very good panel on that, the panelists, and with this I will discuss later on when the panelists they give their views. So thank you very much again, and I invite you to join this session. Thank you very much. So with this small introduction, may I request Dr. Nutan Kaushik, DG Agriculture, MET Foundation, and so please give your input for.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Khan and his team for inviting me here. Since the session is on transforming agriculture through industry and academia partnership. So here I would like to emphasize that transformation of agriculture can never happen without industrial participation. And for industry, you need skilled manpower, and from where that skilled manpower will come? Only from the academia. So of course, the industry academia partnership is very important. Now we are talking about, we are moving from industry agriculture 3.0 to agriculture 4.0. And agriculture 4.0 means all new technologies, like we are talking about the drones, we are talking about the AI, we are talking about all sort of blockchain, like all side of advanced technological, how we can use them in the precision agriculture to improve the natural resource use efficiency, productivity, and farmer income. So these are the three basic objectives with which we are involving these advanced technologies for improving the resource use efficiency, income, and the productivity, and the environment, improving the environmental quality. And how it can come? It can only newer avenues, like now the government has launched many satellites dedicatedly capturing the images of the from the farm field, and now every day the report comes to the DM office that so the farm burning has happened in such and so farm. The day is not far, like within 5 years, we'll also reach to the level where we would be able to predict that which plant needs how much of water, how much of the nutrient. We would be able to like predict the nutrient distress, the biotech and abiotic stress at the plant level, not at the field level. If we keep on developing this, using these satellite imageries and all hyperspectral images and combination of so on. So all these advancements which are happening at the technological level also require skills. We need the manpower which is skilled with these kind of technological advances. So academia is certainly very important in providing those skill sets to the industry. And also not only in providing the skill sets, but also collaborative R&D also is very important. Industry academia partnership is also important for developing newer technologies. The industry can give the problems to the students. And now in this NEP 2020, there's a plenty of scope of the apprenticeship and also developing the project-based, project-based 1 year. The 1 year is dedicated only on the industrial experience. And during that industrial period, fixation period, the student can pick up the problem of the society or of which and the industry can provide the solution for that one, and to provide the problem to the student to find the solution for the societal, for particularly farmer. And this is how the industry academia partnership can be built up. So this is actually very important, and whatever the outcome comes out of that will be applicable to the farmer. So the three objectives of this new technological advancement can only happen when the industry and academia they joint hand together along with the private public partnership. The public-private partnership we were talking about earlier, but in this all the private and government institution, academic institution, they should come together with the industry to formulate the new syllabus, new curricula, new skill sets, identifying new skill sets, and identifying new technological requirements, and developing the solution for the society. Now, at ABIT, we have already launched this ABIT, the Agriculture 4.0 syllabus. So we are already teaching, we are already collaborating. So we have a lot of collaboration with industry, and we are happy, very happy that industry is very positive for this collaboration, and they are supporting our students, and they give a lot of opportunity for the students for the learning and also for developing the technology. I think this is the this is where our society, we should take this at a new what you call heights. This collaboration has to reach a new heights where more and more support comes from the industry for this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nutan Kaushik. Now, for highlighting the importance of academia-industry partnership, now I go to Dr. Yasheshwar ji, who is Associate Professor. May I request my all panelists, please introduce yourself, give your introduction in 1-2 minutes, then come to the subject. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Yasheshwar, and I am having 17 years of experience in Department of Botany, Acharya Narendra Dev College, University of Delhi. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Khan sir, who gave me this opportunity to share my views regarding industry and academia partnership. To be brief, because since we have limited time, everybody knows about national education policy. And from last 2 years, we have 4-year undergraduate program. And the 2 terms you must be knowing that value-added course and skill enhancement course. And we started mushroom culture, horticulture, and this sericulture. So these courses, if somebody is doing graduation in botany and commerce, the political science and other, so they can do some of the research or experiment based on value-added courses. And this is a very good initiative of the present government and our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Yogesh Singh ji. He is giving impetus financially to give support to the value-added courses and skill enhancement courses. So as we know, everything must be in agreement with the sustainability and inclusive growth. And whatever we have witnessed from the morning session, and things are market driven, whether we talk about Samaveshi Vikas or Tikau Vikas, or in agreement with the environmental laws. So we also do all such things in our colleges, and one important part, this Ayurveda and nutrition, one important course. And our food should be our medicine. So it's all about food security. If we are having our food, which is having all the ingredients, so these are the important challenges. And if industry people will come to these 80 colleges of Delhi University, where we can have a certificate of the diploma courses, then we can actually inculcate the quality education in terms of aligning the things of the undergraduate courses with the industry, then certainly we can have a Atmanirbhar Bharat and all. Thank you.
Agriculture. Now, may I request Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradarji, who is Country Director India, CIFOR, ICRA. So please introduce yourself, then give your comments.
Thank you, Parak sir. So myself, Chandrasekhar Biradar, I'm Country Director for Center for International Forest and World Agroforestry. And I'm back to India after 21 years serving in the 5 continents, working the different aspect of the agriculture transformations. Okay, Can you hear now? Is better? Okay, that's good. It is very interesting, the subject of agriculture transformations. We all know that we are in the crossroads of agri-food system transformations. And India, from the begging bowl to become one of the largest food producer and exporter. In that process, we certainly met the calorie requirement, but yet to reach nutrition and sustainability. So that the cost of the natural resources depletions, we are really the kind of a time bomb. And also the nutrition become one of the key aspect of this system. And industry and academia is kind of a two levers in the ecosystems. Nowadays, you take into any conferences, any workshop, anywhere, ecosystem became a common word, whether data ecosystems, whether science ecosystems, whether agriculture ecosystems, whether innovation ecosystems. Ecosystem became a kind of a very common word in any development issues. So that, but if you look into that, whether they are interacting each other or not. So this is one of the key aspects when it comes to the industry and academia. And we have the massive resources sitting in that space. Recently, I was reviewing some of this AICRP and the different the programs. It's very clear that when some of them still we are hitting back to about 30 years ago, we not yet changed our the landscape of thinking what is the new dimension is required. So that just looking at the one aspect, very the shocking thing that we are nearly about like the diabetic, for example. It's again the link to the food we are eating. The way we produce the food and process and consume and dispose, it has a huge impact on the almost like all the SDGs. So it's very clear that SDGs cannot be addressed individually, it should be addressed collectively. In order to make that collectively addressed, when you look at the sustainable agroecosystems become a center for of this development. I think this is where the industry, the kind of what industry we try to, the academy try to meet what industry required. For example, a mechanized harvesting breeding, for that we did that. And the same thing will coming to different aspects. Now the focus would be on the how best we can produce the more food with less resources that has a less impact on the environment, and so that we can reach our one goal at what we call the One Health. And One Health and a functional food system became a priority for addressing the every challenge we are facing now. So that in order to avoid the catastrophic the impact, because of our 60% of the soil, it is not even not responding to the even fertilizers also. So that means soil is the healthy soil is the basis of the healthy food systems and healthy ecosystems. I think this is where the academia play the vital role in providing in terms of the investment, infrastructure, market accesses, so that they can able to help the academy to they drive the new torchlight for the where the investment should be going to that one. And this is where the science-based evidence is very important, so that can lead to the what we call a doubling the farmer income or tripling the farmer income, but while reducing the impact on the environment. I think this is where the key aspect of thing coming very well. And I attended several of these COP the events, and this year is very clear that even last year to this year is very prominent that finally the agriculture became a forefront in the COP28, and they're thinking about that we need to address the agriculture because of that's one of the largest whether the emissions coming or like that impact on the human health and ecosystem health or overall biodiversity collapse. So this is where the industry and academy, and industry always as the nature of the industry always looking the profit making. That profit making can turn into a sustainable way, so that academy also the link into those the industry requirement, so that ecosystem and circular economy complete the loop. I think this is where the both need to be work in hand and to the creators. What the farmers very good in whatever tell that one, they are very fantastic in producing that. At the moment, what farmers can only sell that he can get some value, but not real value. But what he cannot sell, for example, a farmer switching to natural farming or organic farming or sustainable agriculture practices or good agriculture practices, whether he can get for the improving the soil organic carbon, increasing the infiltration capacity of the rainwater harvesting, or the clean air because of the reducing the impact on the emission standards. So all these impact farmers is not getting for that. So this is where the incentive mechanism for the farmers who is switching to the good agriculture practices, that should be a priority. For example, you switch to the zero tillage practices or residue, the incorporation into the soil, or bringing the more biodiversity has become the key aspect in agriculture, whether you can get the better incentive for that, whether carbon sequestrations or soil organic carbon, the carbon farming, or biodiversity increasing the value, or increasing the food nutrition value. If you any incentive driven to that one, I think that's really the crux for us improving the agriculture food transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Biradar, for highlighting the academia industry ecosystem. Now, may I request Mr. Arun Khurana ji, who is a co-founder of OTP. OTP is not that OTP, but in the morning when we get up and I come down from my flat, I found. Yeah, please introduce your and tell something about OTP also. Yes.
Thank you, Patak ji. Hello, everyone. I am Varun Khurana. I run a startup in the fruits and vegetables supply chain space. It's called OTP. OTP kahan se aaya? In the fruits and vegetables category, see, onion, tomatoes, and potatoes are a single biggest contributor in terms of volumes. So wahan se shuru kiya humne. But it's spelled as OTIPY. And broadly, what it is about is that fruits and vegetables are perishable in nature, so much so that they degrade every hour. And the objective behind OTP was how to make sure that from harvest to home, we can move produce as quickly as possible. And in our case, we do it in as little as 12 hours. And that gives us a couple of advantages. So one, the produce is much fresher because it has spent less time in transit. And in a country like India, it becomes very imperative because we don't have cold chains. The second big advantage of this is that produce wastage comes down drastically because, see, if you think about it, produce wastage hoti isliye hai when produce is stocked. So agar wo produce is sitting on a store for 6 hours, 12 hours, wo degrade karta hai. And then when consumers they go to pick it up, they tend to pick and choose कि भाई कौन सा खराब है उसको नहीं उठाएंगे, जो कम degrade किया हुआ उसको उठाएंगे. But if you don't allow produce that time to sit and wait and degrade, then your wastage goes down. And in our case, we have been able to bring down wastages in the supply chain from 30-35% to as little as 3.5%. So 10 times wastage we have brought down in the supply chain. And that gives us a lot of power as a company. That gives us the power to pay our farmers more. तो जब farmers हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, हम उनको 10-15% हम additional दे पाते हैं than what they would get if they were to sell at the wholesale markets या मंडी जिसको हम बोलते हैं. So that empowers our farmers, and we have farmers that have now been working with us for over 4 years, 5 years, and have been sticking around for a very long time. And that also makes our business unit economics work, and that is how at an order level as a company, we are making money. So that is, I would say, the root cause, the fundamental thesis of the business. Just to give you a sense of the scale, we do about 120 tons, 125 tons every day in Delhi NCR, and we do another 25 tons every day in Bombay. So about 150 tons of fruits and vegetables moves through our systems every day across about 30,000 odd orders that we serve to consumers. Now, coming to the point of the industry academia partnership, and I have had the opportunity to interact with few folks from the academia in ICAR as well. And, largely I see that the opportunity for collaboration is immense. It is just that I think, we are not talking to each other as much as we should. And, just to give you very, very simple examples, and, we face these challenges on a day-to-day basis in our business. So, simple examples, right? Like abhi, we are, entering the winter season, and in winter season, vegetables in Delhi, sell at rock bottom prices. If you go to the farm gate, मूली आपको 4 रुपए किलो के आसपास, 3 रुपए किलो के आसपास मिल जाएगी. Cauliflower will touch maybe 6-7 rupees, like really cheap, right? And when you talk about summers, the same vegetables, the price bump is obnoxious. मतलब मैं आपको simple examples देता हूँ, जैसे broccoli, right? So broccoli summers में 300 रुपए किलो टच करती है, विंटर्स में हम बेचते हैं 30-35 रुपए किलो. अभी हम 70-80 रुपए बेच रहे हैं, but come January it will go down. And I think all of these things have a very big impact, and I think a lot of this also has to do with just fundamental R&D that can be done. How can we make a commodity like broccoli grow in summers within the vicinity of Delhi NCR at a lower cost? And it is okay, we might not be able to sell it at 30 rupees a kg in summers, but क्या हम 60 रुपए में बेच सकते हैं, क्या हम 70 रुपए में बेच सकते हैं? So, these are just one kind of challenges. Other challenges that we run into on a day-to-day basis. So, being an e-commerce company, as a consumer expects that, we are picking their produce for them. When a consumer goes to a shop, he picks and chooses कि मेरे को ये ठीक लग रहा है, ये मैं ले रहा हूँ, ये मेरे को ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, so I'm not going to take it. But as a company which takes orders through the app, we deliver it to the consumers, and consumer trusts us कि आप मेरे behalf पे pick and choose कर रहे हो, अच्छा काम करना, right? And consumer expects very different things for different commodities. जैसे, if you talk about a commodity like, let's say, mango, right? So consumer expects कि भाई बहुत पका हुआ भी नहीं होना चाहिए, बहुत कच्चा भी नहीं होना चाहिए, right stage का मीठा होना चाहिए. So that is like a challenge. Now, how to solve this at scale? When you're doing 10s, 20 tons every day, this is, an R&D problem. Other, R&D problems, simple problems, right? लोग हमसे नारियल पानी order करते हैं. One big challenge that people have is कि यार कभी तो 500 ml आ जाता है, कभी 100 ml आता है. अब कैसे भरोसा करें, right? Simple problems. ऐसा नहीं है कि it's a very complex problem. There are technologies that are available, and you can actually guesstimate the amount of water that coconut has. So these are just some challenges that we face as a business on a day-to-day basis. देखने में बहुत simple problems लगती हैं, but reality ये है solve तो नहीं हुई है. So I think between industry and academia, I think there is a lot of opportunity to collaborate on just R&D problems with respect to growing crops, being able to detect things like sweetness, water levels, etc. at scales, and developing machines that do that. So I think tons of opportunities of collaboration, and hopefully maybe this forum will serve as a point to kickstart some of those initiatives.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Khurana, for highlighting the consumers' interest and the intervention given by the industry. May I request now Dr. K. Keshavalu, Global President, ISTA.
So good afternoon, sir. Very good afternoon, everyone. So thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Keshavalu, so Managing Director, Telangana State Seeds Corporation and Certification Agency from Hyderabad. So I'm a global seed expert, and then I'm a president of International Seed Testing Association, Zurich, Switzerland. Thanks for the earlier speakers in the earlier in the inaugural session, and also the then followed by another excellent session was, and then this session. So thanks for the phrases around the agriculture, aggressive agriculture, progressive agriculture, advanced agriculture, sustainable agriculture and production and productivity, and to feed our growing population. Yes, I do agree. Agriculture at the crossroads. So when we look at the global agriculture and global scenario and then agriculture economy, how it is going to affect and then how it would be. So there was an excellent report from the United States, from one of the Chicago agriculture experts, agriculture analysts. So he gave the last week report. I was in Florida last week. So he narrated the whole globe, then how the agriculture is going to affect in future in the face of climate change. And then in that respect, he narrated the regions, North America, South America, then Asia, Southeast Asian, then the African, Europe countries. And then as compared to the China, and then if you take the country-wise, China and then United States, so they are going to be declined. And then Brazil, Argentina, so their economy and then agriculture production is good for the next 5 years. But it's a good part of that report is India. So our agriculture production and productivity is the sustainable, and then it is a good at the next 10 years. Then coming to one of the speakers, so he was talking about how it would be after 2030, and then what would be our population, or 2050, what would be our population. That is a challenge for us. And then how to enhance our production and productivity. So there are the factors for sure, and then how these factors are to be these to be addressed. Then these factors, if you take one of the good friend, I think so in earlier, he was talking natural resources, and then technologies, and then soil, and then how to utilize them, how to exploit to improve our productivity, production, to feed our population. So that is a challenge. And then here, I would say, so one of our friend, he was talking about the soil health, soil management, and then which is one of the most important part to increase the productivity and then production. And then we have been comparing always, we are less. But we need to see why we are less. It was a great, if you look at the sustainable agriculture system for food secure planet. But sustainable agriculture system for food secure planet, what are the factors? Is that the soil is good? And then what about our fertilizers? How we are utilizing? Then another most important and critical input, which is the seed. Seed is normally all over the world, it is being produced, and it needs to be produced on scientific principles. So however, and then if we produce on scientific principles, and then we'll get a quality seed. If we transform the quality seed from the technology and to the farmers, and then the farmer will get that 15 to 20% extra yield. We never thought about it. We never discussed about it. And then one of our good friend, he was talking about the policy. That is excellent, sir. The policy needs for this, the transforming agriculture through industry and academia partnerships. We don't have the partnerships. And then we don't have the policies, how it is. Now the seed is one of the most important, as I said, and then we know many of us. And then what is the budget? What is the investment we are putting on the budget? And then how the quality seeds are to be supplied or marketed to and then what are the interventions? And then what are the value chain from a good variety from high yielding varieties to the how it is to be reached, how long it takes. But so these are the neglected areas, I would say. So here, then the partnerships. So I'm coming to the partnerships. So partnership here is, I don't say we don't have a good partnership as compared to developed world. You see the partnership, high yielding varieties, they develop the only the few organizations, few public and then private entities, and then industry, and then industry comes next. And then industry partnership and then academia is different there. And there is a great linkage, but we don't have the linkage. We always talk about the PPP mode, but so we don't see the much of PPT mode in the Indian agriculture. So therefore, our quality seed is not reaching to the farmers. And then we have been here, so academia is to create the knowledge and then to create the, to give the innovations, and then how to, these innovations should reach to the farmer, and then which is the most important to increase the productivity. So here, and then we need the linkages. Then unfortunately, if you look at our R&D, we have a R&D, innovations, agriculture universities, and then ICR institutes, and there is a great budget over there. But however, at the end, seed and seed division, and then we need to think about it. And then our governments have to think the quality seed is the most important. Then coming to the industry, of course, the Indian seed industry is globally it is at the fifth position. But however, our global trade is only at 2%. It is very poor. The reason was, and then we don't have the competency, capability. We too have the competency, capability, and the resources, but only the academia and then the industry and here the supply chain system, we don't have the good linkages. Then so definitely, so if that is there, and then our agriculture, then our exports, and then so will be good. You see that there are the certain countries like take the South Korea, Japan, and then and some European developed countries. They don't allow the seed. The reason was we have a knowledge, we have a academia knowledge, research, innovations, especially in the seed management, phytosanitary management, but we are not able to utilize them properly, and then we are not able to exploit them to make a good quality seed. And then India has a great potential to lead all over the world, and especially the Southeast Asian region. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Here
Dr.
I would like to
Thank
stop
you.
here. Then thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for talking about the quality seed, which is really very important. And seed industry is a big industry now in India also. So, and their contribution is tremendous. So may I request Mr. Saurabh Pandey, who is a Director, Imperial School of Agribusiness. Please introduce yourself and give your input.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, Honorable Captain of the panel, Dr. Pathak, esteemed dignitaries. It's quite a good afternoon today, and namaskar to all. The patron of this event, Dr. Khan, Ms. Nair, dear Vinita and team, thank you very much for hosting this 25th conclave and giving the opportunity to ISAB. I am Saurabh Pandey. I take care of ISAB, all the operations and from A to Z. And with the help of Dr. Khan, we are driving this institution. As we are talking about industry-academia partnership, so I'll be very quick. I would like to talk about the pain points that industry is facing because of the, I won't be academia, but because of the academic structure. So the biggest pain point of any recruiter all of, I think 90% esteemed dignitaries available here are also acting as a recruiter to the certain management and the research institutions. So the biggest pain point, if I talk about, is the retention. When you are hiring candidates from certain institution, do you have a trust that the person will be retained for the 6 months, for a year, for the next 2 years? Do you have that kind of understanding, and have you raised this to any kind of official forum that why we are facing that kind of poor retention problem in the industry? So to be quick, at ISAB, we have offered and we have decided to sign a tripartite MOU with the student, industry, and from the institution side to at least ensure 2 years minimum retention along with a financial bond. This we have launched already, and this is working very well. As the recruiter is giving us that trust and faith that we are visiting your institution to hire certain candidates, and just because of a slight hike or the slight opportunity, you cannot sideline those efforts, right? Because as being a fresher at the most of the students, you may not expect much, rather they are training you for their own business, and hence there has to be a commitment. So that commitment level we are ensuring by offering a tripartite MOU for the next 2 years. Second thing I would say, nowadays, generally students, they are not expected to become the early riser, and that is one of the biggest problem. Most of the sales marketing operation starts in the morning in many corporates still, because as we talk about food and agribusiness, that starts early in the morning. And in fact, when we wake up, then only morning happens, right? So in that case, what we have decided that ISAB compulsorily early riser is on priority, is important. Every student, they have to hit the ground by 6:30. They have to join indoor, outdoor sports, which is mandatory. It is all managed by retired army officials working as a sports coach. He takes care of the well-being, the fitness and the mental well-being of the particular student and the group of students, those who are needed. We need to make sure that our students must be physically and mentally fit. They should be able to run around from this territory to that territory. It has been observed that when people are traveling, they often raising the problem, sir, I am getting a stomach ache, I am facing food poisoning, I am feeling low, I am this and that and that. I mean, this is the age where you are at the highest peak of your physical fitness. So this is something expected from your side. You have to run. And in order to run, you need a fit body. So that's what we are working as an institution, that every student are the compulsory riser and they have to join one sport. Third thing, in order to inculcate and infuse the stronger discipline, 90% attendance through biometric is compulsory at ISAB in order to become eligible for the placements. Though UGC said 75%, but our norms are stricken towards 90%, and which is again verified by biometric. So biometric culture we are inculcating from the day one, because same you have to face in the corporate. You cannot say, sir, I'm 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late again in that habit. So here again at ISAB, if you are late, your attendance is marked absent for the day, even it is a minute. So those kind of learnings we have drawn from the corporate and we are inculcated at an institution. So that over the period of 2 years, students should be able to face those challenges which are there in the corporate. I won't say it's a challenge, basically you have to be industry fit. Right. Then again, when you are doing any work, it has to be authentic, it has to be real. It should be coated with the integrity. So in order to maintain that, like other top management institutions, we also have introduced Turnitin, that's a plagiarism software. And again, 90% is the limit. 10% relaxation has been given, but all the PPT, group assignment and individual assignments, they are duly verified on Turnitin. It's a premium software that we have bought for the institution. And one more model we have offered. Sometime what happened when new recruiter is visiting to the institution. I'm again talking from the industry academia point of view. Any industry visiting to any academia. Nowadays, everybody, I'll give a simple example. When you buy anything from the Amazon or Flipkart or anything online, it also has a replacement policy, right? Within 30 days, if you are facing any kind of challenges, you can replace it. But in case of hiring, there is no replacement. So what we have decided that in order to solve this challenge of the industry, you visit our institution, you first of all the live internship in the final semester, and then you offer the placement offer. You test them on the field once again. So there is a summer internship, it is different. But in the final year, there is again another internship, which you call as a live project. You deploy our students on those live projects and see the performance, and basis the performance, at the end of third month, you offer them the final offer. You put the final offer on the table. So with this thing, you will be able to, convince that I'm fine with these students. They are working pretty well, and they are basically the fit for our industry. So this is how at ISAB we are resolving these bigger challenges of the industry. And with this note, I welcome industry people to our institution as well. Please
Thank
join,
you.
see what I'm saying. If you have more suggestions, if you have more, any ideas, anything which can be corrected on with the path we are working upon, so that are most welcome. And on this note, I would like to take rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saurabh-ji. Thank you very much. Now we have next panelist is Dr. Neha Parekh, founder and CEO, Atmans. So, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neha. I'm running a startup calling Atmans. Atmans is an open innovation platform where companies can share their innovation challenges, problem statements to outsource the solutions from the academia and independent researchers. सिंपल वे में अगर मैं कहूँ तो प्रवीण सर ने अभी एक प्रॉब्लम रेज किया, लाइक फार्मर्स के पास टेक्नोलॉजी जा नहीं सकती है, ट्रांसलेट नहीं हो पाती है, रिसर्चर्स के पास फार्मर्स के प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट्स नहीं पहुँच पाते. So we are working as a link between industry and academia for innovation purpose. So industry can get solution of their problem statement in terms of innovative product and solutions, and academia can get real problems to solve. So this is how we are trying to strengthen the link between industry and academia for innovation purpose. So industries can fulfill the requirement and solve the talent shortage. Also, industry can get innovative product and solutions. And the other sides, academia can get real problems to solve. So they can translate that research outcomes from lab to grassroots level or industry level. This is how we can solve the industry's problems. Also, we can give the platform to the youth to get real problem to solve. So they can link with the industries, they can give the opportunity to upskills, and hear how we can empower our academia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have been told that there is no time left for the question answers, but I will summarize and want to thank all the panelists that it has been emerged that there should be a partnership between academia and the industry. And good thing is that this Agriculture Today group has taken a lead in providing a platform. We are meeting every year. Industry people are invited, academia people are invited. In agriculture, after the Green Revolution, mechanization has taken place. People started talking about the value addition, people talking about the environment, then ecosystem, then what are the requirements of industry. They can be discussed. And as one of the panelists has very rightly said, that the academia has to do innovations. They have to do research, and the research has to come to the industry, and the industry has to commercialize it. So this type of the scenario is taking place in India. This is good. Earlier, when we were a student at Pantnagar, there was no platform. The academia, they were not coming with the industry, or industry, they were not coming to the institutions. But nowadays, there a good thing is happening. Now the ICR has started. Dr. Jai is sitting here. So he can tell that how industry and academia partnership. Dr. Nonia, you know that how academia and industry have revolutionized the agriculture. We have talked about the aggressive agriculture, advanced agriculture, sustainable agriculture, whatever you say. This is the need of this country, that we have to make the agriculture sustainable. It is truth that the contribution of agriculture is declining, but we have to think in a positive way. The population is increasing, our land is shrinking, our resources are sinking. We are talking about the climate change is taking place. Now it is visible. Earlier when we used to present a paper on the climate change, people used to laugh that where is climate change? So now it is happening, climate change is happening, we are witnessing. So in this area, this industry and academia partnership is very much required. And there should be a linkages. We were discussed, one of the panelists also discussed how we can linkage between these. So there should be a continuous dialogue. What should be the, sorry, the objective of whatever innovations we do. Startup, our Honorable Prime Minister has started, maximum startup has been initiated in agriculture. This is happening only in India. Maximum startup has taken place or start, so, and youth has come, the women, the young women from the rural area, they are coming in this. So this type of the interaction is required. So with this, with my concluding remarks, I again thank my all panelists for their very important and very innovative ideas they have given, and definitely this type of the interaction between the academia industry will strengthen the partnership and the linkages. And again, thank you Agriculture Today Group for organizing this session and giving me this opportunity for the moderation of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would invite Ms. Vinita from Agriculture Today Group to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of gratitude to all our eminent panelists. So she's coming, she's here. We begin by presenting to our distinguished moderator, Dr. KML Pathak, sir. He's former DDG ICAR. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating. We present to Dr. Nutan Kaushik. We present to Dr. Yasheshwar. We present to Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar. To Mr. Varun Khurana. We present to Dr. K. Keshavalu. Next, we present to Mr. Saurabh Pandey. And to Dr. Neha Parekh. And with that, I would invite on our panelists to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch. The lunch break is of 45 minutes only. The next session will begin at 2:15 sharp. Thank you very much indeed.
इसी सेशन में 3 ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, इसलिए पहले 10 का नाम था। अगर इनका सिस्टम है नहीं सिलेक्ट कर लेता है, अगर इनका इसको रखना चाहिए तो इनका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत अच्छा है, अगर इनका बेस्ट है। उनके हिसाब से इनको कहते घर पे कहाँ भी था ऐसा बात करते सारे लोग आके पता मत करो यार जा पाएंगे। उनका तीनों में ऐसा कि बाइक का भी अगर लंबी ट्रेनिंग कोई भी होता है, अगर लंबी ट्रेनिंग होती है तो बाइक का भी स्टेज हाँ तो हम लोग जितना जब रैप आते थे जब टाइम भी किया तो चाबियां बचा अपना ही रखना पास में देरी से इसी में हमने इतना एंजॉय किया तब यहाँ पे 4 ही होटल पूरा बना भी नहीं सकते और तब तो वर्डमार्क भी नहीं बना था वर्डमार्क था ये था और एक साइड था कभी कभी ना ये होटल का खाना पे हटा देते हैं यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं करना तो उसके बाद जाके पैकिंग करके आते हैं 3 महीने लिस्ट की हम लोग आ रहे हैं अब यहाँ पे एक महीने तक इंडिया तो तब परसेप्शन से हम लोग हो रहा है कभी कुछ हो रहा है और अभी तो राइट साइड है क्योंकि वीजा फ्री है वीजा चाहिए ही नहीं और अभी पहले भी ऑन अराइवल था लेकिन अभी वीजा फ्री ही लगी है मार्च तक है अक्टूबर से मार्च तक
जी
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the next session. The next session is on MS Swaminathan, Global Dialogue on Climate Change and Food Security. I would like to invite on stage our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. R.B. Singh. He is the former Vice Chancellor, Central Agriculture University, Imphal. I would like to invite Dr. R.B. Singh. I would like to invite our eminent panelist, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson, MSSRF. I would like to invite Dr. Purvi Mehta, Deputy Director, Agriculture, Asia Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I would like to invite on stage Professor Rajiv Varshney, FRS International Chair in Agriculture and Food Security, Murdoch University, Australia. Inviting Professor M.S. Reddy, Founder and Chairman, Asian PGPR Society of Sustainable Agriculture. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us online in the session is Mr. Howdy Boyce. He's World Food Prize Laureate 2016. And joining us online is Dr. William Dar, former DG ICRISET and Secretariat of Agriculture, Philippines. And joining us online is Ambassador Kenneth M. Quinn. He is President Emeritus, the World Food Prize Foundation. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again inviting all our eminent panelists to join us. Dr. R.B. Singh will be moderating this session. May I invite Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Dr. Purvi Mehta, Professor Rajiv Varshney, Professor M.S. Reddy, and online we have with us Mr. Howdy Boyce, Dr. William Dar, and Ambassador Kenneth M. Quinn. So I would hand over to Professor Dr. R.B. Singh to carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir. Can somebody check if we have the online speakers with us? Speakers who are going to join us virtually, can we connect with them? Can we connect with the speakers who are joining us virtually? I would also request Dr. K.K. Shavulu, sir, to kindly join us on the panel. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for agreeing to join us in this panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, while two of our eminent speakers are on their way, would be joining us in between the session, we would also be connecting with our three eminent speakers who were supposed to join us on the virtual platform. Meanwhile, I would request Dr. R.V. Singh to kindly take over the proceedings and begin the panel discussion session. The session is on MS Swaminathan Global Dialogue on Climate Change and Food Security. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I see my colleagues, at least in presence, physically present here, Soumya-ji, Dr. Swaminathan's eldest daughter, and the person she headed WHO, and the kind of scientific transformation she brought in there is amazing. We are so proud that you are here. Dr. Reddy Saab is here, and my other friend, Keshavallu. Okay. So, I am told that Purvi Mehta will be joining. Raju Varshney probably will be, hopefully, I don't know whether he will be joining online. I don't know. But then anyway, other 2-3 persons are joining online. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't indicate so. Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say how delighted am I that we have a session which is named as the MS Swaminathan Global Dialogue on Climate Change and Good Food Security. Purvi is here. I am so happy, Purvi. Thank you very much. Congratulations, you are here. That's great, Purvi. First, permit me to congratulate Dr. Khan, MJ Khan, and his colleagues for having this wonderful occasion of celebrating the Silver Jubilee of the outstanding publication that he has been bringing out for the last 25 years. And if anything helps in the world, information, knowledge, and the way he has been sharing the best of the possible knowledge with the largest group of the people who matter in the country, to the farmers, down up to all the concerned. So, Dr. Khan, we are very grateful to you. I'm grateful to you for having invited me and I was just supposed to say a few words, but you asked me to be here. And I admire your thinking, and I know our association with late Professor M.S. Swaminathan, how long and how deep has it been. And it is so happy that, as a matter of fact, whenever I have had the opportunity of chairing a meeting with Soumya, where she delivered an outstanding lecture. And as a matter of fact, when I was introducing her, I was just thinking of Professor M.S. Swaminathan. It just happened, and today the same way, as a matter of fact, it's such a coincidence. And when she was a young little girl in Pusa Institute, as a matter of fact, we had the privilege of seeing her from that, early years and knowing the entire family and working with Professor Swaminathan so closely. And you named this global forum after that great outstanding person, and I'm so delighted that this session is named as M.S. Swaminathan Global Dialogue on Climate Change and Food Security. I do not know whether many of you recognize or realize. As a matter of fact, Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who is the main architect of Green Revolution in this country, and you know Green Revolution, what it means to for millions of people he saved from death. You can imagine hunger would have prevailed, and a large number of people would have died. Professor M.S. Swaminathan's contribution, saving people, serving society, is amazing. And from those days, I remember when he initiated with full thrust, the Green Revolution in the whole of the country. And you will be surprised when Green Revolution really took place and started working in the fields in the mid-60s. By the year 1968, he was the chairman of the Indian Congress, Science Congress for the agriculture section. And that Congress was held incidentally at Banaras Hindu University. I happened to be there in that Congress. I was also invited. And he made a declaration. He said that, look, the way Green Revolution is progressing, soon it has to be changed because it is causing a lot of associated damage, the way the input is being applied, the way the technology is being adopted and transferred, the kind of misuse of water and soil and resources and so on and so forth, neglect of the smallholder farmers and so on. So he was the one who cautioned against the possible side effects of Green Revolution. But as you all know, had Green Revolution not been there, as I told you, India would have been probably many of those prophets of, those predicting that so many people will die like sheep in India in the early 70s, that they made those predictions. They were all wrong, proven by Professor Swaminathan. And this Professor Swaminathan made another recommendation, that we should soon change our Green Revolution to Evergreen Revolution. And what we are going to talk today is the Evergreen Revolution actually in that sense. And Professor Khan, when you have mentioned this global forum after his name, we are actually going to talk about the Evergreen Revolution that he was able to put through. And in that he had very clearly said that Green Revolution is based on the combination of the three things: the social, economic, and environmental security. And he made it sure that there is a perpetuity in the agroecological generation after generation, along with the increase in productivity. The perpetuity of the agroecological situation, coupled with the enhanced production and productivity, what does it mean? It means climate smart agriculture. And this is exactly what it is, that we go on protecting the environment, we go on sustaining the environment, agroecology and so on and so forth. At the same time, go on enhancing your productivity and production, so that the food security is maintained under whatever condition, and that is how it happened. So you can imagine, naming this as the MS Swaminathan Global Forum for the management of climate change for sustainable agriculture is something. Indian agriculture is amazing, Dr. Khan, and I wanted to connect and that this is why it is so important. Now, after this background, of course, today the biggest problem, the biggest challenge that India is facing today is India has already been put as the greatest loser with the business as usual by the year 2050 in all agricultural production and productivity. Australia will be the second loser, and many countries will be around -3, -2, -1. US will be -3 as a matter of fact, according to the calculations and prediction by 2050. And Indian population will be about almost touching 7 billion. And then you can imagine, here is again a prediction and projection that probably has to be kept in mind, that India with that kind of population growth, while China will stabilize more or less where we are, and with that kind of development, the losses that we have already taken of the resources, with the climate, if it is keep on going the way it is going, probably we will have a very difficult task ahead, and each one of us is challenged to really see that the predicted gain of so-called the temperature increase of 1.5 in no case is allowed to be surpassed. That is the Paris Agreement, and this is how we will all have to act and make it sure that the stability of the farming system is maintained to serve the society. My dear friends, with this backdrop, I have the privilege of inviting the very first speaker, and she is none other than Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. As I said, a person who is so deeply involved in so many things, but right now as the head of the MS Swaminathan Foundation, and MS Swaminathan Foundation does the frontline research in, you name it, biotechnology, agrotechnology, you name it, the sociology, equal rights, and the pro-poor, pro-woman, pro-farmer approach. These are the approaches which they have followed all along, and Soumya ji is one who represents this. And I remember the one who gives the scientific touch, the way a thing should be dealt with science and scientific orientation of any program and progress always leads to truth, because science seeks truth. And in that process, I remember her initiative in WHO, that she brought a scientific transformation in the system. Likewise, madam, I'm looking forward to hear from you. How can we really bring this total scientific transformation in the agri-food channel, agri-food system, so that it is scalable, it is truthful, it is honestly not being guided by any politics, and is guided only by science. We look forward to listen to you, madam. Floor is yours. Thank you. Wherever you like from. Probably.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Professor R.B. Singh, for those words of wisdom and also your very kind introduction. And thanks a lot to Dr. M.J. Khan, and I would also like to congratulate him and the Agriculture Today group for 25 years of excellence, of connecting people, of raising the issues, and of the unwavering commitment that he and his team, have shown to the progress in agriculture and food security till today, over the last 25 years. As we were just speaking during the lunch break, and I was mentioning to him that nutrition security needs to be added to when we talk about food security, because I think India certainly and many countries around the world have achieved food security, and the situation is not like it used to be 30 or 40 years ago. But when we talk about nutrition security, I think we can confidently say that no country in the world has achieved nutrition security, which would be adequate, nutritious diet, which is affordable, accessible, available to people regardless of their income or other categories, the way we might want to categorize people. There have been recent reports, in fact, from the FAO and other agencies that across the world, looking at the correlation between GDP and the cost of a plate of nutritious food. Of course, the higher the GDP, generally the higher the cost of food. India sits somewhere in the middle between the low income and the high income countries. And 75 cents is what it costs for one meal to be nutritious, but 74% of Indians cannot afford a nutritious diet today. In fact, the National Institute of Nutrition, their surveys have also consistently shown that the majority of Indians are not consuming what would be considered a healthy diet. So probably too much of carbohydrate and less of protein and definitely less of micronutrients which come from fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as high quality protein. So these are missing from our diets, and this is obvious when you look at the health data, because I'm a medical doctor. Therefore, I look at what we eat and what agriculture produces as how the impact it has on our health. And if you look at the global risks to health, there is a group called the Global Burden of Disease that does modeling every year and comes up with a list of the top diseases that affect people, that either kill people or cause ill health. And they also look at the top risk factors. And among the top 3 risk factors, both in men and women, dietary risks is actually number 2 in that list. Of course, there are other risks today like air pollution, both indoor and outdoor air pollution, as well as things like high blood pressure. But the diet part of it is something that is very critical, and that's not getting better. In fact, it's getting worse because of our switch over to processed and ultra processed foods, which today even the poor, if you look at what they eat, they are eating more ultra processed foods and less of healthy fresh food. So something has gone wrong in the food system today. And when you look at the National Family Health Survey data, you find on the one hand, we still have a significant proportion of children under 5 who are stunted, about 35%, and undernourished. If you look at adolescent girls, you find that about 25 to 30% of them are thin, that is a BMI of less than 18.5. But at the same time, there's a growing percentage, about 20 to 25% of girls and women who are now overweight or obese. So we have entered the stage where we have a double burden of malnutrition in our families. The same family will have both undernutrition and overnutrition. a stunted child, and an obese mother. So within communities, within the family, or even within the same individual sometimes, you may have an obese person who's anemic, or a child who was stunted who later on becomes obese. So I think we have known for a long time that the first 1,000 days of life are very important in setting the course of our full life. And if the first 1,000 days of life that the child does not get adequate nutrition and adequate cognitive stimulation and good care in a safe environment, then not only is that child likely to be stunted physically, but also intellectually and cognitively impaired. So that it's really, we're talking about brain growth here. And if we're talking about a future of our country where we want to be a high-income country, a developed country with a big economy, then I think human capital is going to be important. So the point here is agriculture, I think, has the key to this. It's not only agriculture, of course. We have to look at the whole food system and how do we transform the food system. But it starts with what we grow and what is available for people to eat. So my father used to often say, and I've heard him saying this from my childhood, that nutritional maladies have agricultural remedies. Sometimes he would say horticultural remedies. So I think that the people here are very well placed to change the way in which policy making is currently done, where it is done in silos. And if I talk to agricultural scientists or policy makers and say, what are the public health nutrition needs that your policy is trying to meet or trying to address, then I think that question has not been asked. I don't think public health nutrition currently plays a role in agricultural policy making, and I believe that it should. With climate change, I think it's even more urgent today, and all of these things need to come together. So to address climate change, we cannot afford to work in silos. What happens in one sector, policy made in one sector, is going to have either a positive or a negative impact on another sector. So if a state decides to go, for a certain crop, it might have implications for the water table. It might have implications, therefore, for what happens in the future in terms of access to water for humans and animals. We also talked today of One Health, which is very relevant, I think, in the context of climate change, because we know today that a change in climate impacts not only humans, it impacts animals, livestock, fish, as well as the spread of diseases between animals and humans, what we call zoonotic infections, of which COVID, SARS was a good example. And it's going to happen more and more in the future. So we need to be prepared and try to mitigate wherever possible the chances of animal to human jumping of these viruses. Today, we are giving a good opportunity for this to happen because there's loss of biodiversity, there's urbanization, there is more and more mixing of humans with wildlife and domestic animals with wild animals, and therefore the chances of these type of spillovers from animals to humans is increasing. So the question of the next pandemic, it's not a question of will it occur, but when will it occur? And of course, nobody can predict. And none of us hope that a pandemic is going to come again soon. We are not even out of the previous one. In fact, this morning I was in the health ministry where the minister was holding a review meeting with all the states to discuss the latest subvariant of COVID that has been detected now in India and many other countries. So we're not yet out of the last pandemic, but there is nothing to stop the next pandemic. And I think this is where, again, the One Health approach, where veterinarians, agriculture, fisheries sector, as well as the human health, public health sectors have to work together to jointly have surveillance in place, as well as ways to respond if there is a signal that something is going on. And today with the new tools we have, like genomics, etc., we have many ways today of doing routine surveillance, which we did not have maybe 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. But we have to use those tools effectively and appropriately. So just to conclude, I think that this issue of climate is going to impact all of us in every area, every domain. It's going to affect, of course, agriculture a lot, like Professor Singh was saying, but it's, for me, the most critical one is the impact on human health, because I think the survival of Australia, there are going to be large parts of the world and parts of India which will be And as Dr. Singh was saying, I think Dr. Swaminathan did have that capacity in 1968 to look into the future and predict that the tools that created the agriculture, that were responsible for the Green Revolution, while they were absolutely essential at that time, if there was no change made over time, they would actually become destructive to the environment. So he had predicted that, and I think the follow-up actions which needed to be taken, probably now it is urgent that we work together and see how do we address these challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. You heard an outstanding presentation, and I just want to set out 3 main messages which hopefully will remain always guiding us in our mind. 1, despite all the progress India has made, the percentage of stunted children and wasted children are intellectually affected children. If the mind development in the first 1,000 days or so doesn't take place, the kind of epigenetic effect which continues throughout the life and even in the subsequent generation. So this is one very strong message. We must remember why should we be very careful to make sure that nutrition receives the right attention that it deserves, which it has not so far. Therefore, those who talk about food security, those who started talking about food and nutrition security, it's all right. But then first better start talking nutrition security. And mind you, this kind of nutritional insecurity in India, the estimates are that it costs about 7% of the GDP of the country annually. Stunted children, wasted children, the impact on the family, impact on society, their future, and so on and so forth. Annually, it costs about 7% of the GDP of the nation. 2, which is equally important, that you are so lucky that agriculture is the remedy for this malady. And therefore, a sustainable agriculture, a nutrition-rich agriculture is the remedy for the malady which is giving you so much of loss. So this is the second very major point, that without the vital, vibrant, invigorated agriculture, sustainable agriculture, you cannot get over this problem, and you have to make it sure that agriculture receives the kind of attention if the country has to progress. The third is equally important. One health, one world, one future. And that brings all of us together. And that connects your soil, water, plant, animal, human, trade, and ultimately your storage and food distribution. So the food system approach plow to plate is so very important for one health. So thank you very much for a very strong message, Madam, that you have given. You have taken note of it. Khan Sahab, this will be, when the proceedings come out, hopefully these outstanding views will find a reflection so that we can go to the policy makers. We can go to the politicians and say, look, this is what the best of the scientists say, and please start doing this, so that the Indian enigma, the contrast, the paradox which India is facing. On one side, we are net exporter of several billion US dollar worth grains, and on the other side, we have 35%, 30% of the wasted, stunted children of the world right here. A child of today is the father of tomorrow. And mind you, this is where we are. Thank you very much for guiding us. Thank you, Raju. I'm so glad, Raju, you have joined. It is wonderful. A great, outstanding scientist from, of course, from amongst us, but today he is at Murdoch University in Australia. So our second speaker is again someone whom I had the privilege of knowing for quite some time. I knew her father very well. As a matter of fact, she was on my right hand side, Purvi Mehta ji. She is, as you all know, is with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is a senior advisor at the global level. And do you know that she has done her PhD in genetics and plant breeding, but she is known as an expert in livestock sector. And this is exactly something you can see here, that how science has no boundary. A talent can be unfolded anywhere in the best possible way. And she was the one who was the regional leader. You are the leading for livestock sector for quite some time, the head of that program. And you can, I'm so delighted. So here is a person from plants, animals, and we were just saying the integrated soil, plant, animal, human, one world, one health. And so Purvi ji, with your outstanding contribution which you have made in management and also in developing the kind of society, helping the society with science, we request you to kindly guide us. Where do you go from here to ensure we have sustainable agriculture and we have a secured health? And of course, climate is also controlled. So this is what we call a smart climate, smart agriculture, ultimately.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. You are, as usual, very generous. So thank you. First of all, congratulations, Dr. Khan, on completing 25 years. I can't believe it's been 25 years already. And it's a very interesting link to the title of this panel also. I remember 25 years ago when Dr. Khan was first and sharing some of the ideas to set up such a forum. It was a meeting in, I think it was in Gandhinagar, and also. So thank you for all these 25 years forum and an annual event of Agriculture Today that everyone looks forward to. So thank you for your leadership, Dr. Khan. I'm especially delighted to be here because of the title of this panel. Professor Swaminathan means so much to all of us here in this room. But I'm also very glad that this is a global forum in his name. And I was, on my way here, I was thinking about the day he passed away. And I was in our headquarters in Seattle that day. Dr. Singh, Dr. Swaminathan, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan knows this. And we sent out an email and one of my junior officers said, do you want to send the email to just our Asia team, because they would definitely know Dr. Swaminathan, or do you want to send this email to our agriculture team, because many of them would know Dr. Swaminathan, or do we want to send this email to everyone in the Gates Foundation, which includes health people and education people and gender people and many other units apart from agriculture. And we decided to send it out to the entire foundation. In about 3.5 hours, I had received 37 emails from various parts of the foundation. And then by end of that day, we had over 100 emails from across the foundation, from people from various different countries, people from completely different quote unquote non-agriculture sectors, starting from Mr. Bill Gates, who also then tweeted about it, to a very, very junior, young program officer in our health unit who wrote to me saying, I saw Professor Swaminathan. I used to work in Colorado University, and I saw Professor Swaminathan in the corridor, and he stopped. And he stopped and took 2 stairs to see me, a young first-year graduate student. And she said, I am working at the Gates Foundation because of that 3 seconds that he spent with me. So it is just amazing what kind of influence this person had on not just India, I mean, but of course on globally, not just in agriculture, but in across sectors. And this is not just because of his strong science. It is because of the human being that he was. And we are all very, very privileged to be very influenced by him. And I can speak for myself. I stand here today, and whatever CV you read, Dr. Singh, we as a country also much also, and that's the topic of this this whole dialogue, right? Green revolution and turning that into evergreen revolution. I think there are a lot of interpretations of what he meant by evergreen revolution. According to me, from how I understand, evergreen revolution does not mean taking and multiplying green revolution to multiple states and other countries and accelerating our efforts in green revolution. I think evergreen revolution meant a big thrust on diversification. I think rice and wheat provided the biggest opportunities in those days. Rice and wheat still continues to be about 58% of our diet, and therefore investing into rice and wheat made a lot of sense in those days, and it continues to make a lot of sense today. But when we talk about evergreen revolution, I think he brought in 4 points, and we must be reminded of that, especially as we think of agriculture from its modern context, which also includes the fundamental change that the context of agriculture is facing, which is climate. 4 points. One is on productivity. I think we as a world, not just the country India, but we as a world have come a long way in terms of our achievements in productivity. Between 1961 to 2015, the productivity in agriculture actually has doubled, which is a huge achievement.
which is a huge achievement, of course, of the science and technology and its dissemination, but it is a huge achievement of the farmers in general, right? So productivity, I'm not saying, I mean, there are still huge gaps between actual productivity and potential productivity, but productivity we have done quite well. But productivity and production in itself is not going to be enough unless it is combined with the three other points that we wanted to make. One is the income of the farmer. Higher production in agriculture and higher productivity in agriculture by default does not translate into higher income of the farmer. And therefore, I think this whole thrust on markets, I think Dr. Swaminathan was one of the only agriculture scientists who started talking about agriculture trade. Agriculture trade and agriculture science were spoken in two completely different silos. And I think it is him who bent those fences. And bending those fences are so very important because I often say that farmers don't farm because they are interested in country's food security. Farmers farm because they want to draw profitability out of farming. And therefore, the income angle into the production angle and productivity angle becomes very, very crucial, whether we as conventionally trained agriculture scientists like it or not. Trade and income is very fundamental to production and productivity. So income of the farmers. The third, of course, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan mentioned nutrition, right? I think again, just higher production and higher productivity by default does not translate into better nutrition level at the household level. If that was true, we would not be in the situation that we are in right now, as Dr. Singh was saying. And so countries like India, especially, where there is higher dependence on locally grown and locally sourced food, bringing in nutrition as part of the agriculture system is very, very important. And the fourth one is the diversification strategy. And of course, that does not, I mean, I can say this as a student of Dr. Swaminathan, is that one of the first people to bring in millet, for example, as a diversified strategy was Dr. Swaminathan. And it is really very, very heartening to see the way the country has now picked up diversified crop commodities, adaptive crop commodities, thrust on millet and so forth. But that diversification in the system, which started with the program on rice fellow development and was extended to a very large number of diversification programs, whether it was in Odisha or Bihar or elsewhere in the country. I think diversification is very important, and therefore, I think it's also beyond just agriculture. Dr. Singh, you mentioned about livestock sector, right? The integration and the interlinkage between crop and livestock sector in this country is really, truly very unique. 86% of India's milk does not come from livestock farmers. 86% of India's milk come from crop farmer who happen to keep a livestock in his or her farm as a diversification strategy. And therefore, the crop livestock tightly linked system is a huge opportunity for us to look at agriculture not just from its crop angle, but agriculture as its system angle, where crop and livestock come together. So I think, and that includes fishery in many parts of the country and so forth. So I think, redefining and reinterpreting what he meant and what we mean by evergreen revolution. Evergreen revolution does not only mean sustainability, which is very, very important, but income and inclusiveness and equity among people who are farming, whether it is men or women, whether it is landholder or landless. I think we often define farmer as the person who owns land, but over 38% of this country's farming population does not own land. And therefore, I think farmer should be defined as somebody who brings produce to the market. Where did that get farmed is a different story, but the person who is dependent on agriculture produce is a farmer, according to me. And so some of these fundamental issues that come in Evergreen Revolution are going to be very, very important to talk about. So thank you very much. And once again, thank you for this opportunity to be able to pay this tribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Purvi-ji, such a wonderful presentation, and also bringing the integration of livestock and crops, which really made the difference and which has really contributed so hugely. I just wanted to remind you that Professor Swaminathan, as you all know, he was the chairman of the National Commission on Farmers, and I had the privilege of being the senior most member of regular member of the commission, and that gave me the opportunity to really work so closely with him in the commission. And the word he used, you serve the farmer to save farming. If you save farming, you save humanity. This was the one, and it is because of this consideration he gave a very high priority. Just the success of agricultural operation or your agricultural devotion, whatever you do, not by total production, but by the net income gain to the farmer. How successful agriculture you are doing, judge it by the income of the farmer, net income of the farmer, not by the simple production. You may produce a lot, but there may not be very much income. Think of 85% of the farmers being poor, smallholders in this country. Look at their income. And this is where, you know, we made a recommendation under his guidance that the Ministry of Agriculture name should be changed from the Ministry of Agriculture, Cooperation, and so on and so forth. Forget about that. Just call it Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. And since then, because of that recommendation, it was changed. And the letter which Professor Swaminathan wrote, he mentioned 3-4 things. One has to be not only pro-poor, one has to be only also thinking of pro-farmer, pro-woman, and pro-youth. 4 words he used in that letter. And the way there should be reorganization in the welfare of the ministry, please use this pro-farmer, pro-woman, pro-youth, and pro-poor as a basic consideration for your policy making. So this is how he was, and this is how he made the change, and the Global Forum on him should really be so grateful that how much we have borrowed from him, how can we pay back to that great person and continue to receive his blessings. I know he is blessing us at this moment as well. Friends, Purvi, after thanking you profusely for bringing out the difference, very often people the evergreen revolution, is it the green revolution multiplied as it is, or is it what you have said? So I think it's extremely important that we please make a difference between green revolution multiplied is not evergreen revolution. Evergreen revolution as defined by Purvi is the evergreen revolution. And that is the way we should proceed and really practice agriculture in the fields. So thank you, Purvi, for making it clear. Thank you for educating us and making people sensitive to follow the right thing at the right place. Well, I find that I'm supposed to move to the next one. Trilojan Mahapatra Sahib is not here. So is that right, Khan Sahib? He's not here. The next one is me, who is anyway talking to you already. Then, further to my right is a great scientist, Rajiv Varsne. I think one of the most brilliant scientists of his age, FRS, Fellow of Royal Society, you name any award, reward, any ranking in terms of publication, citation, index. We are so proud of you, Rajiv, that you are here, and he is the one at the Murdoch University. He is heading that school, and here at ICRISAT, as you all know, he was the head, looked after the entire genomics, gene work, and so on. So a man who is outstanding in genomics, gene editing, gene, the biotechnology-led growth and development and so on. At the same time, the kind of direction he has been able to provide to policymakers through his outstanding work. Rajiv, we are so grateful to you. Floor is yours. You please enlighten us.
Thank you very much, sir, for these kind words. I really feel very humbled and honored to receive these words. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm really honored to be the part of this eminent panel where we are having from my left, Dr. Purvi Mehta and Professor R.V. Singh, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Professor M.S. Reddy, and also Dr. Shahidul Rashid. So I'm really very privileged to be the part of that. Would like to thank Dr. M.J. Khan for his invitation. And as my previous speaker mentioned, that this dialogue is very timely. M.S. Swaminathan Global Dialogue on Climate Change and Food Security. And now I also would like to pay my tributes to Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who has been not only the mentor for me, but for hundreds of thousands of the scientists. And I really had a privilege to meet with him several times, keep on receiving guidance and blessings. So I think that many of us really feel very blessed one that we had an opportunity to meet him, interact with him. So this was really great. So thank you very much for that. And also to Dr. M.J. Khan for congratulations for your 25th anniversary. So this is really good. So we wish you and your team all the best for keep on doing great work for agriculture science. Now, as Professor R.V. Singh, who is like a teacher for me, and I always learn a lot from you, sir, whenever I meet. Thank you very much for being my mentor as well. And as he mentioned about this global dialogue, though the title says only climate change and food security, but Purvi Madam brought the evergreen revolution. Professor R.V. Singh was mentioning about sustainable agriculture, and I'm sure Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, she was mentioning about nutrition. So I think these are very important areas. In this regard, going back to Professor Swaminathan, I think we all are aware about his contribution, about his role for the Green Revolution, who saved millions of lives, not only here in India, but in South Asia region. So even right now, we are also having the problem. So for instance, we need to feed about 10 billion people. And not just food, we need to provide the nutritious food. On top of that, we are all aware about the climate change related issues. So these are the issues, current issues, but we had similar kind of problems, or maybe worse problem, way back in 1960s. And thanks to Professor Swaminathan, Professor Norman Borlaug, and other people for doing this great work. And I think as a result of the Green Revolution, many good things happened. And we are all proud of that one. We are all grateful to that. Some of those areas include that now we are having for instance, productivity of the cereal crops increased for more than 200%. In terms of the production, we can get the crop produce 3 times than what we used to have in 1960s. So there are many good things. Another thing is that lot of infrastructure facilities and also fertilizer consumption. And at that time point, we used to have, for instance, around 52 million ton consumption, which has reached to now 217 million ton. Wherever we had the good fertilizer consumption, we got really great productivity production. But some countries, especially in Africa, they were not benefited, and this is very directly correlated. Africa arable land is about 25% of the total land, but fertilizer consumption is still 2.5% of the entire uses. Does this mean we need to keep on using more fertilizer? Probably not. And that's the reason crop diversification is very important. Now, even the country from where I'm coming from, Australia, in that country, cropping system is very heavily wheat and barley intensive cropping system. And in that country also, we are always talking about bringing crops like legumes in the cropping system. Do they have? But at the same time, that how we can make them profitable to the growers, because either this is Australia or India, though the things are a little bit different, because in Australia, average farm size, and they say highest in the world, which is about 4,000 hectare per farm. In India, things are different. We are having the small holding farming. Having said that, either we are having smallholder farmers or the large farmers, everybody, they will grow the crops only when they are profitable. So I think this is very important thing, that how we can make the crops profitable to the farmers. And in this direction, we can do a lot of different things. Professor R.V. Singh mentioned about that use of the new technologies. So I think in the current scenario, our role is that we need to deliver climate resilient, nutritious crops with higher crop productivity so that farmers can be profitable. For this work, there are different possibilities, and I would like to just touch 2 points. One is in the area of the crop production, or if you would like to say the genetic improvement. So we need to do the rapid discovery system. So I call it that we need to have 2 important things in agriculture. One is rapid discovery system. Second, rapid delivery system. In the first area, rapid discovery system, which is mainly done by the agricultural scientist. And here, the thing which I would like to mention, so either when we are using the modern technology, and I think right now we are in the most advanced stage where we can sequence the genome of any crop in much more faster manner. And I remember that even when I was at ICRISAT, when we started our genomic center, when we started to sequence the genome, in one of my informal meeting with Professor Swaminathan, I was talking to him. He was asking, Raji, what you are doing or so. And then I mentioned, sir, that we have sequenced this genome, we can identify this thing. He was really very much pleased. And in those discussions, when we continue to have those discussions, I asked him, I requested him, sir, you are so much energetic, you are having so much high level of intelligence, always good level of empathy and all these things. You are having the different kind of genetic makeup. Can we have a privilege to sequence your genome? So initially he was little bit taken back, but he says, how will you do it? I say, well, we are inviting you to ICRISAT as our chief guest for one of the conference. And sir, if you allow us, we would like to take your blood sample. And after you leave these things on us. And then he was very generous, very kind. And when he came to our center, we took our physician and he took some blood sample, and then together with the help of Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, because in our lab, we did not have the possibility to isolate the DNA from that blood sample. So we got help from CCMB. And after that, when we got the DNA, we sequenced his genome. And I was really privileged when I handed over this genome of Professor Swaminathan to him on his 90th birthday in the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. And what we did, we also did the analysis of his genome with existing genomes of some of the elite people around the world, and to that, which was not unexpected, but we found that several genes, at least 30 genes we analyzed, which are related to intelligence, hard work, or dedication, those kind of related proteins or so. we found in all the genes positive allele or the superior alleles in the genome of Professor Swaminathan. So we were very much pleased about that one. So anyway, so I was talking about the genome sequence for the Professor Swaminathan. So I always feel very honored that I had the privilege to sequence his genome in addition to genomes of several crops. But anyway, coming back to this point about the crops, so what we are trying to do that by sequencing the genomes, you have a possibility to identify the genes related to different stresses, to identify the genes which can give higher productivity under the adverse conditions, genes which can be related to provide the more nutrition to the crops. Once you got those genes, then either through traditional breeding approaches where you are using genomics in the breeding program, they are not the GM approach, traditional approaches, and we call this approach genomics assisted breeding. Or nowadays, though in some countries we still have the issue of the GM, but country like India, where we are doing great work now in the area of gene editing. So anyway, once we got the genes, we can use the genetic information to develop the superior varieties, either through genomics assisted breeding or through the genetic gene editing. And I'm pleased to mention that even so-called orphan crops, chickpea, pigeon pea, peanut and millets, when I was at ICRISAT, by using the genomic resources, we delivered more than 20 different varieties which are grown by smallholder farmers here, not only here in India, but in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania and Nigeria. So this is the power of those genomics technology that you can really improve the crop productivity. And this is not in just research papers, though as a scientist, we feel always very excited when our paper is accepted in Nature. But more than that, I feel very happy when I receive that information from ACRIP or so that this variety has also been released or approved for cultivation by the smallholder farmers. So we have been really successful to deliver more than 20 varieties for those different traits, including the nutrition. So for instance, in the case of peanut or groundnut, this is oilseed crop. And here we are having the three different kind of acids, fatty acids, oleic acid, linoleic acid and palmitic acid. In general peanut oil, linoleic acid quantity is about 30%, is not very good for health. Now through genomics assisted breeding, we enhance the oleic acid up to 90%, and many countries in United States, they are still working to improve this kind of thing in soybean through the genomics assisted breeding. But anyway, point which I wanted to mention that by using these approaches, we can deliver the varieties with the higher resilience to the biotic and abiotic stresses and the nutrition. So, and now you can do the similar kind of thing through the gene editing, through the genetic modification. So this is point number one, that how we can do this rapid discovery system. Second is, even if you got these seeds, improved varieties, and when I was working in ICRISAT, I used to travel very extensively in India and Africa, and now also my current job as international chair, I am working very closely with the smallholder farmers. Now things have improved in India, but in Africa, there are several countries where farmers are still growing 20 to 30-year-old varieties. So what is happening that if you even deliver the varieties, but if they are not reaching to the farmers in the real time, we are not able to make the impact on their livelihood, or we are not making any impact on the food security. So one thing is that once you got those high quality seeds, through the seed delivery system, we need to ensure that these results are reaching to farmers in the real time. Country like Australia, whenever we develop any variety, this remains in the cycle, in the life cycle only for 3 to 5 years. They have a system that after 5 years, there will be new varieties. So, I mean, this kind of thing we need to. The farmers, they are having the seeds, but if they are not having the good information about the agronomy, then also you cannot realize the full potential of the genetics. So having this appropriate agronomy packages is really very important. In this direction, digital agriculture tools and technology can be very helpful to provide the information to even the smallholder farmer, that each farmer, they are having the mobile phone, so they can get the information at what time point I need to give the irrigation or even the spray or like this thing. So this is also very important that we need to think from the agronomy perspective. Next thing is we need to think, and I think there are several issues related to government policies. Many times in developing countries, including India, we are having a lot of post-harvest losses. So even that when crop is in the field and we are losing a lot of things. So now there are a lot of issues that we cannot harvest, we cannot have the storage issue or so. So this is another area that we need to address about the post-harvest losses. Last thing is that farmers need to be connected to the markets. And again, we can use the digital technology, etc., so that they can receive that remuneration for their crop. Otherwise, just enhancing the production productivity, but not enhancing the income to the farmers will not be very helpful. So we need to think from this perspective. Then only when we can make farmers profitable, we can show that you are having this profitability from this crop or so, we can make our point. And last point is that not only the connecting the farmers to the market, can we have some component of the value addition from the farmer's field or so. Having the industry partnership linkages so that not only we are enhancing the income to the farmers, but we are also delivering the nutrition to the consumers. So I think these are some of the points which I wanted to mention. So we need to think from the rapid discovery system by using the modern approaches where scientists can do a great role. We need to have the partnership in country, at the international level, etc. Second is the rapid delivery system where the government, policy makers, they can play a very important role. Such kind of conferences, what Dr. M.J. Khan has been organizing, they play a very important role that bring that different stakeholders together and learn from each other. So I think this is a great job. So with these words, I would like to thank all of you. And once again, Professor R.V. Singh, sir, thank you very much for your kind words. And I'm sorry, Dr. Somenathan, that I missed your presentation, but I couldn't make it. But thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Raju, for an outstanding presentation. My dear friends, you all know, if you want your genomes to be tested, the place is known to you now, and probably there is need for knowing a little more about the genomes and the epigenomics and so on and so forth, along with the rapid technology and rapid flow. Only one thing I would like to underline here, among several wonderful things he mentioned, is that you must marry the science of discovery with the science of delivery. And this is a very strong message, which I think we got it very correct, Raju, from you. Unless your discovery reaches the farmer, it has no meaning. Therefore, all the agriculture extension agencies and work you do, so combine this, they integrate. So must integrate the science of delivery with science of discovery, with science of communication, and that communication being enriched by digitalization. This is the message which I think is central to what you said. Thank you. Thank you very much again for your outstanding presentation.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. We would like to welcome with us Ambassador Kenneth M. Quinn. He is President Emeritus, the World Food Prize Foundation. Sir, can you hear us? Ambassador Quinn, can you?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can hear you loud and clear. So I would hand over to Dr. R.B. Singh to put across a question for the Ambassador.
Well, what a privilege to have Professor Quinn here. And this is really a rare thing. And he is the World Food Prize laureate. And you know, World Food Prize means almost exactly like Nobel Peace Prize, which Professor Norman Borlaug, after receiving his Nobel Peace Prize, was able to really initiate. And I know, sir, Dr. Chris, how much you have helped in the process and carried it on for such a long time. You have really led the whole world. You have given so much of encouragement and inspiration to a large number of World Food Prize winners. And I am so glad that at least 4 or 5 of Indian scientists out of 20 odd who might have received the World Food Prize, about 1/4 or 1/5 of them are from you, among you. So this is really great. And I wish some more of you get into that line, because India has set a very strong record in the process of getting the food prize, the prize which, sir, you manage and you have been guiding. So we would like to hear from you, sir, how under the changing climate we should be able to have sustainability to serve the society, to have an equitable system, a sustainable system for all times to come.
Well, thank you so very much for those extremely kind words about me and about the World Food Prize. I'm so pleased to be here and have Dr. Sumia Swaminathan there and present, speaking about her father. I'll have some other comments a bit later about my relationship with Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, but it has been my honor for 20 plus years to be able to highlight at the World Food Prize in Des Moines, Iowa, from where I'm speaking to you from. And behind me, you can see the building, which is the World Food Prize Hall of Laureates, and in which Dr. M.S. Swaminathan is particularly honored there, along with Dr. Borlaug. I also want to note that there have been 7 World Food Prize laureates from India. India is far and away the providing the largest number of laureates, along with the United States. And we each year, in addition to presenting our, and it's now $500,000 prize, we hold a Borlaug Dialogue Symposium, and we endeavor to bring the most significant issues to the attention of the world, and to bring here to Iowa some of the most significant speakers and experts and scientists on the subject. Climate, of course, COP28 just took place, and with very encouraging steps at the end in terms of the statement that was issued. But from my perspective, is I do not believe that the governmental leaders in the world are putting enough emphasis on not just on climate, but on the implications of change in the climate to food production. At the 2014 World Food Prize Borlaug Dialogue International Symposium, which was the 100th anniversary of the birth of Dr. Norman Borlaug, the topic I chose was the single greatest challenge in all human history. And the single greatest challenge, in my view, is whether we can sustainably produce enough sufficient nutritious food to feed the 9 to 10 billion people who will be on our planet by 2050. So and I do not believe that we are on course to accomplish and meet that challenge. We will certainly need the types of innovations that were mentioned by the previous speaker. Sorry that I missed the earlier part of the symposium. But the kinds of changes that are necessary through gene editing to be able to adapt crops to these changing environment. And particularly as temperatures would increase, water supplies may diminish. We'll find that the traditional agriculture, which is taking place, whether it's in India or Iowa or China may be facing very, very significant changes in the environment in which crops are produced. There are some who would indicate that the corn and soybeans, for example, that grow here in Iowa may be supplanted by crops that come from more tropical areas as the temperature increases. And so the amount of research that's necessary, the research that's being done at many India institutions, including the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, needs to be increased, because not only do we have to have crops and the amendments to the soil, the fertilizers or other amendments that will allow us to produce greater yields, higher yields, but we also have to prevent pandemics. Imagine if there were a pandemic affecting plant disease or animal disease, similar to what the impact was of COVID on human health. The potential for major disruption and shortfall of food production is enormous. And the other very, very significant need is for there to be peace in the world. And what the situation and the conflict in Ukraine, now the very disturbing conflict that's taking place in the Middle East, Israel and Gaza. And by the way, during my diplomatic career, I worked on the issues, and I've been to Gaza and to the West Bank and to Israel 35, 40 years ago, but worked on those issues. And that if that type of conflict spreads and isn't brought under control, then the potential for the disruption of the global food system is even more significant. So I hope you're still able to hear me. I see on your screen that my image is frozen there, but I hope you still can hear me on this. But what I believe is necessary is that all the leaders, whether it's President Xi Jinping from China, Prime Minister Modi from India, President Biden from the United States, the leaders from Africa, are giving more and more emphasis to the need for greater agricultural production, and for addressing not only climate, but preventing global pandemics and achieving what I like to refer to as peace through agriculture. Oh, gosh.
We thank you, Professor Vyas, for your wonderful presentation. And you have guided us and you have given some mantras which we should follow. I think we would like to underline that there is a tremendous need to support and enrich science for bringing the necessary change. Science-led change is absolutely essential today. Two, for that then, innovations and adoption of innovations at the field level becomes important. And in doing so, you have to manage temperature, water, soil, pests, and biodiversity. These are the major things which constitute really the components of resources which are impacted directly by climate change. And climate change alters all these 5 things which I mentioned to you dramatically. If these are managed, climate change is automatically managed, and this is what is climate change involves really. Therefore, search in these areas, how to manage high increasing temperature, polluted water, less water, polluted or infertile soils. As a matter of fact, soil health is a mirror reflection of the human health. If your soil is healthy, human is healthy. This is as simple as that. And therefore, the increasing biotic and abiotic stresses, loss of biodiversity, these are all antagonistic and has to be managed and given high priority, as you mentioned, with better research. We feel that 3 C's you mentioned. One, of course, that we are talking about climate change. COVID, you mentioned, and how the transfer of one kind of disease from human to animal, from animal to human, and so on, and from soil to microbe and microbe through this whole cycle that is interrelated. So the interrelationship of these diseases like COVID, and you mentioned Gaza Strip and conflict. That is what is happening with Israel and in the Middle East that we find today. So the 3 C's, climate change, COVID and like diseases and conflicts, all 3 have to be managed if you want to really have a sustainable world with sustainable agriculture and making everyone happy in the system. So thank you, sir. I hope I have been able to summarize your points all right and to your satisfaction, and these will be recorded as a part of our proceedings and will be communicated to our policy makers and our other partners to work together. Thank you so much that you could join us. We are so happy to connect always with Borlaug system and Borlaug. As you know, we have Borlaug institution in this country. We have statues of Borlaug all over. As a matter of fact, and right in front of our academy, we have Dr. Borlaug, as a matter of fact. And it was this Dr. Borlaug and Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, you please remember, he was the first ever in the world to receive the Agri-Food Prize. Dr. Swaminathan was the first in the world to receive the Agri-Food Prize. So it is wonderful you could join on this very occasion where we are having this symposium named after Dr. M.S. Swaminathan dialogue. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Yes.
much. You have done a great honor to us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, friends, we move on. It's our friend, Dr. William Dar is not here. Is he coming? Is Willie there? No? No. We go to then to Dr. Reddy. Reddy, sir, I have a little write-up, if you permit, so that I can read it for introducing you. I hope I can read my friend's writing all right. Dr. Reddy holds the officer in the Department of Entomology and Plant Pathology, both. This is really great. At Auburn University in USA. For the last 4 decades, he has been decorating that position and has held very intensive cross-disciplinary global research in areas such as biological outbursts and soil-borne diseases, biofertilizers and biofungicides induce systematic resistance and organic agriculture. My goodness, mouthful, too many things you have done, sir. We are so grateful. Focusing on developing safe and environment-friendly products with the objective of alleviating farmers' suffering. So with these words, with your outstanding experience in so many disciplines, is so very important and pertinent to this occasion. So, sir, floor is yours.
Namaskar and good evening, good afternoon to you all, and my sincere appreciation to our moderator, Dr. Singh Saab. It is a very honor and a pleasure to me to be here the first time for the Dr. Khan's Empire or Empire area, and I really appreciated Dr. Khan Saab, particularly also appreciated Dr. Anjana Nair and Vinita Singh to invited me to come to New Delhi for your celebration. Having heard the our important dignitaries this afternoon, also in this morning, I have my own vision. My own organization is called the Asian PGPR Society for Sustainable Agriculture, which is a non-profit scientific society. Several thousands of life members in our society. Our mandate is to use biological inputs such as plant growth promoting rhizobacteria and their associated organisms, which could become biofertilizers, biofungicide, bioherbicide, bionematicide, all biological inputs to save the soil, to protect the soil health. I call soil just like a mother womb. The mother womb where the baby growing healthy. Doctor, he is expert, seed expert, Keshavulu, right? He is a seed expert. Without his quality seed, doesn't matter how much mom nourishes the growing baby, means whatever she feeds the growing baby with a nutritive value or nutritive nourishment, the growing baby in the womb. Same as when we put a seed in the soil, that seed has to germinate, combat various biotic or abiotic factors and climatic variations, drought or heavy rains. Our mandate is to combat all these factors using biological inputs coupled with integrated management in the sense, you look back, Professor Swaminathan's Green Revolution. Our mandate is, I may not call evergreen, it is too hard to say for me. We call the secondary green revolution, then it may become evergreen in the days ahead. With the Swaminathan mandate, we would like to enhance that green revolution with the integrated inputs, biological inputs with reduced dose of nanoparticle-based chemicals on a nanoparticle-based macronutrients and other organic inputs, coupled with organic agriculture and natural farming or a zero budget farming, whatever we call these days. I shared a dais with our Prime Minister Modi ji during COVID through online. He invited 30 plus Pravasa Bharatiyas, means sophisticated scientists around the globe, to the dais. He said, let's develop with your expertise, with our ICR scientist expertise, move to organic agriculture through microbial technology. With that, but that file is still sitting with the government office, has not come up. So what happens with the Pravasa Bharatiya's input into that mandate? So if that kind of mandate comes up to the public and the Pravasa Bari, people like me as NRIs could help the Indian, the sophisticated, one of the largest knowledge-based scientists here in India. You don't need an NRI guys anymore. The only thing, how do you put together knowledge together for the future, organic, maybe natural agriculture. They are also calling zero budget. I don't believe in it as a zero budget to improve the farmers' return on income. So with this thing, I have been traveling in every continent for the last 40 years to mobilize these kind of technologies with our training and with our workshop, with our deliberations in many countries. So far to date, 1,500 startup bio input companies have been started in many countries, particularly in India too. So with this, our next mandate is to mobilize this kind of technology in several Asian countries to international workshop, international conferences. My next conference is next year in Taiwan and also here in India in Coimbatore. And with that, I'm looking for a secondary green revolution before we jump into our green revolution. With Dr. Swaminathan inputs, I have visited their institute in Chennai. Most of their staff members follow us, particularly Madam. She just left. One of their director, Dr. Raman, is also our associate. With that, Dr. Kansap, Jaiho, Agriculture Today Group, Vande Mataram.
Friends, it's so amazing, so wonderful that we have such really leading scientists, people who think of humanity, pursue science with a human face. It's amazing. You are the real outstanding example of that. Observation. We are so grateful for your message, for knowing biomes, the role of biomes in the total system, bio-led protection, the secondary green revolution that you are contemplating through this process, ultimately leading to a green revolution, also looking into the latest of the developments that are taking place, whether nanoscience or of course the genomics and the organic inputs of various kinds and so on and so forth, which we have really brought really the organic way of doing things based on science and worldly science. And with that consideration, I am glad is denied. We don't believe in zero budget natural farming. And I think this is a very strong message because in this country, there are some people who are so much bent upon talking of zero budget natural farming. This is not possible. This should not be advocated. This is not possible. It should not be advocated like that. And we should make it sure that whatever we say is based on scientific evidence and not anything which comes out from anyone for any reason. No. So thank you very much. And for highlighting the role of biomes, whether it is soil or it is plant per se, and the role of the new particles like nano and so on and so forth in our work, which is really going to make a difference. And through this secondary process, hopefully, you will bring the dream of Professor Swaminathan come true to develop the evergreen revolution. Because he was the one who coined this word, evergreen revolution. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before we proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to play a recorded message by Dr. William Dar. He is the former DG ICRIS Sat and Secretary of Agriculture, Philippines. who was supposed to be joining us online, but we have a recorded message from her. Can we play the message, please? Sure.
Yes, sure. As a matter of fact, I'm so happy that Willie is there and his recorded message. You are listening. That's great.
Reality that food security is becoming the most pressing global challenge of our time. It is such a wonder, a paradox, the coexistence of happiness innovations and the continuous widespread hunger and food insecurity that signal a critical need for paradigm shift in our approach. Climate change, on the other hand, persistently poses an equally inevitable threat to agriculture, the core of our sustenance. The ramifications for climate change are dire, as vulnerable communities face the harsh realities of droughts, floods, disrupted weather patterns, and shifting ecosystems, all resulting to an imbalance and a universal disorder across the food value chain. I stand with you today with a shared commitment towards a food secure and sustainable future. The magnitude of this matter requires a collaborative, multilateral effort transcending borders, ideologies, and interests. Colleagues, my friends, this advocacy is much bigger than ourselves, and we hold the key to fostering a sustainable future for our children and our children's children. In my message today, allow me to focus and direct your attention to COP28, a pivotal platform where nations come together and commit to make food systems, from food production to consumption, a focal point in all national and global strategies to address the culprit that has been responsible in the disruptions of our food value system, climate change. The 28th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or COP28, serve as a wake-up call for all nations to do their share in building a resilient and sustainable global food system amid challenges from climate change. COP28 is a call for global action to avoid the deterioration or destruction of our food production system amid the sports of extreme weather changes. Hosted by the government of the United Arab Emirates from November 30 to January 12, the consensus emphasized the imperative to transition to new paradigms in food production, including regenerative agriculture. 198 parties, including heads of state, declared their commitment outlining measures and actions that we must take to create climate resilient food systems to ensure long-term food security for a growing global population. Specifically, the parties made a declaration to work collaboratively and expeditiously to pursue the following objectives, which are: number one, scale up the adaptation of activities and responses to reduce the vulnerability of farmers, fisherfolk, and food producers to the impacts of climate change or extreme weather conditions. Two, promote food security and nutrition by increasing efforts to support vulnerable groups through social protection systems and safety nets, among many others. Three, support workers in agriculture and food systems including women and youth, whose livelihoods are threatened by climate change. 4. Strengthen water management in agriculture and food systems. And 5. Adopt complementary measures such as reducing food wastage and promoting sustainable aquatic blue foods, among many others. In scaling up activities to protect food producers from the impacts of climate change, there are already ongoing efforts globally to provide financial and technical support to food producers to make them resilient amid extreme weather changes. However, more that needs to be done in this area. Critical focus should be on conserving and protecting the environment, including soil and water resources, through regenerative agriculture, as the conventional system of growing food has done more harm than good to the environment. To facilitate this shift, food producers need to be capacitated to adopt regenerative agricultural practices and be provided with critical resources like farm-to-market roads, irrigation, and early weather warning systems to make them even more resilient to extreme weather changes. I also back the declaration that promoting food security and nutrition necessitates targeted programs benefiting vulnerable groups, social protection systems, and safety nets, including school feeding projects, are indispensable for these communities. Furthermore, the workers in agriculture and food production, including women and the youth, be assisted so that they can have decent work and diversified incomes. The latter is very important as extreme weather events can wipe out the incomes of food producers who do not have any other sources of livelihood. Now let me discuss strengthening the integrated management of water input system that I believe is of great urgency not only in my home country but globally. First, let me state that water is no longer a finite resource, and we all must continuously and consciously strive to optimize its utilization in growing food. Adoption of water-efficient technologies, such as drip irrigation and alternate wetting drying methods for rice cultivation, is crucial. Regenerative agriculture offers solutions to rejuvenate water sources through watershed rehabilitation and aquifer recharging. And lastly, after successfully making food production systems resilient to climate change, we must also put in place complementary measures such as restoring and reviving the natural ecosystem, enhancing soil health, maintaining biodiversity, reducing food wastage, and promoting sustainable aquatic blue foods. Signifying the urgency that now demands a resolute action, the participants of COP28 has set 2030 as the year to attain all 5 objectives. Hence, I believe it is necessary for our countries to convene at the national and local levels to realize the goals set forth by COP28 for 2030. More importantly, these conventions must gather not only the farmers, fisherfolk, or food producers, but also policymakers, bureaucrats, the business community, members of the academy, and other relevant stakeholders. I say this because inclusivity is paramount, and we must involve as many sectors and actors to ensure that the global community by 2030 makes significant strides in establishing a climate-resilient food production system that benefits the producers and consumers while preserving ecosystems and biodiversity. And while science and technology will have a big role in attaining those goals, what truly matters is this, that while we might all come from different nations, different cultures, and different beliefs, we gather as one at a momentous hour as this for humanity, a time when historic decisions and actions we make today will echo positively for the many generations that are yet to come. If we do not address climate change today, it will continue to exhaust our resource base, obstructing the food value chain system, eventually putting food security and national security at greater risk. We must act now. Let's listen to experts, to scientists, to farmers, to our people. After all, food security is a basic fundamental right, and it is our moral obligation to protect that right. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, Willie. Wonderful, of course, very comprehensive. There is no need for me to summarize something, but just remember, he gave a very positive note on the entire thing. He gave very high prominence to science, technology, and innovation. He also mentioned about the COP28 decisions and the real international agreement to follow up the 5 principles. And he says we should have acted today. Today is already late. We should have acted yesterday. It means action, action, action. Talking is enough. We should act now. These are the strong messages that came from Willie. As a matter of fact, I had the privilege when I was as the ADG, Assistant Director General, as the FAO Regional Office in Bangkok. Willie was member of my committee, and he was the Director General of Agriculture in Philippines, and a very good friend, and a very successful minister later of Minister of Agriculture in the country. So I'm so pleased to hear Willie, and I hope Willie, we will convey this message to Willie that it was wonderful, and we look forward to interact with him more and more. I don't say the last, the final person and speaker who will be giving us his views is none lesser than Dr. K. Kesavalu. He is the first Asian, as a matter of fact, who is today the global president for ISTA. Furthermore, Dr. Kesavalu is director, Telangana State Seed and Organic Certification Authority, and managing director of Telangana State Seeds Development Corporation and Department of Agriculture and Cooperation, Government of Telangana. Dr. Kesavalu, sir, you have the floor. We would like to welcome you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Most respected the chairman of this panel, my fellow distinguished, eminent panel speakers and the dais. Half the dais, some of them are online, and my dear participants. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity and sharing my thoughts, especially in this session, so which is a Borlaug dialogue. So, Swaminathan dialogue, Professor Swaminathan dialogue on climate change and food security. So I pay my respect to the Professor Swaminathan
I had a great association with Professor Swaminathan, about 10 years of my association. And in addition, we had a great memory when he was passed away on 28th of September. And then before 58 days, on 26th of July, I took the delegation, so along with my Honorable Minister for Agriculture, and then fortunately Dr. M.J. Khan was with us, and then we had a great time with him, and then he has given us like, I want to come, and then would like to come to the Telangana, would like to see the how the farmer support schemes is being implemented. He wanted to see, and then he would like to discuss about the how the irrigation systems has been developed. And then, however, he said that no, so you are focusing only on the rice. We need to have a kind of diversity of crops. So that's what we heard in the last meeting. So I am sorry to mention here again. So coming to the role of, because I'm a seed expert, we have the plant breeders, so who are the global leaders. I would say the chair himself is a plant breeder, RB Singh Saab, and then we have an eminent global leader. He's also a plant breeder, I would say a plant breeder, a biotechnologist or molecular biologist. So Varshini ji, I would say that, and then in the we heard in the online thoughts from the William Dhar, who talked about the biodiversity. So I would like to just again remind the biodiversity of seed crops, or diversity of crop seeds, and then diversity in seed systems, and then how we need to make a quality seeds to the farming community under diverse climate. Especially in India, we have the tropical, subtropical, and then temperate climates. So the role of the seed sector, when we look at the diversity of crops globally, so more than 50,000 edible crops, edible plants, I would say, and then among them only the 5 crops, which was already mentioned. So some of the crops are only the 5 crops which are making us, like only all over the world, only the 5 crops like rice, wheat, corn, potato, and then cassava. The more than 90% of the global population eats only the 5 crops, and then rest of the 10% are all the other crops. So in this regard, I would say I would like to take my own example, my state example. So the state government has been working on to make available water for everyone. The Telangana state was not earlier was a lack of irrigation facilities, and then we started, Telangana government supported the irrigation projects. So therefore, at the end, so the government could able to develop a good irrigation facilities, including a multi-level the irrigation systems, and then that's how our irrigation, through these irrigation projects, and then our farmers were more than 60 to 70% of farmers were diverted to cultivate only the rice crops, and then that is only, and then so the government started, we are confining with the only few crops, and then more of only the rice, and then only the 2-3 crops, and then we need to again change the farmers. I'm sorry, farmers to be cultivated, more number of crops, so that these diversity of crop seeds could eliminate the effects of climate change, and also it helps the nutritional security. So that's how now we are cultivating the pulse crops, and then millets also we have been increasing. So this is the, again, we need to take the all over the country, and also the globally, we need to make available diversity of crop seeds to the farmers. Then coming to the seed systems, and then we too globally, when we look at the seed systems, we have the farmer seed system, informal seed system, and also we have the mixed seed systems. Of course, when we talk about the seed systems refers to development of crop varieties, procedures, and then seed production procedures, seed storage, processing, and also marketing, and along with its usage. We have the three types of seed systems, like as I mentioned, the formal, informal, and mixed seed systems. However, we need to have a inclusive policies to support these systems. So therefore, the local seeds or local crop varieties can be and then make available to the farmer seeds, so that the effects of climate change and also the food security and nutritional security will be is helpful to the all over the globe. So with this, in this connection, we don't have the policies to support the three systems, the diversity of these seed systems. We have the only one is the formal seed system, which involves the seed laws only support the formal seed systems, whereas the mixed seed systems and informal seed systems are to be included. Policies and seed laws are needed for inclusive seed supply systems, that is called the diversity seed systems, for ensuring the food security and also to mitigate the climate change issues. And coming to how to make available quality seeds to the farmers, and then which is very easy in developed countries. The reason was there it's a dry climate, but however in India we have the tropical climate and subtropical climate, and then most of the times our relative humidities and temperatures are higher than 60%, and then which is harmful for the seed production activities and storage, seed storage, and maintaining the quality seeds for longer time is also difficult. So therefore, we need technologies how to maintain the quality seeds throughout the seed value chain, from breeders to until it reaches to the farming community. So here I would like to mention another the important one is, and then how to make changes. When we look at only the Telangana, I would like to give an example. We have the 1,350 seed licenses. So therefore, in the state, 1,350 seed operators from a small trader to multinational seed companies. You see the diversity of the seed companies, seed operators, and seed traders. And then active seed companies are only 400 seed companies. So that here we need the effective seed policies and then effective seed laws to support all these systems, so that we can mitigate the climate change effects, and also it ensures the food security in the country, not only in the country, and then the whole the Indian seed sector will be leading to the Southeast Asian countries, and that beside the African countries. So with this, so I'll stop here, sir. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, friends. the last presentation, again equally and very important, emphasize diversification. Also, the point came that biodiversity is the basis of life. If there is no biodiversity, you cannot survive for long. And the system, whatever is the biosystem, cannot survive if there is no biodiversity. So conserve biodiversity. And seed is the one which perpetuates it. Seed is the system which allows it to perpetuate and function. So the continuity of life is perpetuated through seed. And the perpetuity of life, you can see, is maintained through the seed, and therefore seed system as a whole, that is value chain management, is extremely important, and we must ensure to allow this to happen, flow of quality seed uninterrupted from the breeder's plot to the farmer's field. These were the strong messages came from the final presentation. Thank you very much. My dear friends, all the presentations are over. Let us give a clap to all the presenters, and we are very grateful to each one of them. However, no debate is complete unless the floor is given a minute or two, or 1 or 2 or 3 questions from the floor. I hope you girls will allow us a few minutes to ask, to have 1 or 2 questions. Khan Saab, is it possible? Thank you, sir. Thank you. So the floor is open. Kindly questions, comments, welcomed. Yes, sir. Identify yourself. Can you please give him the mic?
नमस्कार सर, मैं प्रदीप द्विवेदी, वर्किंग एज ए CEO ऑफ न्यूट्रिलिस एग्रो फूड नोएडा। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अभी जैसे मिलेट की बात कर रहे थे अभी हम लोग 1 साल से, तो मिलेट के सीड प्रोडक्शन बैंक पे क्या पॉलिसी है या क्या हम लोग को सपोर्ट सिस्टम मिल सकता है, उसके बारे में हम थोड़ा सा आपसे जानना चाहते हैं।
आप बताएं।
सीड बैंक प्रोडक्शन के बारे में, सीड के लिए।
He is talking. Yeah, for millet seed production, what we are doing, and can the farmer be given some support, incentive for millet seed production? That is the main point.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the second part is more difficult for me to answer because it should come from the governments or government of India, the state governments. So coming to the millet seeds production for the past 2 years, so the government of India has emphasizing more on the cultivation of the millet crops. Then we all know about the year of the millet seeds, this year 2023, as per the FAO. In Telangana, we have been started production, multiplying all millet crops, and then we have been supplying millet seeds to the different parts of the country. But however, we are producing, but takers are less states like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and also the Chhattisgarh, and then the Anantapur of the Andhra Pradesh, and then Telangana itself, and then we are also supplying the Telangana states. And then another important I would like to mention here, we are also multiplying the seeds and facilitating quality seeds through the ICRISAT, and we are supplying seeds to the Rajasthan as well. So if you need any production technologies and then seed support and seed supply, if you need from the Telangana or maybe some other seeds corporation, including the Karnataka Seeds Corporation also has been producing the millets.
Sir, right now I am cultivating millet at UP Fatehpur district, but here we are not getting any good source to get the good quality of millet seeds. So we are getting from Karnataka right now. So we are searching some source at Uttar Pradesh.
Your point
Yeah,
is
it
well
is a-
made. I think we should look into it. Particularly, India is the leader for bringing the International Year of Millets, and we have the largest area under millets. We should be able to undertake some responsibility to really give the kind of prestige which millets deserve. And for that purpose, if some incentive is required, it must be, we should make a policy decision to this effect. Finally, I will say that there is the International Gene Fund. And through the International Gene Fund, I hope the government of India would be able to really negotiate. And this can't be a better system than the millets as a whole for rain-fed area, for nutritional security, and for many of the things, intercropping, multiple cropping, and mixed cropping, and so on. Millets are ideal and should be given the priority. So this is my view, and I hope this satisfies you. Thank you. Any other question?
Yeah, there is one more question from my side. My name is Raju Narasimhan. I come from Chennai. I would like to ask about the food security. We should think about the certifications. Like I had been doing agriculture, horticulture, all these things with the global gap certifications. With the certifications, only the seed should be given to the farmers. That is how we can do a lot of cultivations, a lot of productions and all these things. Let us throw some points about global gap certification.
Yeah. So thank you, thank you very much. So as per the Indian seed legislation or Indian Seeds Act 1966, so there is a provision for the certification, and then certification is a voluntary. And then we too have a truthfully labeled certification system. A seed company or an institution or the university or the research organization or an individual, they can produce on their own and they can self-certify the seeds and then make available the seeds through their dealers, and then which is allowed. So we have the two types of the seed multiplication. I would say one is the certified by the certification agencies, another is certified by the own, like self-certification. So the both are equally important. So that is up to them, the seed company. And then if you, I would like to just, I would like to give the example of Telangana state. The total in Telangana, 85 to 90 lakh quintals of seed is being produced and supplied to the various parts of the state. Out of the 80 to 95 lakh quintals, certification quantity is only the 15 to 18 lakh quintals. You see the maybe around 17 or 18% of the is the only the certified seed, and rest all the truthfully labeled seeds. Hope you satisfied this, sir.
It's not sufficient. Self-certification is not at all sufficient to get good number of productions, and it is not correct. As per my point of view, I am an auditor for Global Gap, trained by TUV Germany. I am an auditor for ISO 9001 and 14001 and OSAS 18001. How can you say that it is self-certification? I don't agree with that.
Thank you very much. I'll give you the only one statement. When we look at the globally, except Europe and then one or two other countries at the global level, all rest of the countries are only both the systems. Self-certification, that is the truthfully labeling system, or the certified seed system. Only Europe is a mandatory certification in the Europe country. That is the Europe in 28 countries.
When you want to get more income, doubling farmers' income, how can you get more income for the farmers? How can you increase the lifestyle for the farmers without exporting the productions, agricultural productions? Self-certification will not do for any other country when you wanted to export.
I think maybe I request you, sir, to discuss during the tea break and other breaks, and possibly, if necessary, you can always have one-to-one communication further.
Sure,
Your
thank you.
point is well done, Well said. And also you may consider the community seed systems. Also you may consider the PPVFR system of seed certification. Those are systems which are never mentioned, but those can be also helpful. Last question, Vedi.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Samresh Dwivedi, President R&D with VCA Healthcare. Indeed, wonderful lecture by Rajiv. Always great to hear you. I have a small question with regards to your drought resilient or climate resilient varieties, as you call them, of peanuts as well as. Inherently, is it seen that when you have drought conditions, the nutrition, when I mean protein also increases? Or is it possible to combine both of these traits in your varieties now? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dwivedi, for very good question. So in our case, in the case of chickpea, we integrate the QTL hotspot for drought tolerance, which was indirectly responsible for enhancing seed size without affecting the protein quality or quantity. So once we got these products, they were having higher yield, and we also measured, analyzed the protein. Everything is fine. So this was in that way. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you, sir. I think we are already late. I am sorry, sir. You may kindly have your question posed at the break time and so on and so forth. The organizers are very keen that we should close the session now. So we would like to close the session. I, as a chairman, would not be making any comments. All I will say, whatever was there, I summarized along with, and many of the things. I had prepared a big paper. I will leave it behind exactly on this subject. And when the proceedings and other things come out, Dr. Khan will take note of it. So I will leave it. All I will say that we need effective governance for enhanced innovation efficiency. We want to incentivize those who deserve to be incentivized. Finally, there has to be a congruence and synergy among social, economic, and environmental pathways and paradigm shifts for translational and transformational changes in agriculture to be climate smart. This is my final comment. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for your patience and listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. May I now invite Dr. M.J. Khan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to all our eminent dignitaries on the stage. We present to Dr. R.B. Singh, and to all other dignitaries. We present a token of gratitude to all our eminent dignitaries. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will have a short tea break of 15 minutes. We request everyone to kindly come back and be seated for the celebrations of Silver Jubilee of Agriculture today. May I request for a group photograph, sir? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. Would like to on stage our eminent dignitaries. May I invite Justice P. Satasivan, a very warm welcome, sir. I invite Shri Ashok Bajpai ji. I invite Shri K.L. Chadda ji to kindly join us. I invite once again Dr. R.B. Singh. I invite Shri Pratap Narayan ji and Dr. M.J. Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to be seated. Today we are honored to have such eminent dignitaries on the dais for the Silver Jubilee celebrations of agriculture today. We are also delighted to have all of you in front of us to be joining us in the celebrations of the Silver Jubilee of agriculture today. So ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this momentous occasion, the Silver Jubilee celebrations of agriculture today group. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to commemorate 25 years of sowing the seeds of knowledge in the fertile fields of agriculture. And now to take us further, I would like to invite Dr. M.J. Khan to brief us about all these 25 years, how we came through the difficulties he faced, the successes we achieved, and everything else in his welcome address. So let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. M.J. Khan.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार। सुबह के सेशन में इस पे चर्चा हुई थी कि 25 साल पहले एग्रीकल्चर टुडे की शुरुआत कैसे हुई। मैं फिर से थोड़ा जर्नी रिकलेक्ट करने की कोशिश करता हूँ, शायद कुछ ऑडियो वीडियो प्रेजेंटेशन हो तो उससे भी मेरी समझ से प्रोग्राम में है तो उससे भी थोड़ा अंदाज़ा लगेगा, लेकिन इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। और आज भी 25 साल पहले और 25 साल बाद कृषि की प्रधानता देश में है और हर भाषण इस चीज़ से शुरू होता है कि कृषि प्रधान देश है। लेकिन इस वक्त भी और उससे बहुत पहले से कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था जो एक कॉम्प्रहेंसिवली पूरे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को कवर करता, एक पॉलिसीज को इन्फ्लुएंस करता, ओपिनियंस को क्रिएट करता और ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म जो नेटवर्क करता या प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफर करता जहां लोग मिलते बैठते बात करते, पार्टनरशिप एक्सप्लोर करते, डेवलपमेंटल अपॉर्चुनिटीज करते और जो इशू एजेंडा चर्चा करते। आईसीआर के कुछ पब्लिकेशंस हुआ करते थे, तो एक बड़ा वाइड एक नीड था ऐसा जो था उस वक्त कि एग्रीकल्चर का एक ऐसा पब्लिकेशन जो इंडस्ट्री एंड एकेडेमिया को, इंडस्ट्री और रिसर्च सिस्टम को और तीनों को, किसानों से और चारों को मिला के पॉलिसी मेकर से ऐसा कोई पर्पस सर्व करता। तो ये नीड लंबे टाइम से एग्जिस्ट कर रही थी। जब हम लोग बीएससी एमएससी एग्रीकल्चर करते थे उस वक्त भी ऐसा नहीं था, आईसीआर के कुछ टेक्निकल पब्लिकेशंस होते थे। उस वक्त डिजिटल मीडिया या वो इंटरनेट और गूगल का भी ज़माना नहीं था कि इंफॉर्मेशन गूगल से मिल जाती। तो ये चर्चा होती रहती थी। मुझे खुशी है कि मंच पे दो लोग जो उस वक्त लॉन्च फंक्शन में शामिल थे, जिनके द्वारा लॉन्च हुई थी, प्रताप नारायण जी उस वक्त डायरेक्टर जनरल थे फर्टिलाइजर एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया के, और डॉक्टर केएल चड्ढा साहब। 5 लोग मंच पे थे, 2 तो विदेशी थे, एक शायद इजराइल का एम्बेसडर था और एक नेदरलैंड का। वो तो अपने अपने वहाँ चले गए, 25 साल की बात है। लेकिन जो 3 लोग इंडिया से थे उसमें सोमा जी थे, पता नहीं कैसे के साथ में डॉक्टर हुलास पाठक अकेले हैं। हुलास खड़े हो जाओ। हुलास पाठक was the first person and with a girl शिनी मन्नान। शिनी का आइडिया नहीं है अभी कहाँ है, we tried hard to find out, लेकिन हुलास is the professor in रायपुर एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी। तो उस वक्त के जो प्रेजेंस थी, एंड ऑफ कोर्स माय वाइफ वाज देयर, शी इज हियर, शी मस्ट बी हियर। तो उस वक्त के जो लोग थे वो, और उसके बाद जो जर्नी से जुड़े चले गए, कोशिश किया था कि कौन कौन लोग हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों को मिस भी किया होगा क्योंकि वी ट्राई टू रिकलेक्ट नेम्स, कोई स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीका नहीं था। तो वी हैव ट्राई टू इनवाइट देम एंड फेलिसिटेट देम। ओवर द इयर्स एग्रीकल्चर टुडे का जो कारवा था, सफर था, वो चलता रहा फ्रॉम पब्लिकेशन विच एसेंशियली ब्रिंग्स इंफॉर्मेशन and brings stories and some analysis, some interviews, some views and so on. But we moved from that little to give little center state to states, because agriculture ultimately state का subject है constitutionally भी, और अगर आप देखें तो actions भी सब states के पास ही हैं agriculture को लेकर। तो states के स्पेशल इशू निकालना शुरू किया। तो पहला स्पेशल इशू याद है 1999 में, 1998 में एग्रीकल्चर टुडे लॉन्च हुई थी, पहला आंध्र प्रदेश में लाए। आज भी याद है चीफ मिनिस्टर चंद्रबाबू नायडू साहब से पहली मुलाकात, उनके कृषि मंत्री थे वीएस राव, उन्होंने फैसिलिटेट किया। ओवर द इयर्स वीएस राव साहब बहुत दोस्त हुए, नायडू साहब की तब की नज़दीकी आज भी मेंटेन्ड है। एंड देयर आर वेरी फ्यू वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉलिटिकल थिंग दैट with him we did, that is it's not an occasion to discuss that, but something which changed the discourse of the political discourse of the nation. दूसरा नेक्स्ट डे स्पेशल इशू उत्तर प्रदेश पे लाए, उसकी भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, शायद वक्त नहीं है, लेकिन वो धीरे धीरे करके हर साल एक स्टेट पे, उससे कुछ सालों बाद एक कंट्री कवर करना शुरू किया। तो कोई 20 कंट्रीज, जापान से लेके चाइना से लेके इजराइल से लेके स्पेन, नेदरलैंड, फ्रांस, चिली, लाइक दैट मैनी कंट्रीज वी कवर्ड। तो वो सफ़र चलता रहा। उसके बाद में भी डिसाइडेड कि फार्मर्स का एक नेशनल लेवल पे कोई ऐसा वो नहीं है जहाँ पे उनका इशू एजेंडा डिस्कस होता। तो 2001 में पहला नेशनल फार्मर्स कन्वेंशन आईआरआई में किया और वो सिलसिला चलता रहा। लेकिन उससे पहले 99 में मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट की पहली राउंड टेबल किया था आईआईसी में। मुझे लगता है डॉक्टर चड्ढा प्रताप नारायण जी आप दोनों थे उस समय। डॉक्टर आरबी सिंह आपका ख्याल नहीं, आप थे उसमें नहीं थे, लेकिन आपसे मुलाकात उससे बहुत पहले की। 97 में आप शायद नए नए आईआरआई के डायरेक्टर बने थे। मैंने फ़ोन किया तो आपने कहा परसों आ जाइए। मैं कह नहीं पाया कि परसों ईद है, लेकिन मैं ईद की नमाज पढ़ के फ़ौरन आपके घर पहुंचा। बड़ा भारी का आईआरआई डायरेक्टर का घर पहली बार एंट्री पाया था, देखा लॉन आगे भी है पीछे भी है। खैर यू आर काइंड एनफ। तो मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के कॉन्फ्रेंस जो 99 में शुरू किया वो सिलसिला चलता रहा। उस टाइम प्रताप नारायण जी याद होगा, एक तरफ एमपीज बैठे थे 25 के आसपास, दूसरी तरफ इंडस्ट्री के लोग और कुछ एकेडमिक वाइस चांसलर्स थे, कुछ और लोग थे। ईयर 2000 में आई स्टिल रिमेंबर कि सुरेश प्रभु साहब उस टाइम पे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर थे, वो उसको चेयर कर रहे थे। कोई 5 मिनिस्टर्स थे और कोई इतने एमपी रहे होंगे 25-30। तो वो सिलसिला काफ़ी सालों तक चलता रहा। 2001 में नेशनल कन्वेंशन ऑफ फार्मर शुरू किया, वो काफ़ी सालों तक रेगुलर चलता रहा। फिर अब बीच बीच में डेप्थिंग चलती रही। 2008 में सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट अगेन माइलस्टोन था जब प्रोफेसर स्वामीनाथन के साथ मिलके एक नेशनल लेवल का लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम चाह रहे थे कि एग्रीकल्चर में कोई एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता और ना ही एग्रीकल्चर में कोई अवार्ड सिस्टम एग्जिस्ट करते हैं। तो 2008 में, इनफैक्ट 2006 में कमेटी बैठी हरियाणा भवन में, गवर्नर हरियाणा के थे AR किदवई साहब, वो आए चंडीगढ़ से चल के, वी डिस्कस, उसमें पंजाब सिंह साहब थे, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर अग्रवाल साहब थे, सो करीब 20 लोग बैठे उसमें। डिसीजन हुआ करना है, लेकिन हमको 8 महीने टाइम दिया गया। तो आई टोल्ड देम कि आई नीड ओनली 3 मंथ्स टाइम, इफ यू गिव 8 मंथ्स टाइम नहीं हो पाएगा मेरे से। तो अल्टीमेटली उन्होंने 6 महीने टाइम बड़ी जद्दोजहद के बाद दिया और मैं भूल गया 6 महीने बाद कुछ करना भी है, वो नहीं हो पाया। अगले साल फिर याद आया कि कुछ लास्ट ईयर डिस्कशन हुआ, फिर मैंने सेम मीटिंग कन्वीन किया, इस बार 20 की बजाय 12-14 लोग थे। फिर सबने कहा 6 महीने से कम में हो ही नहीं सकता। आई सेड आइडियली तो आई नीड 16 डेज, बट बहुत आप लोग जिद कर रहे हो तो 1 महीना दीजिए। फाइनली सबने कहा 4 महीने से कम वी डोंट हैव कॉन्फिडेंस। मैं गाड़ी में बैठा, मैं सोचा हो ही नहीं सकता 4 महीने। मैं सबको ईमेल किया दैट आई नीड ओनली 30 डेज टू बी एबल टू डू इट, अदरवाइज इट विल नेवर बी डन। एंड मैंने फेट कंप्लाई करके उनको डेट्स बता दिए, ये डेट्स हैं। तो 1 महीने के बाद वी हैड फर्स्ट एग्रीकल्चर लीडरशिप समिट। कमिटी वाज चेयर्ड बाय प्रोफेसर स्वामीनाथन हिमसेल्फ एंड द अवार्ड्स कमिटी वाज चेयर्ड बाय गवर्नर हरियाणा AR किदवई साहब। ताज पैलेस में वी सिलेक्टेड द बेस्ट होटल एंड बेस्ट सरदाना साहब भी थे, और लोग भी, काफी लोग जो यहाँ बैठे, मैं नाम लूंगा लंबा होगा। क्या था कि 1 हफ्ते बाद स्पीकर लोकसभा चंडीगढ़ गए तो गवर्नर हरियाणा के घर रुके, तो गवर्नर साहब का फोन आया नेक्स्ट डे कि स्पीकर टोल्ड सोमनाथ चटर्जी साहब कि आई कुड नेवर इमेजिन कि एग्रीकल्चर में भी ऐसा भव्य प्रोग्राम हो सकता है। एंड अमंग द awardees, the recipients of award, Professor Swaminathan himself for policy leadership, Professor V. Kurian for development leadership, father of white revolution, Padam Shri, one of the very very popular name, Bhawarlal Jain, जिन्होंने जैन इरिगेशन सिस्टम शुरू किया, वर्ल्ड वाइड ग्लोबली 5th लार्ज बेस्ट कंपनी इन सोशल इम्पैक्ट, हाइब्रिड सीड के पाइनियर इंडिया में BR माहिको के चेयरमैन बरवाले साहब, वो भी पद्म श्री, सबसे बड़ा नाम, पूरा इंडिया की सीड इंडस्ट्री क्रिएट करने वाले, वो थे उस रेसिपिएंट्स में से। तो इस तरीके के, हाँ, VL चोपड़ा साहब जो पद्म विभूषण थे, फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर जनरल ICR, डॉक्टर KL चड्ढा हिमसेल्फ और हॉर्टिकल्चर को नई डायरेक्शन दिशा देने के लिए। सो स्टेट ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश उस टाइम पे यूनाइटेड थी, तो CM को आना था, वो लास्ट मिनट समथिंग हैपेंड, बट मिनिस्टर आया तो पूरा एक हवाई जहाज भर के पत्रकारों का लाए, तो पूरा हाल भरा हुआ पत्रकारों से, 30-40 चैनल पीछे। तो मैं सोचा हमने तो मीडिया इनवाइट ही नहीं किया था, ये मामला क्या है। बाद में पता चला कि जब मंत्री जी भाषण दे के आंध्रा वाले नीचे उतरे तो पूरा मीडिया उनको घेर लिया और लाइव टेलीकास्ट कर रहा था, क्योंकि 3 महीने बाद में इलेक्शन होने थे। मैं गया आंध्र प्रदेश, हैदराबाद 1 महीने बाद, तो पता चला कि पूरा मीडिया यही डिस्कस करा, वाई आंध्र प्रदेश गॉट द एग्रीकल्चर लीडरशिप अवार्ड। तो वो तेलुगु बोल रहे थे, 2-4 चैनल बदला, एक साथ में बैठा था मुरली कृष्णा जी फ्रॉम हैदराबाद, तो ही टोल्ड कि साहब ये तो आपका अवार्ड डिस्कस हो रहा है। तो CM साहब ने फंडिंग करा के उसको, जब तक इलेक्शन हो नहीं गया तब तक वो अवार्ड डिस्कस करवाया। आई मेट द CM YSR राजशेखर रेड्डी, अब नहीं है वो, तो ही थैंक मी, ही सेड इलेक्शन से पहले द स्टेट हैज गॉट बिग मोरल बूस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस अवार्ड, बिकॉज फर्स्ट टाइम एवर इट हैज हैपेंड। तो ही रिमेन्ड वेरी काइंड टिल हिज लास्ट टाइम। तो दिस जर्नी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टुडे कंटिन्यूड एंड लीडरशिप अवार्ड्स वेर वेरी वेरी शॉर्ट आफ्टर। अब उतना शायद टाइम भी नहीं लगा पा रहे हैं एक सिंगल इवेंट के लिए, मैनी अदर ट्रैपिंग, तो वो चीज़ थोड़ा सा कमी आई है। बट 28 September 2022 आई वॉज इन चेन्नई, मेट प्रोफेसर स्वामीनाथन एट हिज हाउस। बड़ी मुश्किल से उनकी बोलना समझ पा रहे थे। आई थिंक रमन इज हियर, ही वाज ट्राइंग टू इंटरप्रेट की व्हाट ही वाज सेइंग। तो लंबा 25 साल का जर्नी था। 97 में हैदराबाद में मिला था पहली बार, उसके बाद इतनी ज़्यादा क्लोज मूवमेंट रही। तो मैं वापसी आ रहा था तो वी अनाउंस के प्रोफेसर MS स्वामीनाथन ग्लोबल लीडरशिप अवार्ड फॉर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट विल अनाउंस। तो 1 मिलियन this year Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, who joined the previous session, is very very recognized, respected and popular name in the community of food and agriculture worldwide, because 20 years he was president of World Food Prize Foundation, and all the food prize laureates that we see, and India से उनका खास affection रहा है, because Professor Swaminathan himself remained the chair of that global World Food Prize jury for 12 years, and there were many occasions when me and Professor were together in that place. So Ambassador Kenneth Kuhn is selected this year by the committee headed by none other than Justice P. Sathasivam, former Chief Justice of India. So thank you very much, Sathasivam sir, for a great role that you played and guided us, inspired us. On the dais we have Dr. Ashok Vajpayee. आप कृषि मंत्री थे उत्तर प्रदेश, तब से 2005 में शायद पहली मुलाकात हुई आपसे. उसके बाद इतनी नजदीकी का संबंध रहा, इतना मदद आपसे हर ओकेजन पे. एंड आज भी राज्यसभा मेंबर को निकल पाना मुश्किल था, क्योंकि जैसा डिबेट सुबह रूपाला साहब का कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर का फोन आया, एक बोले कि नहीं आ पाऊंगा. आई टोल्ड क्या है, ही सेड एक तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब बैठे रहेंगे, दूसरे इतने सारे बिल पेश हो रहे हैं, उसमें वोटिंग होनी है, हाउ कैन ए कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर लीव. तो आई सेड जैसे भी चुपचाप निकल पाने का मौका मिले देख लीजिएगा. तो वो तो अभी नहीं आ पाए, लेकिन डॉक्टर साहब ने इतना कमिटमेंट ज्यादा था कि आप निकल के आ ही गए यहाँ पे. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच. So this is how the journey of agriculture today has been. There are many instances that we talk about. किस तरीके से farmers को central stage मिला, a lot of field stories, lot of interviews, global political leadership के, development leadership के, research leadership के, किस तरीके से institutions cover करते रहे, university after university, या one by one ICR के institution, one by one states, one by one countries, one by one थीमेटिक एरिया, कभी क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन पे, कभी हॉर्टिकल्चर पे, कभी फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन पे, लाइक दैट. इंपॉर्टेंट माइलस्टोन्स बीच में आते रहे. 2005 में एग्री न्यूज सर्विस शुरू किया था, जो टेक्स्ट बेस्ड है, जो डिजिटल, अब तो डिजिटल बहुत चल पड़ा है. 2018 में शायद एग्री न्यूज नेटवर्क, जो फुटेज एंड टेक्स्ट बेस्ड दोनों है. 2008 में ही एग्रीकल्चर ईयर बुक लॉन्च किया, जो ईयर आफ्टर ईयर अभी पिछले कोविड पीरियड से उससे रोका हुआ है, नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. But again, we would resume at some point of time. So agriculture yearbook was the compilation of all the articles, analysis and views of the eminent persons, plus balanced by interpretation of what the trends and data were. वो year after year अगले शायद 12 साल तक consistent रहे. अभी कुछ सालों से 2 या 3 सालों से वो कोविड पीरियड से रुका हुआ है. Again, we will resume that. So small contribution in a way that ecosystem को थोड़ा पॉजिटिव बनाना, पॉलिसीज को थोड़ा बेहतर बनाना, because policy राउंड टेबल्स, there are a lot of people who had been participating. फार्मर्स के एजेंडा पे कई बार चर्चा हुई और इंपॉर्टेंट फार्मर्स लीडर बैठे हैं. वीएम सिंह साहब हैं, नरेश सूरी साहब हैं, पुष्पेंद्र जी हैं, जयपाल रेड्डी साहब हैं, और मैं कमल सिंह चौहान साहब हैं, और इफ आई एम नॉट एबल टू सी मिस्टर दलाल इज हियर एंड सो ऑन. तो वो एक जर्नी बड़ी इवेंटफुल सी रही है. लॉट हैज बीन डन, बट लेस हैज बीन डन, मोर कुड हैव बीन डन. होपफुली अभी मामला रुका नहीं है, अभी इस थोड़ा और पिकअप कर सकते हैं, तो अभी और करना बाकी है. बट अभी ये जो सेशन है, इट इज नॉट अबाउट, इट इज पार्टली अबाउट द जर्नी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर टुडे, बट मोर इम्पॉर्टेंटली द प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ सेकंड MS स्वामीनाथन ग्लोबल लीडरशिप अवार्ड. एंड एम्बेसडर क्वीन हैज ज्वाइंड. So I'll just check out with him that if he has joined, then probably these. Ambassador Queen, welcome. I was talking about you. I don't know how good or not so good I could talk about you.
Yes, so, no, thank you very much. Very kind.
I'll just, as the program will formally start now. So thank you very much. After this program, we have the recognition of those who have been part and parcel of agriculture today, either currently being part of it or have been recently part of it, or those who have been source of support, inspiration, guidance, and growth of agriculture today all these years. तो उन सबको एक recognition है. There are some people who will be missing, maybe subsequently we do it. So after this presentation of this award to Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, which is 1 million of Indian rupees and a citation and a memento, कुछ फिल्म्स फार्मर प्रोग्राम में रन करनी है. उसके बाद में एक फार्मर्स का एक सेशन है. उसके बाद में जो है वो डिनर है. कल प्रोग्राम 9:30 पे शुरू होगा. लास्ट में लीडरशिप अवार्ड जो हर साल प्रेजेंट होते हैं वो रहेंगे. आई एम हैप्पी दैट डॉक्टर वार्ष्णे इज हियर. सो मच इन सोशल मीडिया फॉर लॉट ऑफ आउटस्टैंडिंग वर्क दैट यू हैव बीन डूइंग. Many people by name I not so good to recall. My colleagues, immediate past colleague Mamta is here, Mili is here, Anjana is here, and so I hand over to Sapna. Sapna has been an integral part of this journey from 2008, continuously being part of everything. So she is as much in agriculture as probably we are into agriculture. So thank you. Over to you, Sapna. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Khan. That was an honor that you gave to me. And also, thank you for taking us through the glorious 25 years journey of the Agriculture Today group. Thank you very much indeed. And also, as Dr. Khan has already welcomed, I would also like to welcome on the virtual platform. Joining us is Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chairperson MSSRF. Ma'am was here with us in the earlier session. And we also welcome Ambassador Kenneth M. Quinn. He's President Emeritus, the World Food Prize Foundation. A warm welcome to both our distinguished dignitaries. And I would now like to invite Shri Pratap Narayan, former DG Fertilizer Association of India, for his address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome sir.
Thank you very much. Respected people on the dais, it's a great privilege for me when I got a message from Dr. Khan. It has been my pleasure having been associated with this India Agriculture Today with Dr. Khan from the very beginning, and we have worked together for quite some time. Of course, given my age, for some time I had withdrawn, but when I got the message from Dr. Khan for this function, I have no words to express my gratitude to you for recognizing me. I am also very grateful for one more reason, that I have been able to meet old friends like Dr. R.D. Singh, Dr. Chadda, and all others. That has given me an opportunity to meeting. Thank you very much for what you have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. It's an honor to have you amongst us. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have on the dais with us Dr. K.L. Chadda. He's President, Indian Academy of Horticulture Sciences. And I would now request you, sir, to kindly say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dr. K.L. Chadda.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to apologize because I have not been able to meet my colleagues and friends and other participants whom I would have liked to wish personally because of my disability in eyes, which happened a few months back by affecting the retina, which has made my movement slightly difficult. But coming to the evening program, I'm very happy that Agri Today, under the brilliant leadership of Dr. Khan, will be celebrating today its 25 years of existence. One of the first milestones in the history of any individual or organization, which normally we feel is required to be celebrated. My association with Agri Today family is as old as the magazine itself. As Mr. Khan told, I have been associated with it right from the first issue. I remember when we planned for it and Mr. Khan brought the first issue, I had two comments which I remember today. One was, I said, congratulations, you have picked up a right title, because at that time India Today was the main popular magazine in the country. And I was always admiring that there should be sports today, there should be agriculture today, there should be business today. And some of these did happen. But when Agriculture Today happened, I congratulated him that you have chosen the right title. The second observation which I made on that day was that either people will have less regard for India Today or they will ignore your journal. The standard which you have kept is far lower than the India Today. That is the first issue. But I would say over 25 years, how Agriculture Today has been progressing in content, in coverage, in choice of people, in choice of issues, in problems which are facing the industry, and several other aspects. And that shows from the fact that it has become virtually the top-notch agriculture magazine of the country today. I would like you to kindly clap on this. As for Mr. Khan, I don't think agriculture today could have found a better promoter than Mr. Khan. He is an untiring man, very humble, best PRO. He can reach anybody, anytime, anywhere. Advantage. You can see from the amount of functions he holds, the type of senior dignitaries. We have the former Chief Justice of India here. We have the members of parliament, even former ministers, and all those who count. His choice of people, programs, subjects is very, very imaginative. I don't think I have found out anybody else who could have such a wide vision to cover up the agricultural issues, both the technology, the entrepreneurial issues, the policy issues, and others. He is very quick to respond to the needs. I remember when the budget is presented, the very next day, he calls a meeting to discuss the budget. And we have been part of that, It has been my privilege to be a part of his discussions in deciding the various awards. I have been member of the award committee for about 10-15 years. I was a part of the committee which decided to form ICFA and many other organizations. So I really have enjoyed and learned a lot in agriculture and on agricultural issues from my association with Mr. Khan and with agriculture today. And I'm sure he is bound to go many places from now onwards. I wish him and agriculture today more successes and more eminence in years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, I think each one of us all seconds the sentiments shared by Dr. Chadda about Dr. Khan. I think it's very difficult to find another person as motivated as him. Of course, that is why today Agriculture Group is celebrating its silver jubilee. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Dr. R.V. Singh, sir, to kindly say a few words.
Hello, you can hear me, all right? Great. Thank you for the opportunity. As a matter of fact, agriculture today is an insignia of communication. It is an insignia of science of communication. The way Dr. Khan has been able to nurture it right from the very beginning. I remember when I was director of the IARI, I used to receive him almost maybe every month or so. Very often, I would be able to interact with him. He will come by, discuss this, what more can be done, how can we do, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, I myself have contributed some papers to this bulletin from time to time and so on. And what is most important, that Dr. Khan is a person who is all-pervading. He would be able to connect with, mind you, right from the lowest level of communication to the highest level of communication, And I had the privilege many a times with him that we were able to hold meetings with minister concerned. You remember, very often we will be able to meet the concerned ministers and see the rightful things are done at the right place and right time. I have traveled with him far off places. As a matter of fact, he asked me to come to Assam Agriculture University. We had a function of this system and we had a very successful organization there. And this is how, from corner to corner, from one corner of the country to the other corner of the country, we were able to see that this message is communicated properly. To that. And this was because of his pervasiveness, the way he was able to convince people, the way I was able to develop my friendship with him. As a matter of fact, if you will ask me midnight, you have to do this thing, I'll be more than pleased and privileged to do this thing for a person of his caliber, because he is so devoted, he is so committed to the cause. And this is what I used to say, communication with commitment. And this is where it takes you to all sectors of the society and systems, and this is what he has been able to show. Dr. Khan, I wish you all the best in what you have been doing. We are all with you. We are all feeling really elevated by being associated with you because of your very strong commitment. And you keep teaching us commitment to the right cause. Thank you very much. I wish you the best. God bless you. Your family and you, God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request Shri Ashok Bajpai ji, Member of Parliament and former Agriculture Minister, Uttar Pradesh, to kindly share his insightful views with all of us present here. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament.
Justice P. Satsivam Saab, Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. K.L. Chadha ji, Shri Pratap Narayan ji, Shri M.J. Khan Sahab, Mrs. Anjana Nair ji, ग्रुप एडिटर, और आज के इस फंक्शन में आए हुए सभी भाइयों बहनों, डॉक्टर एम.जे. खान का एग्रीकल्चर के प्रति जो पैशन है, जो डिवोशन है, जो डेडिकेशन है, वो बेमिसाल है। लंबे समय से मैं उनको देखता हूं, एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे अच्छे से अच्छा हो सकता है, किसानों की हालात कैसे अच्छी हो सकती है, किसानों की उनकी उपज का कैसे अच्छा मूल्य मिले, अच्छा उत्पादन कैसे हो, इन तमाम विषयों पर उनकी चिंता लगातार रही है। और आज से नहीं, विद्यार्थी जीवन से ही कृषि के प्रति उनका लगाव जो है वो बेजोड़ रहा है। और केवल उत्तर प्रदेश तो उनका जन्म भूमि है, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश नहीं, पूरे देश में घूम घूम कर कृषि के विकास और विस्तार में जो उन्होंने काम किया है वो अपने में सराहनीय है। हम सब सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि जिनके साथ उनका लंबा एसोसिएशन रहा है और उनके माध्यम से बहुत सारे एग्रीकल्चर मीट और सेमिनार्स और उनके सिंपोजियम में मुझे भी उनके साथ रहने का मौका मिला है। जिस तरह से उन्होंने देश के किसानों को प्रोत्साहित किया, तमाम बड़े बड़े कृषि वैज्ञानिकों को बुलाकर उनसे किसानों के बीच इंटरेक्ट कराया और किसानों की समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए वैज्ञानिकों से विचार विमर्श, उनसे लंबी चर्चा करने का काम किया। और मैं समझता हूं देश के बड़े से बड़े कृषि वैज्ञानिक डॉक्टर एम.जे. खान जी से जुड़े रहे हैं। व्यक्तिगत उनका ये रेपो रहा है कि स्वामीनाथन जी से लेकर डॉक्टर आर.बी. सिंह साहब जो मंच पर बैठे हैं, चड्ढा साहब और तमाम वो बड़े लोग जिनसे इनका व्यक्तिगत संबंध रहा है, उसका लाभ हमेशा कृषि जगत को मिला है, किसानों को मिला है और कृषि के उन्नयन में मिला है। एग्रीकल्चर टुडे मैं समझता हूं इनके दिमाग की उपज थी कि उस समय कृषि के क्षेत्र में कोई ऐसी प्रतिष्ठित मैगजीन नहीं थी जो देश भर में कृषि में क्या हो रहा है, क्या नई नई रिसर्च हो रही है, कौन कौन नए सीड आए हैं, कौन से नए फर्टिलाइजर हैं, कौन इंसेक्टिसाइड है, इन सब पर कहीं कोई ऐसी जानकारी नहीं मिलती थी। कहीं अखबारों में कोई एक कॉलम खबर आ जाती थी, कहीं कुछ। ऐसे में इन्होंने सोचा कि हम एग्रीकल्चर पर एक पूरी एक्सक्लूसिव एग्रीकल्चर टुडे नाम से एक ऐसी मैगजीन निकालें जो किसानों के बीच उनको हर तरह की सूचना और संदेश देने का काम करे। बहुत सक्सेसफुली ये 25 वर्ष एग्रीकल्चर टुडे के बीते हैं और इन 25 वर्षों में एग्रीकल्चर टुडे ने एक लंबी यात्रा तय की है। अगर इनके अंकों का संकलन होगा खान साहब के पास, अगर आप देखेंगे तो इन एग्रीकल्चर टुडे के तमाम सारे अंक में आपको बड़े बड़े वैज्ञानिकों के लेख, एग्रीकल्चर पे होने वाले शोध, अध्ययन, रिसर्च और तमाम सारी चीजें आपको मिलेंगी। और मैं समझता हूं अपने में एक बहुत बड़ा डॉक्यूमेंट होगा जो अगर संकलन किसी के पास होगा पूरा, तो इतना विविधपूर्ण का संकलन है इस एग्रीकल्चर टुडे का। एक समय में इन्होंने किसानों के लिए, खास तौर से हिंदी बेल्ट के किसानों के लिए कृषि आज तक इसका हिंदी संस्करण निकालने का काम किया। वो मैगजीन भी बहुत लोकप्रिय हुई और बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर कृषि आज तक का विस्तार हुआ और इन दोनों मैगजीनों के माध्यम से देश के किसानों को बहुत कुछ जानकारी मिली। आज इस एग्रीकल्चर टुडे का 25वां वर्ष है, ये सिल्वर जुबली मना रहे हैं। हमारी बधाइयां हैं, शुभकामनाएं हैं कि हम लोग एक बार इनकी गोल्डन जुबली जब हो एग्रीकल्चर टुडे की, तब भी हम लोग इस कार्यक्रम में आए और इसी तरह से एग्रीकल्चर टुडे निरंतर आगे तरक्की करते रहे। और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि यही ऊर्जा, यही लगन एग्रीकल्चर के लिए एफजे खान साहब में बनी रहे। मैं समझता हूं जिस लगन के साथ, जिस निष्ठा के साथ और जिस पैशन के साथ कृषि के क्षेत्र में वो काम करते हैं वो बेमिसाल है और उसको ईश्वर से यही प्रार्थना है ये ऊर्जा उनकी कभी कम न होने पाए और इससे देश के किसानों का बड़ा भला होगा। मैं इसके साथ ही सबको बधाई देता हूं और विशेषकर खान साहब को उनके लंबे दीर्घ जीवन की कामना करता हूं और कृषि के प्रति उनके लगाव के लिए उनकी सराहना भी करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Hardik Dhanyavad, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we would like to invite Justice P. Sathasivan, former Chief Justice of India and former Governor of Kerala, for his kind address.
Dr. M.J. Khan, Shri Ashok Bajpai, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. K.L. Chadha, Shri Pratap, other distinguished personalities of the dais. Good afternoon to everyone. This is my, I'm getting this second opportunity to address in this session. As mentioned by earlier speakers, first we have to congratulate Dr. Khan, particularly person like me. From the last 20 years I was in judiciary and another 5 years as a state head. Only first time from 2019 September, I entered my agricultural field. After knowing that only, I realized the problems our farmers are facing every day. And whenever I get an opportunity, I used to convey it to higher authorities, including our Honorable Prime Minister. After participating in 2 meetings with Dr. Khan, now I realized at least a few people, apart from central government and state government, some people are there to highlight the problems of the farmers, how the agriculture productions have to be marketed. All those things are the topics of today's discussion and tomorrow's discussion also. And this Agriculture Leadership Summit 2023, in addition, this magazine Agriculture Today, and another important topic relating to Dr. Swaminathan. All important things to be discussed, not only in Delhi. I request Dr. Khan, if possible, every quarter or at least once in a year, this type of meeting should be arranged in all parts of country, so that the problems, various schemes of central government, particularly in the name of, I in the morning itself I mentioned, in the name of our Prime Minister, many schemes are there, many concessions are there, even to purchase machineries for farmers, several schemes are there, but unfortunately it has not reached. So I request Mr. Khan, through his magazine, or the meetings like this, it has to be conveyed to all our farmers and make them make what is that? Let them get profitable amount from their work. And finally, I have to say one word about Mr. Dr. Swaminathan. I had an opportunity to spend some time with him, though he hailed from Tamil Nadu. Because of his profession and my profession are different, no occasion to spend more time. Only last year I participated one function along with him. He made several achievements or several things for farmers, particularly farming community, and his suggestions were useful to the central government and many state governments, and almost all his proposals or suggestions are being followed by the governments. So it is a right time in a meeting like this, in an occasion like this, remembering Dr. Swaminathan's achievements and name is a good thing. And again, the credit goes to Dr. M.J. Khan. So I am thankful to Mr. Khan for giving me this opportunity to associate. And once again, I thank him. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, diplomat, warrior, humanitarian. These three words were spoken in a congressional tribute to Dr. Kenneth M. Quinn, the former US Ambassador to the Kingdom of Cambodia and the President Emeritus of the World Food Prize Foundation, to describe his illustrious 55-year-long career in public service and foreign affairs, during which he promoted peace through agriculture. Inspired by the vision of the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Dr. Norman E. Borlaug, Ambassador Quinn built the $500,000 annual award and related events into the Nobel Prize for Food and Agriculture. The week-long World Food Prize celebration, held each October, including the Laureate Award Ceremony, Borlaug Dialogue, International Symposium, and Global Youth Institute for high school students, grew dramatically in size and stature under Ambassador Quinn's direction. Laureates from 21 countries have been so far honored, including 7 individuals from India. The highlight of this tenure was the 2012 Laureate Ceremony, in which UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon joined in presenting the World Food Prize sculpture to Dr. Daniel Hillel, an Israeli irrigation pioneer who had been nominated by 3 Muslim scientists from 3 Arab Muslim countries. During his diplomatic career, Ambassador Quinn served as USAID Rural Development Advisor in villages in the Mekong area at the beginning of the Green Revolution on Henry Kissinger's National Security Council staff, at the White House and as refugee counselor at the US mission to the United Nations in Vienna. A prolific writer, Ambassador Quinn has penned close to 100 articles in the New York Times, Washington Post, Des Moines Register, The Hill, China Daily, and Agriculture Today, which published his tribute to Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. An acclaimed public speaker, Ambassador Quinn has delivered keynote addresses at leading international conferences around the globe, including at the World Food Day at the United Nations in New York, the Agra Forum in Ghana and Rwanda, Expo Milano, the International Wheat Congress in St. Petersburg, Russia, the ICFA Global Leadership Summit in New Delhi, India, the International Potato Congress in Cusco, Peru, and at the Great Hall of People in Beijing, China. In 2014, Ambassador Quinn became the only former senior American diplomat ever invited to deliver a major address in Iran, where he received a standing ovation for his speech about Dr. Norman Borlaug and peace through biotechnology. Elected to the American Academy of Diplomacy, Ambassador Quinn has received numerous international and national awards. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, we can have a round of applause for him. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, today, Agriculture Today Group is honored to present the second M.S. Swaminathan Award to Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, President Emeritus at the World Food Prize Foundation. We would virtually present a trophy and a check of 1 million rupees to Ambassador Quinn. And Dr. M.J. Khan can receive the award on behalf of Ambassador Quinn and is present on the virtual platform, after which we will request Ambassador to kindly address the August House present here. Can we have Ambassador Quinn sharing this screen? And sir, you have a standing ovation from the audience, and Dr. M.J. Khan is receiving the trophy and the award on your behalf. Sir, can you hear us? Ambassador Quinn, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Dr.
Can
Khan
you hear
is
me?
receiving the award on your behalf. He's receiving the trophy and the check on your behalf.
Yes. I'm so very, very grateful to Dr. Khan for receiving the award on my behalf.
Yes, sir. And we also presenting the check on your behalf to Dr. Khan. Dr. R.B. Singh will receive the check. All the dignitaries are receiving the check on your behalf from Agriculture Today Group. Thank you. I would now request you, sir, to kindly say a few words and address the August House present here. Over to you, sir.
Well, I'm extremely touched and by this award. I want to, of course, join in extending my warmest congratulations to Dr. M.J. Khan, my very good friend, on this 25th anniversary of Agriculture Today. And I was so very, very honored to have my tribute to Dr. M.S. Swaminathan be printed and carried in Agriculture Today. And in that regard, I am so very, very pleased that Dr. Sumia Swaminathan is here present virtually with me. To her sister Madhura, and their sister in the UK. There is no greater honor I could have here at the culmination of my career than to have an award named in your father's honor. Your father was my friend, my mentor, and my hero. And there's actually a very, very interesting parallel between my life and Dr. Swaminathan's life. It was in this month, in December of 1968, 55 years ago, that I arrived in the Mekong Delta to begin working in rice-growing villages at the same time that Drs. M.S. Swaminathan and Dr. Norman Borlaug were in villages in India, bringing new wheat varieties. And I was in those villages in the Mekong Delta when the new IR8 rice that was developed at the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines was being introduced. I was there as a young 26-year-old American diplomat at the very beginning of the Green Revolution, the single greatest period of food production and hunger reduction in all human history. And that it was led by Dr. Swaminathan and Dr. Borlaug, with whom I worked closely together. I considered myself a foot soldier in the Green Revolution. And so this award, named in honor of Dr. Swaminathan, will be a constant reminder of that connection. And I learned the lesson of my life out in those rice-growing villages as we introduced IR8 rice, because it was only in those villages where we had upgraded the rural roads that farmers began using the rice. And in the other villages where we had not upgraded the road, that did not occur. And so that lesson of the transformative combination of roads and rice were with me and stayed with me throughout my entire professional career. Also had Dr. M.S. Swaminathan and I were present in the Philippines in 1988, although we didn't meet. But when he was heading IRRI and developing IR36 rice to Dr. Gurdev Kush of India was doing that. And I was the deputy ambassador at the American embassy. But our real personal connection came when I returned home to Iowa to become president of the World Food Prize. And once again, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan played a critical role in my effort to build the World Food Prize into the quote unquote Nobel Prize for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Swaminathan, as the first laureate, was there every year taking part in our Borlaug dialogue, so that it grew quickly to become what Sir Gordon Conway said was the premier conference in the world on global food security. And so the result was that Bill Gates came to Des Moines to the World Food Prize to launch his multi-billion-dollar initiative to uplift Africa and end poverty. It was where Indra Nooyi, the CEO of that time of PepsiCo, came to call for a nutrition revolution. And it was there that Kofi Annan came to the World Food Prize as he was launching the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA. And it was and through at that time that Dr. Sumia Swaminathan, your father, was developing his concept of the evergreen revolution, of building together all of those issues that we now are addressing as part of climate change. Your father was once again the pioneer out in front, leading the world in that regard. And I know you're holding a conference on his concept of the evergreen revolution. I understand that in the spring. I very much hope to be able to come to India at that time and to be there for that event. He was Dr. M.S. Swaminathan also heavily involved in our youth efforts to inspire the next generation to follow in their footsteps. And we would send a young high school student every year to Chennai, as we also sent one to the Sehgal Foundation in New Delhi, and we sent one to Dr. Barwali's Mexico company. And but your mother, Mina, and your father would always welcome that student into your family home and embrace them in a way that left a deep impression on them. And then when Dr. Borlaug could no longer lead the selection committee, the jury that picked the laureate each year, the one person I thought who could represent that integrity, that leadership, was your father, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. And he so graciously stepped in, and it was he who was chairing the committee when we picked Dr. Daniel Hillel, the Israeli irrigation specialist who had been nominated by 3 Muslim and Arab scientists for the World Food Prize. And it was an incredible moment of building peace through agriculture, that we could have an Israeli with the Secretary General of the United Nations and Arab and Muslim scientists all together at the World Food Prize in Iowa, with everyone standing and cheering on their behalf. And so I came to see the great power. It's what led me to go to Iran in 2014, where they were honoring Dr. Borlaug. I worked so closely and to bring green revolution to Africa with the World Food Prize laureate, President Akinwumi Adesina, and also with China. I was just in San Francisco, where I had the privilege to meet in a private session with President Xi Jinping. And it's so critically important that China and the United States remain at peace. And I have been proposing a collaboration built around the World Food Prize concept of just imagine if we could have China and the United States and India with the spirits of Norman Borlaug and M.S. Swaminathan and Professor Yunlong Ping, great father of hybrid rice, World Food Prize laureate, those 3 spirits to encourage us to uplift the world, end poverty in the world, ensure sufficient nutritious food for everyone, the 9 to 10 billion people on our planet, and to ensure that our planet remains at peace. That's the legacy of Dr. Borlaug, of Professor Yun, and so very, very much the legacy of Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. And that's why I will always treasure receiving this award in his name here at the 55-year culmination of my 55-year career in promoting peace through agriculture. Thank you so very, very much from
Thank
the
you,
bottom
sir.
of my
Thank
heart
you very much
for this
indeed.
incredible honor.
And congratulations to you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, we would like to showcase before you a short film, a special film on Ambassador Kenneth Quinn. So kindly stay back with us.
Thank you, Ambassador Kenneth Quinn, for the gracious acceptance of the second M.S. Swaminathan Global Leadership Award. And with your accepting this award, it gains in stature. I look forward to receive you in the second week of March in person. When you are coming here, we will hold an interaction, we'll hold a meeting, we'll hand over to you physically. Till then, we are keeping it in safety. This memento is made of 700 grams of silver with gold plating on it. So we are keeping it safe. And this check that Dr. R.B. Singh has received, I think tomorrow the amount will be transferred to your account. Very keen, very excited we are. Looking forward to receive you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you again. Thank you again, Dr. Khan, so very much. And congratulations to you.
It's always very delightful. Last meeting we do about a month back, little more. So much I cherished, so much I learned about long interaction we had with you. And of course, a visit 3 months back to Des Moines and all our earlier visits to you. Thank you. And I can see in the back drop the the building of the World Food Prize Foundation, which has come up with all your efforts. Thank you, Ambassador Quinn.
Thank you, sir. And now we present a short film on Ambassador Kenneth Quinn.
Followed by a thanks note by Dr. Soumya Swaminathan.
Thank you. I would now request Dr. Soumya Swaminathan to kindly say a few words and address the August House present here. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, and good evening to all of the dignitaries on the dais. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Kenneth Quinn for having received the MS Swaminathan Leadership Award. Thank you to Dr. Khan and to the Agriculture Today group for having instituted such an award and for conferring it on Ambassador Quinn. I cannot think of anyone who is more suitable to receive this award, not just because of his close personal relationship and friendship with my father and with my parents, but also because of what he has done for food and for agriculture globally. I think that we have heard a lot about his contributions, but I think what stands out is the humanism and the concern for fellow human beings, which he shares with my father. I think my father came from a strong scientific background. Ambassador Quinn was a career diplomat, but in everything that they did, they had concern for people as a goal that drove their life's mission. And starting with the work in Vietnam and Cambodia, and after he returned to the United States, also, convincing the government of Iowa at that time to take in refugees, to developing a program to support, these war-torn countries to rebuild their agricultural systems and skill their youth, and to his own personal commitment to the people of those countries. There are a lot of career diplomats, who come and go through many countries, but I think very few like him, who continue with that sort of commitment to the welfare of the countries where he saw so much of suffering through war. And as he was speaking, I was also thinking about my father being the president of the Pugwash Foundation and the Pugwash movement, where in the 1990s, early 90s, I remember hosting a meeting in Chennai at that time when he was president of the Pugwash on HIV/AIDS. And so his concern at that time was food security for people with HIV/AIDS, because many of them were in sub-Saharan Africa and facing food insecurity in addition to their health problem. And at that time, of course, there was no treatment for HIV/AIDS. And so one of the options was to provide good nutrition, which could prolong their lives. And so they look at the problems that the world faces today. We live in of course, a world full of conflict as well as climate change. But, there are always these beacons of hope, and we need to spread that hope and that optimism and do what little each of us can, to make the world a better place. So many congratulations, Ambassador Quinn. I look forward to seeing you in person very soon. And thank you again to the Agriculture Today group for instituting this award and finding such worthy people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. Thank you very much for the inspiration. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present before you a film on the 25 years
Agriculture today has been on the good front, giving voice to the agriculture community for the past 2.5 decades. It arrived 25 years ago as a modest novice aggregator, when the landscape of agri sector was mostly dominated by media that was restricted to localized regions and languages. Slowly and steadily, agriculture today graduated from being a knowledge aggregator to a knowledge disseminator, a policy advocate, a leader, my thoughts in the field of agriculture. Agriculture today covers a wide spectrum of subjects, crucial to agriculture development, from research and technologies to programs and policies, from agribusinesses and markets to trade and government schemes to farmer issues. Agriculture today reached out to hundreds and started getting information from diverse sources to spread to all the key stakeholders. The magazine not only started disseminating the information on a national scale, but also connecting the stakeholders effectively. Agriculture today aims to be content-rich magazine, covering from policy makers and scientists to entrepreneurs, industries, institutions, NGOs and farmers, and positively impacting lives of all those associated with agriculture and agribusinesses. The magazine not only provided latest information, but also news and views to create opinions and influence decisions. The special issues on important thematic areas such as farm mechanization, seeds, biotechnology, crop protection, organic farming, soil health, horticulture, animal husbandry, fisheries, food processing, marketing, etc., provided comprehensive understanding of the sectors. Apart from sector specifications, Agriculture Today also regularly brought out special issues on different states and countries, highlighting the latest technological developments, programs and policies, management and infrastructure, with a view that same can be spread nationally for being emulated. While primarily involved in dispersal of information, the magazine also created platforms to various events for diverse stakeholders to come onto one platform to deliberate on issues and agenda concerning farmers and agriculture and suggesting roadmap. The policy roundtables on agriculture policies and farmer issues started in the year 1999, became very popular, which saw convergence of ideas, knowledge, and flow of information. In the year 2008, Agriculture Today hosted first Leadership Summit and Leadership Awards, which catapulted the magazine into a notable change maker. The annual Agriculture Leadership Summit, organized since 2008, has transformed into an event that is being looking forward to by the sector as a once-in-a-year opportunity to see the who's who of the agriculture segment in one day on one platform. Agriculture Today was also the first to organize leadership awards in the agriculture sector for all key stakeholders, from scientists to extension institutions, policy makers to development professionals and others. Many individuals and institutions played a key role in making India food secure, but were not recognized. The Lifetime Achievement Award felicitated the domains of agriculture. The awards recognize those who brought about transformational changes and touched the lives of masses. To broaden outreach and fast spread of information, Agriculture Today leveraged the power of digital media and launched Agri-News Service, ANS, in 2005, where combined news from different sources regarding agriculture were disseminated widely on a daily basis. This helped professionals keep abreast with the happenings around the world in agri sector. In 2018, Agri-News Network, ANN, was launched, which was both text-based and video-based. To provide authentic information, data and analysis within the area of agriculture, Agriculture Today Group launched the yearbook in the year 2008, which not only had important articles, authored eminent persons, but also analysis of the trends and developments of the whole year. The yearbook provided the readers with a credible documentation of the year's achievements and an in-depth analysis of an agricultural scenario. Agriculture Today has been instrumental in not only providing information, creating opinions, and influencing policies, but also serving as effective platform for meaningful association to work on shared vision and common goal of national and global food security and sustainable development in agriculture. The magazine has helped in expanding agribusinesses, lifting agri stakeholders, expanding the network of agripreneurs, expanding market opportunities, and broadening the horizon of the entire agri-food ecosystem nationally and globally. We thank all those who have been involved in spending 35 years in making agriculture today to a small building in 1998 to have already announced the most admired agricultural magazines in the world. On this occasion, we commit ourselves wholeheartedly to serve society with even greater zeal and determination.
A huge round of applause for the celebrations of 25 years of Silver Jubilee for Agriculture Today Group. And ladies and gentlemen, as we stand at the threshold of our Silver Jubilee celebration, it's an honor to express our deep gratitude to those individuals whose unwavering support has been the bedrock of Agriculture Today's growth. Today we gather just not to mark the years past, but to felicitate the pillars who have stood with us in cultivating. Our journey has been enriched by the dedication of the key contributors. And I would now like to invite on stage Ms. Vinita Singh. आप माइक लेके बोल।
Thank you, Anjana, for being part of this Agriculture Today team. In fact, longest serving person, part of Agriculture Today from year 2008. And the beauty is that she has never been based in Delhi. She started 2008 when she was based in Kuwait. She moved to Brunei, Dar es Salaam. She moved to Trivandrum. Continues to work from Trivandrum. So congratulations, and Justice Sadasivam, you joined by others can present have the memento.
So let's put a hands. And Vinita Singh. I would like to invite Vinita Singh now.
Vinita Singh is the current leader of Agriculture Today team. Kahan hai Vinita? Come. Now currently the current team is being recognized. So Vinita, then
Next, I would like to invite Ayati Singh.
her colleague Ayati Singh.
May I invite Mohammed Ejaz? I invite Asif Ali.
So this is the team of Agriculture Today currently handling different roles.
May I invite Anil Azad?
Anil heads the IT team. So all the social media that we see, he and his team. Anil, congratulations, I think 6 years.
I invite Ankit Kumar.
Ankit is the popular face. He coordinates for the events of Agriculture Today. So welcome Ankit. Congratulations.
I invite Tanya Kalra.
Tanya, come. Tanya heads, looks after the social media. So congratulations.
I invite Akash Bhargav.
Akash, I think, what do you look after? The website management, no? Huh? Graphics, okay. Graphics.
I invite Rahul Singh.
I come. So Rahul, I think websites? Good, good.
May I now invite Sumit Gaur? I invite Krishna Kumar Sharma. And may I invite Raj Kumar?
Raj Kumar looks after data feeding. No, Krishna Kumar, I think. Raj Kumar is also a very, very long-term person. 10 साल हो गया, Raju?
I invite Abdul Rahman.
Abdul, आइए. Abdul is, I think, Anjana and Abdul, 15 years plus. Very good. He designs the magazine.
I invite Mr. Mongal Ghosh.
Ghosh Saab, आइए. Ghosh Saab does the printing of the magazine for last, I think, 15 years or more.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Mongal Ghosh.
So this is the internal team. Now we come to the people.
I invite
part
Mr.
of
Saurabh Kumar.
Saurabh was part of Agriculture Today from very early days. In fact, he is graduate from Pandnagar Agriculture University, son of very popular professor Dr. B. Kumar, who was HOD and then he became Vice Chancellor of Rajendra Agriculture University.
And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite yet another very popular face of Agriculture Today group, Miss Mamta Jain. I would now like to invite someone who has been, I think, right from the beginning with Agriculture Today group, Mr. Siddharth Gautam.
Siddharth joined us in the year 2002 and had been a very important part and pillar of the Agriculture Today.
I now invite Mr. Vishal Rawat.
Vishal, I think, where is Vishal Rawat? No?
Not
Okay.
here. I invite Mr. Brahm Prakash.
Brahm Prakash was very, very early days, I think 98, 99 or something like that. 98. So I think very first issue was in 98. So I think he was the
And-
graphic designer of the very first issue. Thank you.
May I now invite Miss Lakshmi Devi.
Hi, Lakshmi, aye. Lakshmi is very popular in the agriculture circle. She looks after agriculture bit in PTI. So she was with us in the year 2005 and 6. 2003-4. Oh, wonderful.
And
Among
we
the
would
very
like
popular
to-
journalists in the country in the field of agriculture, heading the agriculture, section at PTI. So congratulations, Lakshmi.
And we convey our gratitude to Dr. R.B. Singh.
Oh, Dr. Saab, after me. Because you have been a support. Now it comes to you are supporting it. So that's,
We convey our gratitude to Dr.
Dr. Parasuraman?
Not here.
He's not here.
Mr. R.K. Chitkara.
Rakesh Chitkara Saab. Mr. Chitkara has been a close friend. Lot of support all these years. We still work too closely. Congratulations, Chitkara Saab.
Dr. Dinesh Chauhan.
Dinesh ji, he is currently the Vice President at Dihat. He has been with us for a couple of years. Congratulations, Dr. Dinesh.
Dr. Hulas Pathak.
Hi, congratulations, Hulas. He was the first person in agriculture today to look after the editorial team work. He was part of the launch team.
Mr. Vijay Sardana.
And, he is the professor at Agriculture University, Raipur. Vijay ji, very, very popular in agriculture in the country. And what a massive following you have got on your YouTube. Congratulations,
Mr.
Vijay ji.
Nalin Rawal.
Nalin ji, very early days, I think 2001, 2002. Nalin is again agriculture graduate from Pannagar.
Mr. Murli Krishna.
Murli, where are you from Hyderabad? Murli has been heading the regional bureau Andhra Pradesh for a long time, I think 15 years or so, or maybe a little more.
Dr. Praveen Rao.
Thoda huliya sudharo bhai.
Dr. Praveen Rao, not here with us. Mr. Siraj Chaudhary.
Aye, Siraj bhai. Siraj.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Siraj Chaudhary. Dr. M. Mooney.
Siraj bhai. Siraj Chaudhary Saab has been chairman of Cargill India and playing a very key role as the board member of many companies and currently chairman of the SAT India Limited.
Dr. M.
A very
Mooney.
popular name, is Director General of National Informatics Center. He introduced IT in agriculture in a big way and since then playing a very, very important role. All the events, Dr. Mooney has been part of agriculture today and source of inspiration and support.
Mr. M.J. Saxena.
I.S. Saxena Sahab, congratulations. Saxena Sahab was Managing Director Ayurved India Limited for a long time, currently advisor of Dabur Foundation and lot of support all these years. Saxena Sahab, congratulations.
Mr. S.K. Makhija.
Makhija Sahab, congratulations. Mr. Makhija.
Dr. S.K. Malhotra.
Dr. Malhotra, he's here.
Dr. Malhotra is here? Not here. Dr. Praveen Malik. Not here.
He was Animal Husbandry Commissioner, but he is in a marriage this evening. So,
Chaudhary Pushpendra Singh.
oh, congratulations, Chaudhary Sahab. Very, very visible farmer's face. So much on television media debating on farmers' agenda. He is the
Mr.
president
Yudhvir
of
Singh.
Kisan Shakti Sangh. He is the president of Kisan Shakti Sangh.
Mr. Yudhvir Singh. Not here. Shri Kamal Singh Chauhan.
चौहान साहब आइए आइए. Chauhan Saab is Padam Shri farmer and just 70 kilometers away is kind of excellence he has created in agriculture. So Chauhan Saab बहुत बहुत बधाई.
Shri Ram Saran Verma.
इंडस्ट्री फार्मिंग का कॉम्बिनेशन कैसे वर्क फार्मर्स के लिए कर सकता है, चौहान साहब इज एन एग्जांपल.
Shri Ram Saran Verma.
चौहान साहब आपकी तरफ से सबको इनवाइट करते हैं आपके फार्म पे आने का, सोनीपत 50 किलोमीटर फ्रॉम हियर.
Shri Jaipal Reddy.
आइए जयपाल रेड्डी गारू. He is from Hyderabad. He is a very, very active farmers leader. And All India Farmers Alliance, he heads the South Zone. Very, very active. In fact, I remember once I was hosting the Commerce Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman. She asked me a couple of times, Jaipal Reddy garu, I couldn't understand. Later on, I came to know that she visited your farm few months before.
Shri V.M. Singh.
V.M. Singh साहब बहुत बहुत बधाई. वीएम सिंह साहब पूरे किसान का देश भर का जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है उसको लीड करते हैं और हमारे बड़े खास लोगों में से हैं. You're just
Shri Raju Narsimhan.
by professional advocate also. Wonderful. So he has delivered farmers such a big help by winning a case in the Supreme Court which got farmers so much additional money.
Shri Raju Narsimhan.
Badaiyo from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Narsimhan.
Shri R.P.S. Gandhi.
Aiye Gandhi Sahab. He is the largest stevia farmer in the country, and with us he has been closely associated for the last about 10 years. And 3 months back I was at his house, I stayed a night, saw his farm again. Such a wonderful work he is doing.
Shri Dharmendra Malik.
धर्मेंद्र मलिक जी दिखाई नहीं पड़ रहे हैं.
Dr. K. Keshavallu.
आइए केशवल्लू साहब आप भी आइए. आप Keshavallu Saab is the MD of Telangana State Seed Corporation and Certification Agency, and with us last 7 years or 8 years he has been very closely working. Thank you.
Mr. O.P. Yadav. O.P. Yadav.
आइए OP, welcome. OP Yadav heads the agriculture reporting team at Doordarshan. So Kisan channel, he heads the. Thank
Mr.
You.
Anam Sharma. He's left.
He was here,
Mr. Narendra Singh Mehra.
आइए मेरा साथ दौड़ के आइए. बहुत बहुत बधाई हो. आइए बधाइयों का सिलसिला चलता है.
Mrs. Shama Khan.
Charity must begin at home. आइए.
They always say there's a woman behind every successful man. So here's the woman behind the success of Agriculture Today Group. Ladies and gentlemen, a standing ovation for Mrs. Shama Khan.
अलीजा तुम भी आ जा. अली दौड़ के आ जा. जल्दी तेज दौड़ के आ जा. हरीश है क्या? हरीश रुक जाओ. हरीश से जल्दी दौड़ के आ जाओ.
And that's the family behind supporting Dr. M.J. Khan to take Agriculture Today to where it has reached for the success. Dr. Arvind Kapoor.
आइए डॉक्टर साहब बहुत बहुत बधाई हो. अरविंद जी से बहुत लंबा रिश्ता रहा. इनफैक्ट वेरी फर्स्ट और सेकेंड इशू यू रोट एन आर्टिकल. कपूर साहब आप सेकेंड इशू में लिखे थे, शायद थर्ड में आपका इंटरव्यू आया था 2098 में. So,
Mr. Sudhir Agarwal.
Next.
Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, not here. Mr. Roshan Lal Tamak.
आइए टमक साहब. टमक साहब से रिश्ता दिल्ली से लेके हमारे होम टाउन तक का है. He has got 2 factories in my district. He is currently the CEO of the sugar business of DCM Shriram.
Mr. Dushyant K. Tyagi.
And since the year 2003 with Tamak Sahab. आइए त्यागी साहब, he heads the such a big massive program on marketing, market linkages, e-naam. He just
Mr. Bijender Dalal.
आइए दलाल साहब, किसानों का चेहरा इतना एक्टिव. विजेंद्र दलाल is from Faridabad and किसानों का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट का यूनिट है ये, but very active, very very active.
अभी बोर्ड में ब्लैंक
Dr. Sudhir Kochar.
आइए कोचर साहब. Kochar Saab was ADG in ICR and very closely associated last 15, 20, 17 years.
Miss Millie Dubey.
बहुत बहुत बधाई मिली, बहुत दिन बाद मिले. आइए.
Dr. N.K. Arora.
Millie is the director at PhD Chamber.
Dr. N.K. Arora. Not here.
Arora साहब, N.K. Arora. आइए Arora साहब. Very
Ladies
popular.
and gentlemen, round of applause for Dr. N.K. Arora.
Arora साहब is the president of the Pannagar Alumni Association. बहुत बहुत बधाई Arora साहब.
Dr. Nutan Kaushik.
Nutan Kaushik दिन में थी.
Professor K.C. Bansal. Dr. J.K. Jena.
Oh, Dr. Jena, Deputy Director General of ICR, such a sweet person. Dr. Saab said Lucknow days से when he was Director of National Fisheries Bureau Research Institute. So that's the time he is playing so important role at DDG Animal Science and DDG Fisheries.
Mr. Praveen Malik. Pranav Malik, I'm sorry.
Pranav Malik.
Mr. Pranav Malik.
Pranav was here, just I saw him. Tea break. So anyway, next.
Dr. Murtaza Hassan.
आइए Murtaza Hassan sir. He heads the hydroponics center at IRI. आइए डॉक्टर साहब. बहुत बहुत बधाई.
Dr. N. Parsuraman.
वो है ही नहीं, रमन नहीं. वो एक जगह आपने लिखा है डॉक्टर रमन, अभी लिखा है डॉक्टर परशुरामन. वो सेम पर्सन.
Dr. A. Raja Reddy.
आइए डॉक्टर. बहुत बहुत बधाई.
Mr. Kalyan Goswami.
आइए डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत बहुत बधाई हो. He heads the Industry Association Agrochemical Federation of India as Director General. Earlier he was DG of Seed Association. Very important role he is playing and very close friend and so much support.
Mr. Anil Johri.
कहाँ है भाई?
Dr. Khushnood Ali.
Dr. Khushnood Ali is the program leader at Asia Africa Rural Development Organization, ARDO Intergovernmental Organization. Thank you, Dr. बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो.
Mr. Kamlendra Srivastava.
Kamlendra, I think there is a board meeting at.
Mr. Pradeep Dwivedi.
आइए द्विवेदी साहब. Young entrepreneurs, very successful startup. Nutrilis India Private Limited, he is the CEO and founder.
Shri Naresh Sirohi.
आइए सिरोही साहब, किसानों के बड़े नेता, देश के नेता. He has been championing the cause of farmers for a long time and very recognized face and very important role he has played all these years and we have worked very closely. Thank you, Suresh Saab. बधाई हो.
Mr. Vipul Shah.
विपुल दिन में तो था, कहाँ है?
Mr. Fareed Ahmed.
Fareed is there. Next.
Dr. K.P. Vasnik,
वासनिक साहब,
Mr. S.K. Makhija,
हो गया?
Mr. R.K. Tripathi, Mr. Amit Khare,
आइए अमित. Amit worked with us about a decade back, then in many, many important roles in the industry. Aarti bhi aayi? Aarti is there?
Dr. Shivam Sharma, Mr. Arif Ahmed Khan,
Arif, come, a lot of support that you do for the events.
Dr. Tafhim Siddiqui,
He's in US next.
Mr. Amitabh Datta,
He's in Guwahati next.
Miss Faria Ahmed,
She's in Patna next.
Avinash Kumar Saxena. Avinash Kumar Saxena.
Avinash is here. Avinash, come, bhag kya? Was with us in the very beginning with Brahm Prakash, I think 98, 99 or 2000? What, 99, so.
Kamal Nayan, N.B. Singh, Kamal.
Kamal Kumar. Kamal ji? Kamal Kumar has been with Dhanuka. Kahan hai Kamal ji? Nahi to anybody from Dhanuka on his behalf would like to receive? Nahi, not Agarwal sahab.
N.B. Singh. N.B. Singh.
Dr. N.B. Singh, is he here?
Ramendra Singh.
Dr. Ramendra Singh? Chalenge. He was here, I think tea break pe the.
Mr. Sehla Nigar.
Sehla, you are here? Yeah, please come, please come. She is the anchor at DD Kisan.
Miss Shehla Nigar.
So हमारा भी न्यूज आज का अच्छा से पढ़ना. ठीक है, बहुत बहुत.
Pradipta Sahu.
Pradipta, आइए. Man in Mother Dairy. Yes. Since year 2000? Okay, wonderful.
Miss Nilima Dwivedi.
Finally, Nilima, come. Nilima Dwivedi is, she was with Agriculture Today 2005-06 and now very, very important person. She is the director at MSD and she was vice president at Dr. Vajpayee was asking about kahan wo abhi chale gaye.
And Dr. V.V. Sadamate.
Dr. Sadamte has reached. अरे डॉक्टर साहब आपको भी आना चाहिए था. Dr. Dwivedi is also here.
I'm taking over from Sapna for a while because we have to definitely thank her for being a part of Agriculture Today group for a very long time. So big round of applause for Sapna.
Sapna truly deserves because from the year 2008, she has been so much integral part of Agriculture Today events that
I would now request our dignitaries to do the honor of unveiling. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our appreciation to our readers, we are delighted to unveil a special edition of a publication that encapsulates the essence of our Silver Jubilee. This edition features exclusive content, interviews, and a glimpse into the future of agriculture literature. So we now request our dignitaries to kindly do the honors of unveiling the magazine. And let's put our hands together on the unveiling of the special issue of Agriculture Today group. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, though we will have the presentation of Leadership Awards tomorrow, but we would like to do the honors of presenting 2 out of them today. First being the CEO of the Year 2023, which is being presented to Mr. Ankur Agarwal. With over 2 decades of experience in the agriculture and crop protection sector, Mr. Ankur Agarwal envisions a future where every farmer can maximize their crop yields for a sustainable and prosperous tomorrow. As the Managing Director at Crystal Crop Protection Limited, the Crystal Groups has witnessed remarkable expansion, solidifying its standing as India's most rapidly advancing agri-input company. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Ankur Agarwal, CEO of the Year 2023. And we would now like to present the Lifetime Achievement Award 2023, which is presented to Dr. R.G. Agarwal, a veteran in the agri-inputs industry with a vast experience of more than 55 years. Dr. R.G. Agarwal is a decisive and action-oriented visionary, working towards food, nutrition, health, and environmental safety. Under his dynamic stewardship, the Dhanuka Group has attained a distinct place as a leading agri-tech, crop protection, chemicals, and farmer business house in the country. So a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. R.G. Agarwal. And I would now request Dr. M.J. Khan to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a small memento to our distinguished dignitaries. We present to Justice P. Sathasivan. We present to Shri Pratap Narayan. We present to Shri Pratap Narayan. And to Dr. R.B. Singh. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Ms. Anjana Nair for the experience sharing.
Good evening, everyone. So this is me, Anjana Nair, and someone was asking me today that you are the new group, a new editor, and I just didn't say anything. And then he asked me again that when did you join? And I said in 2008. He was quite surprised. So I was with Agriculture Today since 2008, in the shadows mostly, because as Khan sir has said, that I was not in Delhi, I was not even in India while I started working for Agriculture Today. So it was way back in 2008 and I've passed out from agriculture college, my post-graduation. I did it in plant pathology, nothing to do with agri-journalism or agriculture extension or any communication field. And I had my baby, so I just didn't want to be out of, out of the field. I wanted to continue in agriculture. And Kuwait was definitely not a place where you can pursue a career in agriculture. So in the meantime, I just noticed there was an ad in Naukri.com, I think, where there was a job vacancy in Delhi, and specifically mentioned that the candidate should be based in Delhi, should be fluent in English, should have an agriculture background. So I anyway applied with no hope that they're going to call back or something. And as you know, Dr. Khan, he's a visionary and he's ready to take any gamble, something innovative. He doesn't shy away from all those. So he anyway took me in. So with the condition that for 3 months, I will be in probation. And if I pass the litmus test, I will continue. And here I am, 15 years later, still here. And thank you, sir, for taking that decision. So what do I do in agriculture? Today, I write, and write. That's what I do. I started writing since 2008, and I've been writing since even yesterday, today morning. I've never stopped writing once I've been in agriculture today. So for an alumni meet in my college when I went, they asked me that how did you end up in agri-journalism? I was a gold medalist, first rank holder in plant pathology in a research field. And I said, in our college, in Kerala Agriculture University, we had this external examination system, which basically means that whatever you study is not asked for the exam. So I was studying in Kerala, so we had rice as the main crop. And someone from other university would put the question for us. So anyway, we have to write. So my flair for writing started from my college, and that actually helped me. So here, even now, I can write instantly, and I have been reading so many articles from 2008 till now. And if you ask me to share any experience, it's very difficult to retrieve for me from this huge data that I have in my head. So I might be sketchy and I might be randomly speaking from here and there. So it won't be any particular order. So about the experience part, it was truly a learning experience for me with Dr. Khan, because he's not that kind of a person who would hold you back. He will give you opportunities. He will give you exposure. He will give you a lot of experiences. Not only in writing, especially because when I first joined Agriculture Today, I never knew anything about agriculture per se. I have studied agriculture, but that was completely okay, sure. So whatever I learned in agriculture was from Agriculture Today. And having said that, I have to cut short because we're running out of time. And thank you all for being part of our journey, and I hope we'll continue to associate even further. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anjana. Thank you very much indeed. I would now like to invite Ms. Lakshmi to kindly share her experience of working with Agriculture Today group. And Ms. Lakshmi, in fact, everybody, I would request for sharing the experience in very few words, as short as possible, as we have another session before we close the proceedings of the day. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone, on the dais and off the dais. And I'm from PTI, and I worked for a short stint, in Agriculture Today way back in 2003 when Rajnath Singh was Agriculture Minister. And in fact, when I journalism in mainstream, newspapers, but somehow I landed at Agriculture Today, and it's been a great journey. And I picked up basics from Dr. Khan that helped me what I am today. And I'm really grateful and express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Khan for giving that basic learning, basic platform. And it's nice to see that, 25 years it's been completed, and I wish him good luck, and he continue to prosper. And I would again like to come here and speak when it achieves 50 years in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi. I would now like to invite Ms. Nilima Dwivedi.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, my hearty congratulations to Agriculture Today for completing 25 years. This is really a silver jubilee celebration, and really, in fact, somewhere I have been associated at least for last 20 years. As Dr. Khan mentioned that it was a short stint though in 2005, 2006, but very, very formative days or months for me, you can say. Great learning experience, especially like engaging with policymakers, stakeholders. That started from there, getting the policy perspective on different agricultural issues. So that really helped shape me in my career in a big way. And yes, so hearty congratulations to Agriculture Today, Dr. Khan and the entire team. And yes, it's a huge milestone which Agriculture Today has achieved, and wishing many more such milestones to attain in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite Ms. Mamta Jain to kindly share her experience.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, congratulations to everybody for completing 25 years of Agriculture Today. So congratulations, sir, and congratulations to everybody. And at the cost of sounding repetitive, I would like to say that my gratitude for Dr. Khan will never be enough for trusting me with the role when I was so new to agriculture. I did not know the A of agriculture. So he trusted me with that role, trusted me with the responsibilities that came with it. So whatever I am today, as Sapna said, one of the most popular faces in agriculture journalism. So whatever I am today is all because of Dr. Khan and his trust and confidence in me. So the 3 years I spent with Dr. Khan were one of the most enriching, one of the most rejuvenating, and one of the most fulfilling 3 years of my professional career, because I was into defense journalism prior to this. And then all of a sudden this WhatsApp and everything happened, and all my, I'm an agriculture engineer. So all my classmates and batchmates started getting together, and I started having that craving of getting back to agriculture. So at that time, Dr. Khan was just beginning his work with ICFA. So I had come here to join Agriculture Today magazine. But he said कि नहीं, अभी हम लोग Indian Chamber of Food and Agriculture बना रहे हैं और उसमें बहुत सारा काम है, you take care of that. So for 3 years, I continued with that, worked with policymakers and decision makers. Also was blessed enough to meet Dr. Swaminathan almost 8 times, like in a short period. So, which was another blessing. So, and then within a short span of almost like 1.5 years, I got connected to the who's and who of Indian agriculture. So it was truly, truly rejuvenating, and I proudly carry on the legacy that I received from Dr. Khan. So congratulations, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And finally, I would like to invite Dr. Hulas Pathak, who was the first editorial person and joined Agriculture Today group in the year 1998. So let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Pathak.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And let me at the outset say, I'm so very delighted to be here this evening. I had not imagined that I would be here because this was just about 24 hours ago in Raipur that I made the call to be here. So thank you very much, Khan Sahab, sir, for getting me here. And I'm not at all surprised to see Agriculture Today, completing this glorious 25 years in the annals of Indian agricultural journalism. And the initial years when we started Agriculture Today and the kind of vision that I got to know Dr. Khan had for fulfilling the information gap that he has talked about in his earlier remarks definitely did exist in the country. And through an intervention like Agriculture Today and a number of other initiatives that he took under the umbrella group has catered to the needs of the farming community in general and addressing the needs of the agribusinesses and the R&D institutions in the country. And I vividly recall the first cover story that we wrote at that time. I wrote the intellectual property, a wake-up call for Indian agriculture. And that was the time when there was a lot of hue and cry in the country, and the Basmati Rao had taken place, and the Indian American scientists had got this patented as Texmati. And while researching for the article, we got to meet the DG ICR at that time, Dr. R.S. Baroda, and others in the scientific community. And I was taken aback to see the lack of information, even among the scientific circles, about the kind of protection that was needed to safeguard Indian interests in order to, control the IPRA. So that was the perfect shot in the arm for a publication like Agriculture Today to cater to the larger cause of Indian agriculture and Indian agricultural economy and such. So, sir, thank you very much. I did enjoy my stay here as long as I did in Delhi, and I got back to Raipur, to pursue my career ahead. I am the professor in the Department of Agriculture Economics and Agribusiness Management at the Indira Gandhi Agriculture University, and I also head a National Agribusiness Incubation Center as the CEO over there. So all my best wishes to you. I won't be surprised if I'm alive. I'll get back to celebrate the Golden Jubilee celebration as well. So many best wishes, heartiest wishes to all of you. I'm so very happy. I cannot repay the gratefulness to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I would now like to invite Shri R.G. Agarwal, Chairman Dhanuka Group, to kindly share a few words.
थैंक यू सपना। सबसे पहले मेरा प्रणाम देश के किसानों के नाम, दूसरा प्रणाम देश के जवानों के नाम। किसानों को इसलिए कि वो मेहनत करते हैं, पसीना बहाते हैं, हमको और मंच पे विराजमान भारत के चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ केरला, जस्टिस पीस सदाशिवम, सॉरी अगर इफ आई एम रॉन्गली प्रोनाउंस्ड, डॉक्टर चड्डा साहब, डॉक्टर आरबी सिंह साहब, श्री प्रताप नारायण जी, मेरे सामने बैठे वैज्ञानिक गण, इंडस्ट्री के लोग, मीडिया के लोग, भाइयों और बहनों, ये आखिर का सेशन हो शायद, पता नहीं मुझे, इसके बाद भी सेशन है, फार्मर्स का है, लेकिन खान साहब मुझे बुलाया तो समय तो देना पड़ेगा, या तो बुलाते नहीं और बुलाया है तो मैं दो वर्ड कहने के लिए नहीं, अपनी बात रखने के लिए आया हूं। और मेरी बात अपने लिए नहीं होती, देश के लिए और किसानों के लिए होती है। आज अभी पीछे हमने आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाया और अब आज़ादी का अमृत काल चल रहा है। जब हम बात कर रहे हैं 2047 में हम अपनी पहली सेंचुरी सेलिब्रेशन करेंगे देश की, उस समय का विजन है कि हम वर्ल्ड की नंबर 1 इकोनॉमी होंगे, और ये संभव है, कोई असंभव चीज नहीं है। हिस्ट्री में बैक जाइए। हमारा अंग्रेजी ईयर छोड़ दें जो अभी आने वाला है, अगर हम अपने विक्रम संवत की बात करें जो 2080 चल रहा है, जो उस समय के महाराजा विक्रमादित्य के नाम पर शुरू हुआ, तो उस समय भारत में एक सम्राट थे, एक राज था, और किसी ने भी भारत की तरफ आंख उठाकर देखने की कोशिश की तो उसको उठा के अफ्रीका के पार फेंक दिया गया। लेकिन उसके बाद हमारा देश का हाल सब जानते हैं कि महाराजा विक्रमादित्य की डेथ हुई, राज्य छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में बढ़ता गया, और हमारे पास हजारों साल की गुलामी हमने झेली, और उसका नतीजा सबको मालूम है, तो मैं हिस्ट्री में नहीं जाना चाहता। हम 1947 के बाद की बात करना चाहेंगे। जब देश आजाद हुआ तब हमारी फूड प्रोडक्शन थी 50 मिलियन टन, और अभी डॉक्टर स्वामीनाथन साहब, डॉक्टर नॉर्मन बोरलॉग साहब की बात हो रही थी, लेकिन उनके साथ साथ किसानों की बात, अगर किसानों ने मेहनत नहीं की होती, हमारे देश के वैज्ञानिकों ने मेहनत नहीं की होती, तो जो फूड प्रोडक्शन आज हमारी है वो शायद ना होती। लेकिन हम अपनी अपनी तारीफ करें तो मुझे अच्छा कम लगता है। हमें अपने आप को दूसरे मुल्कों से भी कंपेयर करना चाहिए कि दूसरे देश कहां पहुंचे हैं और हम कहां हैं। ऊंट अपने आप को बहुत लंबा ऊंचा समझता है, लेकिन जब पहाड़ के नीचे से गुजरता है तो उसको अपनी लंबाई का अंदाजा हो जाता है। अगर हम अपनी एग्रीकल्चर को, यूरोप अमेरिका की बात छोड़ दीजिए, अपने पड़ोसी मुल्क चाइना से भी कंपेयर करें तो हमारी पर हेक्टेयर जीडीपी करीबन 1/3 है। डॉक्टर आरबी सिंह साहब, मैं ठीक कह रहा हूं, गलत कह रहा हूं? अब 75 साल बाद आजादी की यह प्रश्न तो हो गई है, क्या चाइना के किसान किसी और सैटेलाइट से आए हैं, या हमारे किसान मेहनत नहीं करते? हमारे किसान खून पसीना बहाते हैं। फिर उनकी आमदनी 1/3 क्यों? इस प्रश्न का जवाब उठना चाहिए या नहीं उठना चाहिए? डॉक्टर साहब, ये सवाल उठना चाहिए या नहीं उठना चाहिए कि हमारा किसान गरीब क्यों, उसकी चाइना के किसान से 1/3 आमदनी क्यों, उसके लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? ये बात तो आनी चाहिए। अगर जब तक जिम्मेदारी की बात नहीं होगी तो हम ये कहते रहेंगे, लेकिन अपने किसान की गरीबी दूर करके उसकी आमदनी नहीं बढ़ा पाएंगे। तो मैंने जो एनालिसिस किया कि भाई क्या कारण है, और उसका समाधान बड़े बड़े सीनियर साइंटिस्ट हमारे बैठे हैं, चीफ जस्टिस साहब बैठे हैं, खान साहब मीडिया के और दूसरे लोग बैठे हैं। पहला कारण, ना तो हमारे पास पुराना ज्ञान बचा और नया ज्ञान आया नहीं, तो हमारे किसानों के पास नई टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं पहुंच रही। डॉक्टर साहब 5 मिनट के लिए, डॉक्टर साहब अटेंशन चाहूंगा आप लोगों की। डॉक्टर आरबी सिंह सर 5 मिनट प्लीज, 5 मिनट अटेंशन दीजिएगा। आज किसानों की हालत है, आप किसान कमीशन के चेयरमैन रहे हैं, आज हमारे किसानों के पास जो पुरानी टीएनबी स्कीम थी उसका पहला ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन लाने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान था। जो उसके बाद जितनी भी एक्सटेंशन की स्कीम आई, अगर उसका एनालिसिस किया जाए तो मेरा ख्याल है 1-8% फार्मर से ज्यादा लोगों का फायदा नहीं हुआ। और 2008 में उस समय के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर पी चिदम्बरम साहब ने बजट पेश करते हुए कहा था, आवर एक्सटेंशन सिस्टम हैज कोलैप्स्ड। आई एम रिपीटिंग, आवर एक्सटेंशन सिस्टम हैज कोलैप्स्ड एंड वी आर लुकिंग समथिंग अल्टरनेट लाइक टीएनबी सिस्टम। 2008 और 2023 वही डाक के 3 पादे। डॉक्टर साहब कोई नया एक्सटेंशन सिस्टम नहीं आया, और किसान बेचारा, उसके पास कोई नया ज्ञान। आज आईटी, आयोटा, प्रेसिजन एग्रीकल्चर, ड्रोन, हम सब बड़ी बड़ी मीटिंगों में बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, लेकिन किसानों तक, कितने किसानों तक ये टेक्नोलॉजी पहुंची? तो पहला पॉइंट है। दूसरा, किसान को सही प्राइस नहीं मिलता। पीछे सरकार ने 3 अच्छे कानून बनाए, किसान को फ्रीडम कि अपनी फसल खेत पे बेचे, खलिहान में रख के बेचे, इंडिया में बेचे, एक्सपोर्ट करे, लेकिन कुछ एक्टिविस्ट के प्रेशर से वो कानून वापस हो गए। अरे भाई, आज स्टेट कानून बना सकती है कि किसान को फ्रीडम है कि वो अपना सामान जहां मर्जी जिस रेट पे बेचे। ऐसे कानून क्यों नहीं बनने चाहिए? किसान को पैरों में ये जंजीरें क्यों होनी चाहिए? तीसरा, हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है। किसान की फसल आ जाती है, उसके पास जगह नहीं है, उसको मजबूरन मंडी में ले जाके जो भाव होता है बेचना पड़ता है। अगर वेयर हाउस हो, कोल्ड चेन हो, तो आज किसान उसमें माल रख के अपना जब अच्छा प्राइस हो और उसको फाइनेंस मिले 80% वेयर हाउस की रिसीप्ट पे, तो उसकी जो एक मजबूरी है वो खत्म हो सकती है। तो उसको सही प्राइस मिलना चाहिए और फाइनेंस मिलना चाहिए। पानी की जो ड्रिप इरिगेशन और स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन, हमारे देश में 1000 mm से ज्यादा बारिश है, चाइना में 600 है। एरिया हमारा चाइना से 30% ज्यादा। अगर जीडीपी देखें तो हमारा 1/3, पेस्टिसाइड की कंजम्पशन देखें तो हमारी 360 ग्राम प्रति हेक्टर, चाइना की 13 किलोग्राम। ये ऑफिशियल डेटा है। और अनऑफिशियल की बात करें तो हमारे देश में आज, हमारा देश किसी जमाने में गोल्ड स्मगलर्स का पैराडाइज होता था, आज हमारा देश पेस्टिसाइड स्मगलर्स का पैराडाइज बन गया। आज जितना जेन्युइन माल बिकता है उससे कितना इलीगल माल स्मगल होके बिकता है और उसके नाम पे क्या बिकता है भगवान जाने। कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट ने 250 सैंपल बायोलॉजिकल बायोस्टिमुलेंट्स के नाम पर, और उन सब में क्या पाया गया? कॉकटेल ऑफ 10 पेस्टिसाइड, 8 पेस्टिसाइड, 12 पेस्टिसाइड, और ऐसे पेस्टिसाइड भी जो इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड नहीं थे। ये मेरा लास्ट पॉइंट है कि ये नकली, भाई कहते कंप्यूटर में गार्बेज डालोगे तो गार्बेज आएगा। अगर किसान नकली बीज, नकली खाद, नकली दवाइयां डाल रहा है तो किसान की पैदावार कैसे बढ़ेगी? तो आज ये नकली का गोरख धंधा, लोग शर्माते रहे इससे बात करने के लिए कि भाई मेरे खिलाफ लोग नाराज हो जाएंगे। डॉक्टर साहब, लोग नाराज होते हैं तो हो, हमको सच्चाई से मुंह मोड़ना चाहिए। तुलसीदास जी ने रामायण में कहा था, ये लास्ट बात, कि जिस राजा के मंत्री सिपा सलार और वैद्य डर के गलत सलाह दें तो उस राज का नाश हो जाता है। अगर हम सही बात को नहीं उठाएंगे, लंका का हाल सबके सामने है कि कैसे भूखमरी हुई, तो हमको डरना नहीं है, सही बात लोगों तक ले जाना है। और जो लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, किसान भाई बैठे हैं, वो भी बिल से माल खरीदें। एक प्रण करें, हर एक जगह मैसेज बचाएं कि कोई भी बिना बिल के माल नहीं खरीदेगा, और बिल से खरीदेंगे तो हम काफी हद तक नकली को रोक पाएंगे। मेरी शुभकामनाएं। खान साहब को और सभी को बधाई, धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you, sirs, for doing the honors of presenting the awards. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick farmers session. I would like to invite Shri Rajpal Singh Gandhi onto the dais. I invite Padma Shri Kamal Singh Chauhan. I invite Shri Raju Narsiman, Farmers Leader, Tamil Nadu. I invite Shri Jaipal Reddy, Convener, IFA South Zone. I invite Shri Naresh Sirohi, Founder Admin, DD Kisan Channel. And I invite Shri VM Singh, National Convener, RKMS. May I now invite all the farmer representatives to kindly come up on the stage and grace the seats. Shri Rajpal Singh Gandhi ji, Padma Shri Kamal Singh Chauhan, Shri Dharmendra Malik ji, Shri Pushpender Singh ji, Shri Raju Narsiman ji, Shri Jaipal Reddy ji, Shri Naresh Rohi ji, and Shri V.M. Singh ji. And first, I would like to invite to say a few words would like to convey gratitude to Dr. M.J. Khan. Over to you, sir.
थैंक यू सपना आई थिंक जो लास्ट में है फ्यू चेयर्स फेल अबाउट डॉक्टर M.J. Khan only. I will say only 2 lines that a man with a vision and action. और सेकेंडली वो शख्स नहीं एक शख्सियत है. तो दीज फ्यू वर्ड्स आई थिंक आज एग्रीकल्चर टुडे के जो 25 इयर्स कंप्लीशन पे उनके अप्रिसिएशन में कहना चाहता हूँ. सो आई विल लाइक टू कंटिन्यू व्हेन ऑल द पर्सनालिटीज आर इन द हॉल. थैंक यू.
I would now like to invite Padma Shri Kamal Singh Chauhan ji to kindly say a few words. स्वागत करना चाहेंगे पद्म श्री कमल सिंह चौहान जी का.
सबसे पहले मैं बधाई देता हूं 25वीं जो आज वर्षगांठ हम मना रहे हैं इंडिया एग्रीकल्चर टुडे की. एग्रीकल्चर टुडे M.J. खान साहब से पहला पुराना परिचय रहा है. हम बार बार मिलते रहे हैं इश्यू को लेकर, एग्रीकल्चर के इश्यू को लेकर. पर मैं एक बात यहाँ कहना चाहूँगा. अभी हमारे R.G. गोपाल जी ने भी एक बात कही थी, R.G. अग्रवाल जी ने भी, कि राजा की चाटुकारिता नहीं करनी चाहिए, बल्कि राजा को उनकी कमियां भले ही अकेले में बताए या पत्र लिखकर बताए, बता देनी चाहिए. नहीं तो राज का नुकसान होगा. फार्मर राइट्स आए पीछे, हम सभी साथी रहे. अब भारत में ज़्यादा देखा गया है कि एक राज करता है, दूसरा जो है उसका विरोध करता है. ऐसा देश में नहीं होना चाहिए. सभी सरकारों की यदि गलत काम करती है किसान के विषय पर, तो हम जो किसानों के प्रतिनिधि जो हम आप बैठे हैं सम्मानित मंच पर, हाँ आपको मैं देखता हूँ आप सब सरकार कोई भी हो आप उसका विरोध करते हो और फार्मर्स की लड़ाई आप सभी लड़ते हैं. पत्रकारिता में भी चौथा स्तंभ बताया गया है पत्रकारिता को, पर आज की पत्रकारिता कुछ बदल गई है. और एग्रीकल्चर टुडे के माध्यम से मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि पत्रकारिता का ध्यान रखते हुए किसी डर लालच में बात ना करें, बल्कि जो फार्मर के सही मुद्दे हैं उनको आप लिखें. ऐसा मेरा आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, मानना है. अभी आप परिचर्चा हुई, आज मैं नीति आयोग से आ रहा हूँ. अभी सुबह से लेकर शाम तक बैठक चली. बहुत फेस कर रहे हैं FPO बनाने का. कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक्ट अपने देश में था, उसको मैं सरकार का दखलंदाजी बहुत ज़्यादा थी, उसको दूर करने के लिए एक्ट बना गया कि एफपीओ को बनाया जाए। सरकार ने योजना बनाई 10,000 एफपीओ की, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, भारत सरकार ने। मेरा मानना है कि यदि कोई भी प्रोसेस यूनिट देश में लगती है, चाहे वे इंडिविजुअल हो या सहकारिता की हो, चाहे एफपीओ की हो, चाहे प्राइवेट हो, कैसे भी हो, तो किसान की आमदनी बढ़ती है, किसान का माल बिकता है, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट तक जाता है। तो किसान का जब माल कंपटीशन में बिकेगा तो महंगा होगा और किसान की आमदनी बढ़ेगी। परंतु एफपीओ को चलाने में बहुत सी दिक्कतें आई। उसके लिए नीति आयोग को पत्र लिखा, नीति आयोग ने आज एक मीटिंग बुलाई। हरियाणा सरकार की सबसे ज़्यादा इसमें जो अच्छा काम पहले हरियाणा सरकार कर रही थी, उसमें पाया कि हरियाणा सरकार थोड़ा सा एफपीओ के मामले में ज़्यादा दखलंदाजी कर रही है, एक्ट से भी अलग अपने प्रावधान कर दिए हैं। तो ये समझ में नहीं आया कि ये एफपीओ जो है सरकारी कंपनी है या किसानों की कंपनी है या क्या है, ये समझ से ये बाहर हो गया। तो नीतियाँ जो बनाई जाती है सरकार में, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि उन नीतियों को भी ये ठीक हो, ऐसा काम हम सब मिलकर कार्य करें। और यदि कोई नीति गलत है तो उसके विरोध में आवाज उठाए और उसके ठीक करने के लिए कार्य करें। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। और अब आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे श्री धर्मेंद्र मलिक जी को, बीकेयू कन्वीनर। नहीं है? आमंत्रित करते हैं श्री पुष्पेंद्र सिंह जी को, प्रेसिडेंट किसान शक्ति संघ।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय मंच और साथियों। सबसे पहले तो मैं खान साहब को और उनकी पूरी टीम को एग्रीकल्चर टुडे के 25 वर्ष पूरे होने पर बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। अब बहुत ज़्यादा लंबा बोलने का समय बचा नहीं है, केवल एक छोटी सी कहानी सुना देता हूँ। जब ईश्वर ने दुनिया बनाई तो जब काफी साल बीत गए तो उन्होंने एक बार नारद जी को बुलाया, भाई नारद जी इधर आइए। बोले प्रभु क्या आदेश है? बोला मैंने जब दुनिया बनाई थी तो मैंने अलग अलग काम बांटे थे, अब धरती पे जाकर के देख के आओ कि किस काम का आदमी किस हालात में है। बोला साहब ठीक है। और ये ध्यान करना कि ये जो मैंने जब काम बांट रहा था तो मैंने उनको सबको बताया था, देखो भाई आदमी मैंने बनाया है, आदमी को हवा, पानी और भोजन, इनके बिना वो चल नहीं पाएगा। तो हवा और पानी तो मुफ्त है मेरी तरफ से, और भोजन वाला जो काम है ना, जब मैंने कहा भाई भोजन वाला काम कौन करेगा, तो सबने सोचा भाई जिसके बिना आदमी चल नहीं सकता यानी भोजन, ये काम बहुत बढ़िया रहेगा, ये हमें दो। तो इसके लिए बड़ी भयंकर लड़ाई हुई मेरे सामने और बड़ी जिद करके लोग इस काम को ले गए। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि आज की तारीख में धरती पे सबसे ज्यादा सुखी और सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉस्परस और पैसे वाले वही होंगे जो भोजन बांट रहे हैं, क्योंकि भोजन के बिना तो किसी का काम चलता नहीं है। कपड़े के बिना चल जाएगा, कुछ मैंने बुनकर बनाए थे, कुछ मकान बनाने वाले बनाए थे, कोई लकड़ी वाला बनाया था। तो ये भोजन वालों का जो है विशेष जो है आप जो है ध्यान करके आना, इनकी क्या स्थिति है। तो नारद जी गए धरती पर, सर्वे वर्वे करके आए, लौटे। बोला साहब क्या स्थिति है, सबकी बात बताई। उन्होंने कहा भाई उनका क्या हाल है, किसानों का क्या हाल है जो खेती वेती कर रहे हैं उनका जो है। बोला साहब सबसे ज्यादा दुर्दशा उन्हीं की है। बोले ऐसे कैसे? जिस चीज के बिना जीवन नहीं है, अगर सप्लाई डिमांड की भी हम इकोनॉमिक्स की, अर्थशास्त्र की भी बात करें तो यही तो अर्थशास्त्र है कि जिसके बिना आप जी नहीं सकते और जीवन ही सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है, उसकी कीमत से सबसे ज्यादा ऊपर होनी चाहिए और उसी के पास सबसे ज्यादा पैसा होना चाहिए। तो ये अर्थशास्त्र का सिद्धांत उल्ट पलट कैसे हो गया? तो नारद जी ने कहा साहब मैंने पता किया है, सारे धंधे पे व्यापारियों का कब्जा हो गया है और किसान लास्ट में खड़ा है, बिल्कुल अंत में खड़ा है, पैदा वही करता है। उन्होंने पूछा भाई पैदा क्या व्यापारियों ने फैक्ट्रियों में पैदा करना शुरू कर दिया क्या, गेहूं चावल? बोला नहीं साहब, पैदा वही कर रहा है। लेकिन ये व्यापारी मंदे में ले जाते हैं और महंगे में बेच देते हैं। अच्छा, बोला साहब देखो अभी आटा है लगभग 50 रुपए किलो चल रहा है और 20-21 रुपए के हिसाब से जो है उससे ले लेते हैं। तो भाई आश्चर्य में पड़ गए प्रभु भी कि भाई इस समस्या का अब हल क्या किया जाए। लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा सिर धुनने के इनका नंबर पहले क्यों नहीं आया, इनको अब समझ में अभी तक नहीं आया कि जब हॉल खाली हो गया, चले गए, सुनने वाला यहां कोई नहीं बच रहा है, उस वक्त ये बोलने का इनका नंबर क्यों आया। तो यही सिद्धांत सारे देश में लागू है। एग्रीकल्चर के नाम पर सब कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होंगी, कृषि के नाम पर जो है आंदोलन होंगे, लोग आएंगे, लेकिन उनकी सुनवाई अंत में होगी आपकी सुनवाई। ये भगवान ने कर दिया आपके साथ, इसमें आप बुरा मत माना करो। तो अभी ये समस्या कुछ दिन चलेगी, जब ऐसे कुछ संघर्षशील आदमी मंत्री बन के बैठेंगे और अच्छी पॉलिसीज बनाएंगे, और वास्तव में जब इस धरती पर, क्योंकि पानी भी आपने बिगाड़ दिया, हवा भी आप प्रदूषित कर चुके, अब भोजन बचा हुआ है। जब भोजन में, और आप मकान बनाते चले जा रहे हो, घेरते चले जा रहे हो एग्रीकल्चर की जमीन को, तो एग्रीकल्चर की जमीन तो जो है खिंच करके बड़ी होने वाली है नहीं। पॉपुलेशन भी आपकी जो है 800 करोड़ क्रॉस कर गई है, 1000 करोड़ पे पहुंचेगी पीक टाइम में। तो जब ये धरती जो है बिल्कुल ऐसी स्थिति में आ जाएगी कि भोजन उपलब्ध नहीं होगा, उस दिन शायद चिरोई साहब, शायद आपकी कोई कीमत समझ ले, पर उस दिन भी मुझे आश्चर्य नहीं होगा कि कोई व्यापारी ज्यादा समझे और आपकी कीमत उस दिन भी ना समझी जाए। तो ये हमारे देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि हम कहते हैं, बचपन से पढ़ते हैं, हम कृषि प्रधान देश हैं, लेकिन किसानों का लास्ट में नंबर आता है। ये हमारी अपनी भी गलतियां हैं। तो आगे मुझे आशा है कि पॉलिसीज में कुछ ऐसे बदलाव होंगे जिसमें किसान आगे रहेंगे। किसान, अगर आपको, कंज्यूमर की कोई गलती नहीं है। देखिए, कंज्यूमर 50 रुपए आटा खरीद तो रहा है, अगर आपको 20 रुपए मिल रहा है तो कंज्यूमर की कोई गलती नहीं है। शहर में बैठा हुआ आदमी खुद परेशान है कि मैं 50 रुपए में आटा क्यों खरीद रहा हूं। लेकिन जब आपके पास 20 रुपए आ रहा है, तो ये बिचौलिया जो तंत्र है, जिसके लिए हमारे पुरानी पीढ़ी के जो किसान नेता कह के मर गए कि भाई बिचौलियों के तंत्र को समाप्त किया जाए, उस तंत्र को बड़ा तंत्र पाल रहा है। इस वजह से जो है आपकी दुर्दशा अभी काफी दिनों तक ऐसी रहने की संभावना है। आगे कोई बदलाव हो तो हो सकता है कि एग्रीकल्चर टुडे के 50वें संस्करण में हम लोग आए और पहले आपका भाषण हो, आपका नंबर आए, सारा हॉल ठुकाठुक भगा हुआ हो, और आप जब बड़े बड़े इनाम ले चुके हो, उसके बाद इंडस्ट्रीज का नंबर आए। उस दिन का आपको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हार्दिक धन्यवाद सर। और अब आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे अपनी बात रखने के लिए श्री राजू नरसिम्हन जी को, फार्मर्स लीडर तमिलनाडु से।
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As Sapna was telling me, my name is Raju Narasimhan. I came from Chennai. Maybe थोड़ा कुछ हिंदी में बोल सकता है, जो कुछ बोल रहा है आप सुन लीजिए आराम से। I started my agriculture career in 1998. Today, I'm completing almost 25 years the agriculture today. Even though I was working in abroad as a health safety environmental advisor for oil and gas, I have completed my MSc in environmental management, but I was thinking, what am I going to do after completion of my job in the Middle East? After working for about 25 years, I gave a good education to my son. He's a doctor, oncologist. And then my wife, whatever she wants, I could able to give her. Then I could able to improve my educations. I did my MSc Environmental Management. Then I was thinking that what am I going to do in India? I was thinking that I should help the farmers, how much they are suffering. There is nobody is there to help them out to get the right type of prices. And I have decided to go and take over the lands wherever I'm getting it. I got the land. Whatever money I got from the Middle East, from oil and gas, I purchased lands. Wherever I could able to get the lands, I was purchasing. I gave a good education to my son. My son was asking me one day, एक दिन पूछ रहा था, Daddy, what am I going to do after your departure? How am I going to look after all these agricultures, horticultures? I was telling him, hang on, I will make sure that you will love agriculture today, agriculture and horticulture. I started planning in such a way that it took around 2 years for me to make the land in such a way that it was done properly. Then I did the bore wells in such a way that I was getting water. In 1998, I was getting around 40 feet or 50 feet, I was getting water. I could be able to make myself, infrastructure was done properly. I've done the infrastructure in such a way that proper fencing, proper leveling, then I have decided what type of crop I'm going to do it, because I know scientifically what am I going to do. I tested my soil, I tested my water, then I started planning for horticulture. I have done about 2 bores, agriculture, the electrical bore. With that, I could able to get plenty of water. So I put around 4,500 mango plants, Alfonso mangoes. Starting from that date onwards, the infrastructure facilities was very good, and it was completely drip irrigation was done. And with that, I could able to get lots of income in agriculture and horticulture. And I don't sell it to anybody else, the mediators. I go and sell it myself, because I know the tactics, how do I sell it? Because this technology is not known to the farmers and other friends. I started teaching to the farmers. I started conducting classes for the farmers. I started conducting practical training for BSc Agri, BSc RT, MSc Agri, MSc RT, and PhD students. They all came to my farm. They saw that it was a model farm, which I made it. Even if you want, you can come and see in Tamil Nadu, where I have done it. That horticulture farm is made for 150 years. Nobody can touch the farm. 4th year onwards, I started getting money from the mangoes. I started telling my son, we got this much of money this year. He said, no, Dad, I cannot believe it. I said, it is there in the bank. If you want, you can take it. Then when he saw that, he said, Daddy, every month I'll come. Being as a doctor, he got a very good job in the Middle East. He said he will work for only one day in the Middle East. He came back to Chennai. He's practicing in Chennai. He's an oncologist. And he started coming every month. 5th year, when I started getting good amount of income, he said, every 2 weeks I will come. 6th year, he says, I will come. During Corona period, he came to my house. I told him, close down all the farm. He started plowing. He started plowing about 4 acres of land. He said, why not? Why I cannot do this? Being as a doctor, it is not that I cannot do it. He started doing it. Now he started loving agriculture. Even today, there are somebody is working in my farm. The banana cultivation is going on, and I am getting a very good income in agriculture and horticulture. We have to do it properly. Believe me or not, gentlemen, in 50 acres of land, I got only 2 laborers. Because mechanization is done properly, they have to go and open the wall. Whenever I need ladies, I used to call them only on regular, not on regular basis. Whenever I need them, I call them. I get good amount of income from agriculture and horticulture. Why not I do it? Another form, I started doing ultra high density. I'll do it. Ultra high density mango plantation was done properly. That was also giving a very good income. So I loved it. Agriculture and horticulture have to be done properly with mechanizations. With small amount of laborers, we can do it very good. Absolutely, there is no problem. That is the reason I am continuing my agriculture and horticulture. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Shri Jaipal Reddy ji, convener IFA South Zone, to kindly convey his words. He's not here. और अब आमंत्रित करेंगे श्री नरेश सिरोही जी को. He is the founder advisor DD Kisan channel.
धन्यवाद. सबसे पहले तो मैं डॉक्टर खान को 25 वर्ष पूरे होने पे बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत विनम्र हैं, बहुत ही सौम्य हैं और बहुत ही लंबे समय से बहुत ही कमिटमेंट के साथ इस पत्रिका को चला रहे हैं। ये पत्रिका मेरे सामने ही शुरू हुई थी जब मैं किसान मोर्चे में हुकुमदेव जी अध्यक्ष थे और मैं उनका कोषाध्यक्ष था, बाद में वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रहा, जनरल सेक्रेटरी रहा। तो मैं इनको और इनकी पूरी टीम को बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और जिस ढंग से इन्होंने इस प्लेटफॉर्म को आगे बढ़ाया है, मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें किसानों की भागीदारी थोड़ा सा और बढ़नी चाहिए। आपने एग्रीकल्चर साइंटिस्टों को जोड़ा है, इंडस्ट्री को जोड़ा है और जो नीति निर्माता हैं देश को भी एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है, किसानों की बात की है। इसमें किसानों की भागीदारी और द्रुत गति से बढ़े, ऐसी मैं आशा के साथ आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। पुष्पेन जी ने, हमारे छोटे भाई हैं, उन्होंने कहा, एक कहानी भी सुनाई, लेकिन मैं आपको एक सच्ची कहानी सुनाता हूं। जो यहां लोग बैठे हैं हमारे लिए वो बहुत है, ये कम नहीं है, ये बहुत लोग हैं हमारे लिए। नहीं, ये हकीकत है, ये हकीकत है कि जितने लोग भी बैठे हैं हमें सुनने के लिए, मैं इनका भी धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहता हूं। आपको सुनना कौन चाहता है? आपको सुनना कौन चाहता है? आपको कोई सुनना नहीं चाहता। उसके बाद भी जो सुनने के लिए बैठे हैं, आप इनको धन्यवाद दीजिए। मैं एक कहानी आपको सुनाता हूं और सच्ची कहानी है। अपने यहां एक राजनीतिक में बड़े नेता हुए हैं बीपी मोरे, अलीगढ़ से थे, हमारे यहां से सांसद भी रहे और उद्योग राज्य मंत्री रहे, इंदिरा जी के बहुत करीब थे। मेरा भी उनसे बहुत स्नेह था, कभी कभी हम उनके साथ बैठते थे, बात करते थे। मैंने उनसे एक बात पूछी कि बीपी मौर्य जी, अंतिम समय में वो चौधरी चरण सिंह के साथ आ गए और जब तक चौधरी साहब का प्राण रहा वो उनके साथ रहे। तो मैंने बीपी मौर्य से पूछा कि भाई, आप तो चौधरी चरण सिंह के बहुत खिलाफ थे और जहां जाते थे और बहुत आप उनको उल्टा सीधा भी बोलते थे, लेकिन आपको क्या हुआ कि आप उनके साथ आ गए? तो उन्होंने कहा कि नरेश, ऐसा हुआ कि जब जनता पार्टी टूट रही थी और उस वक्त मुझे इंदिरा गांधी ने चौधरी साहब के पास भेजा कि हम इनको समर्थन दे देंगे और आगे से चौधरी साहब हमारे साथ रहें और ये देश के प्रधानमंत्री बन जाए। तो ये इंदिरा जी ने मेरी ड्यूटी लगाई और मैं उनके पास प्रस्ताव लेके गया और चौधरी साहब ने पहले, जब मैं गया तो उन्होंने साफ इनकार कर दिया कि भाई मैं इंदिरा के समर्थन से प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनना चाहता हूं और मेरी और इसका बहुत नीतियों में फर्क है, मैं इसके साथ इसका सहयोग लेके प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनना चाहता हूं। मैं उप प्रधानमंत्री रह लिया और गृह मंत्री रह लिया, जो कुछ होना था हो गया, अब मैं इसके साथ नहीं रहूंगा, आगे राजनीति करेंगे। तो क्या, मैंने हिम्मत नहीं हारा, जाता रहा, बात करता रहा। तो मेरे मन में जो चौधरी साहब के अंदर उनके प्रति दुर्भावना थी, लेकिन जैसे जैसे मैं उस आदमी के पास गया और मैंने देखा कि उसके दिल के अंदर जो गरीब का, किसान का जो दर्द था और जो उसने अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में किसानों के लिए, आम गरीब के लिए, मजलूम के लिए जो बदलाव किए, जमींदारा उन्मूलन से लेके और बाकी पॉलिसियों में जो बदलाव लेके आए, उससे देश के मजदूर और किसान की स्थिति में बहुत सारा फर्क पड़ा। तो मुझे ये समझ में आया कि यार ये आदमी तो मैं जैसा समझता था वैसा नहीं है। ये तो वाकई अगर देश में कोई किसान का नेता है, गरीब का नेता है या उतना दर्द रखता है दिल में, तो चौधरी चरण सिंह है। तो मुझे ये बात समझ में आती गई और 2-4 सिटिंग में मेरा उनसे बहुत अंतरंग संबंध हो गया। एक दिन खबर आई, हम कह रहे, मैं शाम को उनसे मिलने गया और उन्होंने कहा कि भाई भोजन हम और आप साथ बैठ के करेंगे, तो आप शाम को आ जाओ। तो शाम को जब समाचार सुन रहे थे तो 8 बजे न्यूज आती थी रेडियो पे, आकाशवाणी पे, तो वो खबर सुन रहे थे और उस समय खबर आई कि कहीं पहाड़ पे बर्फबारी हुई है और कुछ गरीब जो है और उस बर्फ के दब के नीचे उनके मकान ढह गए हैं और इतने लोग उसमें दब के मर गए। तो जैसे ही वो खबर आई, थालियां भी आ चुकी थी घर टेबल के सामने जहां वो डेस्क पे बैठते थे। तो वो समाचार सुनते रहे और उन्होंने वीपी मौर्य से कहा कि वीपी मौर्य, कि देख तू भी बहुत गरीब घर में पैदा हुआ है, झोंपड़ी में पैदा हुआ है, और तू उस झोंपड़ी से निकल के प्रोफेसर भी हो गया, राजनीतिक भी हो गया, मंत्री भी हो गया, तुझे जो होना था तू भी बहुत ऊंचाई पे पहुंच गया। और देख सुन, मैं भी एक बहुत काश्तकार, छोटे काश्तकार के घर में पैदा हुआ, झोपड़ी में पैदा हुआ, कच्ची झोपड़ी में, कच्चे मकान में पैदा हुआ, और मैं भी यहां तक आ गया। लेकिन ये बता कि इस देश में आज भी जो गरीब है, मजदूर है, आज भी उसके पास इतना साधन नहीं है कि वो प्रकृति की जो भी मार पड़ती है उसी में उसका अंत हो जा रहा है। हम उसको क्या कर पाए? हम तो कुछ नहीं कर पाए। हाँ, हम बहुत बड़े हो गए, हमारा देश दुनिया में नाम हो गया, हमारे बच्चे अमेरिका पढ़ने चले गए, हमारे सब संपन्नता आ गई है, लेकिन उस गरीब के नाम, जिसका नाम लेके और हम यहाँ तक प्रयास करके पहुंचे, जो कुछ कर पाए वो कर पाए, बाकी आज भी उसको हम चैन से आराम से इज्जत की जिंदगी जी ले, है ना, तो उसका तो हम कुछ नहीं कर पाए। और ये बात कह के चौधरी साहब की आंखों में 2 आंसू आए और वो उठ के अंदर चले गए। बीपी मौर्य ने सोचा कि शायद ये कुछ अभी थोड़ा भावुक हो गए, आ जाएंगे थोड़ी देर बाद। उसके बाद वो नहीं आए। उन्होंने जाके पूछा, माताजी से बैठी हुई थी अंदर, कहा माताजी चौधरी साहब नहीं आए। उन्होंने कहा बेटा तू रोटी खा ले, अब वो नहीं आएंगे, अब वो खाना नहीं खाएंगे, तू खाना खा, मेरे पास बैठ के खाना खा और तू निकल जा। तो कह रहे उस दिन से मैंने कसम खा ली कि ये आदमी जब तक जिंदा रहेगा मैं इसकी सेवा में रहूंगा, और वो अंतिम समय तक उनकी सेवा में रहे। और जब अगले दिन मिले तो उन्होंने चौधरी साहब से एक बात कही कि चौधरी साहब, आप गांव के दर्द को जानते हैं, किसान के दर्द को जानते हैं, गरीब के दर्द को जानते हैं, और देखिए मैं मानता हूं कि इंदिरा गांधी आपको धोखा देगी और आपके साथ लंबा नहीं चलने वाली, ये कोई ना कोई तमाशा करेगी बीच में, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि जब भी गांव गरीब के आदमी को, किसान को मौका मिले अपनी बात कहने का, उसको अवसर छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए, कह देना चाहिए। और आपको अवसर मिल रहा है कि अगर ये 4 दिन के लिए भी आपको प्रधानमंत्री बनाती है तो बन जाइए। अगर इस बीच में कुछ आप कर पाएंगे तो बड़ा काम हो जाएगा। आपको और हमें कोई प्रधानमंत्री बनाने वाला इस देश में नहीं है। तो पुष्पेंद्र जी और वीएम सिंह जी और हमारे जो मित्र बैठे हैं, जितने लोग आपको मिले हैं सुनाने के लिए, उतने लोगों को सुना दीजिए। आपको हमें कोई दुनिया में सुनने वाला नहीं, समझ गए ना। तो ये गांव गरीब किसान की जो बात है, ये हमको लगातार करते रहना पड़ेगी। वो अग्रवाल साहब कहां चले गए? भारत माता की जय वाले चले गए? नहीं नहीं, अभी नहीं, बाद में बोलो। नहीं नहीं, एक नहीं, मैं बात पूरी, मैं ये कहता हूं कि 3 कानून बने मैं उस विचारधारा से जुड़ा हूं जिसकी पार्टी की सरकार इस समय केंद्र में है। 3 कानून आए, लेकिन जिनके लिए कानून आए क्या उनसे पूछा गया? आप हमारे भाग्य का निर्णय करोगे और हमसे नहीं पूछोगे तो ये देश में नहीं चलेगा। हमसे पूछना पड़ेगा। उसमें एक स्टेक होल्डर खाली किसान नहीं है, व्यापारी भी है, खुदरा व्यापारी भी है, उपभोक्ता भी है, इंडस्ट्री के लोग भी हैं, बागवानी के लोग हैं। जिस दिन अध्यादेश आया उसके तीसरे दिन आदरणीय नरेंद्र तोमर जी, कैलाश चौधरी, रूपाला जी, संजय अग्रवाल जी, किसान संघ से दिनेश जी और बद्री जी, मैं और वीरेंद्र मस्त तीसरे दिन वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से उन्होंने बताया बिल। हमने तभी कहा था कि इसको पहले से बताना चाहिए, सबकी सहमति बनानी चाहिए कि किस किस के हित इसमें हित को चोट पहुंचेगी। हमारा सबसे बड़ा काम है कि देश में जो लोग 14 करोड़ है, 14.5 करोड़ परिवार हैं किसानों के, कहीं इन बिलों से उनके जीवन स्तर पे क्या फर्क पड़ने वाला है, उनकी रोजगार की स्थिति क्या होने वाली है, उनकी आर्थिक स्थिति पे इनका क्या बदलाव का फर्क पड़ेगा, हमको बारीकी से विचार करना चाहिए, उनके साथ बैठ के बात करनी चाहिए, तब हमको ये कानून लेके आना चाहिए। इसमें जो उपभोक्ता है उसको भी बुला के पूछना चाहिए, इसमें जो ट्रांसपोर्ट वाला है उसको भी बुला के पूछना चाहिए। 7 करोड़ खुदरा व्यापारी हैं, उनके जीवन यापन पे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा, उनकी जीविका कितनी सुरक्षित रहेगी, उनको भी बात करनी चाहिए। लेकिन आप बिना बात करे और कुछ भी करोगे, ऊपर से किसान का विरोध करोगे, तो ये नहीं चलने वाला इस देश में। मैं उस विचारधारा से मैंने पूरा जीवन लगाया। मैं 25-30 साल डायरेक्ट वर्किंग में रहा हूं, उसके बावजूद मैं मुस्तैदी के साथ कहता हूं कि ये तीनों कानून बिना हमारी मर्जी के कैसे लाए गए। सबसे पूछना चाहिए, एक तरीका होता है संवाद करने का, अगर ये संवाद का तरीका नहीं होगा तो आगे नहीं चलेगा। तो बहुत सारे विषय हैं, लेकिन आप सब लोगों ने बहुत मैं आपको बार बार प्रणाम करता हूं, आपका धन्यवाद देता हूं और अंत में खान साहब को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि आगे से किसानों की भागीदारी, जितना आपने बाकी वर्गों को आपने साथ लेके चले हैं, किसानों को भी उसी तरह से आवाज इस मैगजीन में आगे आनी चाहिए, मिलनी चाहिए। और इस बात की चिंता मत करिए कि कौन क्या कहेगा क्या नहीं कहेगा, सच्ची बात आनी चाहिए। तो मुझे लगता है सच्ची बात सरकार भी सुनने में कोई दिक्कत उसको नहीं। उनको भी अगर सही सुझाव जाएंगे तो शायद जो किसान आंदोलन के दरमियान स्थिति हुई वो शायद आगे उससे भी सरकार को भी इसमें मदद मिलेगी। तो इतनी बात कहते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
और अब अंत में आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे श्री VM सिंह जी को। आप हैं नेशनल कन्वीनर RKMS।
Namaskar. Firstly, to the Agriculture Today group for their achievement. In this period, they have continued to work for agriculture. Agriculture can be defined differently. Sitting out here today, अभी पुष्पिंदर ने जो बातें करी, हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, और we have come here because खान साहब के कारण, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। और उनको मालूम है मैं कहीं जाता नहीं हूं, मैं तो कहीं जाता नहीं हूं। I mean, I may be the person, only person in the country जिसने 4 बार राज्यसभा छोड़ी है इस सम्मान के लिए। That's okay, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता उन चीजों का। बट जैसे नरेश भाई ने कहा, उन्होंने एक कहानी सुनाई, दूसरे ने दूसरी कहानी सुनाई। मैं कहानी सुनाने नहीं आया यहां पर, और कहानी नेता सुनाते हैं, हम तो किसान नेता हैं। और इन लोगों को देख के मुझे जो आता है, जो आपको बताने की बात है, वो ये है कि जब संविधान बना था, आई वंडर हाउ मेनी पीपल इवन नो दैट, कि जो संविधान बना था, इट वाज अ रिपीट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935। उसमें जो रिजर्वेशन का कमेटी अम्बेडकर साहब के द्वारा जो है कमेटी थी, उन्होंने किया। किसको किया? द डाउन ट्रॉडन वर टू बी लिफ्टेड अप, कि आपके बराबर बैठ सकें। उस समय था उत्तम खेती मध्यम बान, और जो नौकरी थी बिल्कुल नीचे थी। आज क्या हो गया है? नौकरी के लिए आदमी लाखों रुपए देता है। आज उत्तम खेती के बदले घटिया खेती हो गई है। बच्चे खेती नहीं करना चाहते। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं, हम लोगों ने परसों भी मीटिंग थी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्लब में, आपने कुछ देखा हो या नहीं देखा हो, पर उसके अलावा भी बहुत जगह कहा गया है एमएसपी गारंटी किसान मोर्चा के द्वारा कि, और प्रधानमंत्री को लिखा है, इट्स ओपन लेटर टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर, उनको लिखा है कि जब डाउन ट्रॉडन था उसको के लिए रेजोल्यूशन थी, 75 साल दी है, तो 10 साल कम से कम आप जो खेती करते थे, जो देश को पार्लियामेंट में 10% अगर हो जाएंगे ना, सब पे भारी पड़ेंगे। और तब ये जो कहानियां वहां जो वो सुनाते हैं, फिर हम लोग सुनाएंगे। आज किसान को कहानी के अलावा कुछ नहीं मिला आज। और जहां तक सवाल उठता है किसान का, आई सर्टेनली शेयर द एंग्विश। आखिरी के अंदर खास तो प्यार से कहा आपको कि किसान के बारे में थोड़ा, कौन सा वर्ड यूज किया था आपने, जो किसानों को अगली बार से क्या किया जाए? आपको इज्जत बोलना था, इज्जत के बदले कुछ और बोल गए थे आप। भागीदारी बोल गए थे शायद, ये खुद भूल गए। नेता ऐसे होने चाहिए, देखो इनको पार्लियामेंट में जाना चाहिए। इन्होंने कहा भागीदारी उसकी होनी चाहिए। भागीदार तो है ना, बुलाया आपको, मुझे बुलाया, पर इज्जत के साथ भागीदारी होनी चाहिए, ये किसान को चाहिए आज। वहीं पर ही किसानों की बात हो रही है, एग्रीकल्चर समिट है, मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस की बात, एक वो आए थे अग्रवाल साहब, कह रहे थे किसानों की बात है, मुझे करनी है। जब किसान नेता की बात हुई तो नहीं रहे, बाहर चले गए, घर चले गए होंगे, किसान के बारे भूल गए। पर उन्होंने भी एमएसपी की बात नहीं कही। आज हमें क्या चाहिए, किसानों को क्या चाहिए? अब आप में से बहुत लोग जो बैठे हैं देख रहे होंगे, यार दिस गाय इज वेयरिंग अ सूट, ही टॉक्स गुड इंग्लिश, ये कहां से किसान नेता है? भाई नॉर्मल बॉलिंग की बात हो रही थी, मेरे खेत में प्रेसिडेंट निक्सन ने मेरे चाचा को, मेरे परिवार को वहां स्टेट विजिट में बुलाया था, क्योंकि हमारे घर से सोनालिका और सोना कल्याण का बीज निकला था। बट इरिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ ऑल दैट, हमें आदत है पास्ट लॉरल्स की बात करने की। मेरे दादा ने ये किया था, मेरे बाबा ने ये किया था, मेरे फला ने किया था, फला ने किया था। हम क्या कर रहे हैं? अभी सदाशिवम साहब बैठे थे, अशोक वाजपेयी जी भी निकल गए थे, उनको आज मैंने करीब 30 साल बाद देखा। मैं कहा अशोक भाई, क्योंकि मेरे साथ वो जो हैं विधायक थे, मैं भी विधायक बन गया था उत्तर प्रदेश से, 1993 में विधायक थे। पर हकीकत यह है कि मैं चाहता था, सदाशिवम साहब जब उनके सामने बहुत बार पेश हुए गन्ना के किसानों की बात कहने के लिए, ह्यूमन राइट केसेस के लिए, पर अगर ये बात वो पैनल भी सुनता तो उनको भी समझ में आता कि नहीं, किसानों की बात में दम है या नहीं है। जैसे मैंने कहा रिजर्वेशन की बात करी, आधे लोग कहेंगे यार हम तो दुखी हो गए रिजर्वेशन से, और रिजर्वेशन की और बात कर रहे हैं। एक काम करो ना, हिम्मत करे सरकार, पूरा रिजर्वेशन स्क्रैप कर दे और पूरा मेरिट पे करो। पर जब बाकियों को 65% दे सकते हो, तो तुम्हें खिलाने वाले लोगों को 10% नहीं दे सकते क्या? आप जो है वो सब कुछ कर रहे हो सबके लिए, किसान की जो फसल है उसका रेट देने के लिए, मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस के लिए आप कुछ नहीं करते हो। हर सरकार, स्वामीनाथन साहब के नाम के ऊपर अवार्ड था, एक्सीलेंट, माय सैल्यूट टू हिम। उन्होंने अपनी जो कमीशन फॉर एग्रीकल्चर में, आई कैन जस्ट टेल यू दैट, ये आज तक मैंने ना आपसे शेयर किया ना आपसे शेयर किया है। 2004 में जब कमीशन फॉर एग्रीकल्चर बना तो मुझे मैसेज आया, जाके सोनिया जी से मिल लो। आई जस्ट लॉस्ट माई पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन दैट टाइम, कि दो ही नाम चल रहे हैं, एक स्वामीनाथन साहब का रहेगा आपका फॉर चेयरमैनशिप ऑफ कमीशन। तो मैंने सीधा मना किया, मैंने कहा देखो उनके साथ कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है, ही इज अ बिग मैन, आई डो नॉट गो एंड मीट हर, और मैं मिला भी नहीं। एट लेटेस्ट स्टेज जैसे मैंने कहा राज्यसभा आते गए, हमने छोड़ते गए, कोई मतलब नहीं है। बट स्वामीनाथन साहब ने एक बड़ी अच्छी चीज कही है, किसान तब खड़ा होगा, उनकी बहुत 4 वॉल्यूम्स में है उनका। हम में से स्वामीनाथन स्वामीनाथन करते, किसने 4 वॉल्यूम किसने पढ़ी मुझे नहीं मालूम। उनकी बहुत चीजें हैं जो किसान को बेहतर बनाएंगी, पर सबसे बड़ी चीज है C2 + 50% कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कॉस्ट। आज किसान की जमीन के अंदर जो है कैपिटल कॉस्ट नहीं आता, उसमें कैपिटल कॉस्ट आता है, इंटरेस्ट ऑन कैपिटल कॉस्ट आता है, उसमें डेप्रिसिएशन आता है। जो इकोनॉमिक्स समझते हैं किसानों का बेड़ागर्क क्यों हो रहा है आज, किसान पढ़ा लिखा इतना नहीं है भाई, सबका होगा तो हमारा भी हो जाएगा, एंड दैट इज व्हाई इट्स हैपनिंग। आज उनके बच्चे खेती नहीं करना चाहते। आज कोई किसान का बेटा, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा जब तमिलनाडु के एक भाई हमारे बोल रहे थे अभी कि माय सन इज अ डॉक्टर एंड ही इज गेटिंग बैक इनटू इट, बट दीज आर रेयर केसेस। वी वांट दिस टू बी अ रिपीट फॉर करोड़ करोड़ लोगों के लिए। And MSP for milk is a must. आज 85% लोग, 86% लोग, मुझे एग्जैक्ट नहीं मालूम, 84 जिनके पास 2 हेक्टेयर से कम जमीन है। आपकी बहुत बड़ी टीम है, रिसर्च टीम है, उन्होंने बताया होगा, सबको मालूम होगा ये। और 2-3 एकड़ में किसी का पेट नहीं भर सकता, कोई घर का गुजारा नहीं हो सकता। आप स्ट्रॉबेरी लगा लो, बहुत बारी होता है, मैगजीन्स में आ जाते हैं कि स्ट्रॉबेरी कोई लगा रहा है, कोई अल्फेंजोस लगा रहा है, कोई क्या लगा रहा है, एंड दे मेकिंग आई मीन बहुत पैसा कमा रहे हैं, पर हकीकत ये नहीं है। जिसके पास, उसके पास तो एमएसपी की गुंजाइश भी नहीं होती, कि उसके पास तो इतना दाना नहीं होता कि बेचेगा। वो क्या करता है, जिसमें 2 पशु एक टाइम पे उसके बेचते हैं तो घर का गुजारा होता है। और आज इस देश के अंदर, हमारे देश के अंदर, कृषि प्रधान देश के अंदर, आज गाय का दूध, गौ माता का दूध पानी की बोतल से सस्ता मिलता है बहुत जगह। आज अगर दूध का रेट हो जाएगा, आज उत्तर प्रदेश की अगर बात करें, पूरे देश की बात अगर करें, अभी तमिलनाडु इनसे बता रहा था मैं, आई वॉज इन मदुरई जस्ट 2 वीक्स अगो, एक किसानों का समिट था, पूरे तमिलनाडु के किसान नेता थे वहां पर। दे हैव द सेम प्रॉब्लम, छुट्टा जानवर। क्योंकि दूध जब खत्म होने को आता है, 2-3 लीटर दूध रह जाता है गाय का, 4 लीटर 4.5 लीटर वैसे देती है, साहिवाल तो है नहीं। जब 1.5-2 लीटर आ जाता है तो खाना ज्यादा खाती है, दूध कम देती है, तो इसलिए छोड़ देते हैं उसको, भाई जा। और आपके खेत खाती है ना जब गाय, तो जेली लेके, जो लोहे की होता है, पेट से लंबा होता है, जेली कहते हैं हम लोग उसको, वो जेली मारते हैं उसको तबाह करने की बात करते हैं, मारने की बात करते हैं। बाढ़ के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिक शॉक्स लगा देते हैं करंट के लिए, कि भी आएगा तो मर जाए बेशक जानवर। गौ माता, this is exactly what is the need of the hour today. Debate on all these things, check these things out, कि देश आपका है, मेरा है, केवल नेताओं का नहीं है देश। जो वोट लिया और चल दिए, 5 साल बाद आपने कहा भाई ये तो बेकार था, इसको ले आओ, ये अच्छा था, उसको ले आओ, और फिर जो कहानी बढ़िया सुना दे, उससे बढ़िया नेता क्या। That's exactly what's happening. अभी गारंटी की बात हो रही है, गारंटी की बात हो रही है। मैं रोहेलखंड से एमएलए नहीं, आज पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश में रोहेलखंड में ईस्टर्न यूपी में क्या चाहिए? आज गन्ना बेल्ट है, 48 जिले गन्ने के हैं, 48 जिले जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं गन्ने के हैं। उन्हें क्या चाहिए? उन्हें गारंटी चाहिए कि गन्ने का रेट इतना हो जाएगा कि आपका रहन सहन हो जाएगा। हमारा गन्ने का रेट तो बढ़ा ही नहीं है, पर्चियों पे 0 लिखा आ रहा है, 0 लिखा आ रहा है। क्या करोगे भाई? हमें गारंटी चाहिए कि 14 दिन में जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश, उसमें 5 लोग थे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बेंच के अंदर जिनका जजमेंट है, हमें चाहिए कि हमें 14 दिन में पेमेंट चाहिए, उसकी गारंटी चाहिए। हमें गारंटी चाहिए कि छुट्टा जानवर वहां ना हो, उससे निजात चाहिए। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि मारो उसको, बट एक रास्ता निकालो, उसकी गारंटी दो कि नहीं होगा। खेती में कौन आएगा आज? हम तो बेवकूफ थे ना। एंड लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग, मेरा एक एक पैसा जिंदगी में मेरा खेती से आता है, और कभी आज तक किसी से एक पैसा ना लिया है, ना लेने की उम्मीद करता हूं किसी काम के लिए। इट्स नॉट अ ह्यूमन सर्विस, बट कंसिडरिंग ऊपर वाले ने हमें दिया है तो हमें आगे पहुंचाना है। एंड यू ऑल ब्लेस्ड हियर। एग्रीकल्चर जो आपका टुडे है मैगजीन है, I'd love it। खान साहब एक स्टोरी निकाल दीजिए, उसमें किसान क्या गारंटी मांगता है, एंड इट्स बीइंग रिकॉर्डेड। मैं तो ओपनली कहता हूं, ये गारंटी चाहिए किसानों को, दो ना। आपने 5 लाख की मुझे गारंटी दी थी, पहले बीमार तब होऊंगा जब मैं खाने पीने को नहीं होगा मेरे पास। या तो किसान भी 80 करोड़ में आ जाए, जो 80 करोड़ आज है जिनको खाने पीने को दिया जा रहा है बिकॉज दे आर बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन। कहने को तो हमने उनको उठा दिया, पर बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन है, 80 करोड़ दे रहे हैं उनको। पर उस किसान का क्या है जो देश को खिला रहा है और खुद आत्महत्या कर रहा है? पिछले, आप लोग ज्यादा मालूम होगा आपको, so a lot of people coming in and पिछले 8-9 साल से या 7-8 साल से आंकड़े नहीं प्रस्तुत हो रहे कि कितने लोग आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं देश के अंदर। अभी सेमिनार में परसों ही महाराष्ट्र के नेता बोल रहे थे, मराठवाड़ा में अभी भी पहले से ज्यादा लोग आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं। इट्स अ पिटी। मराठवाड़ा हो, यूपी हो, कहीं हो, देश तो हमारा है ना। जो देश को खिला रहा है वो आत्महत्या कर रहा है, और हम लोग वाहवाही लूट रहे हैं। दिस इज द अनफॉर्चुनेट एस्पेक्ट। आई विल सम इट अप बाय ओनली वन थिंग, किसान है तो देश है। किसान को इस मोड़ पर मत लेके आओ कि कल को आप भी ना रहो, मैं भी ना रहूं। थैंक यू सो मच।
हम अपने सभी किसान प्रतिनिधियों का हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं, और एक बार फिर जोरदार तालियां आप सबके लिए। और निवेदन है डॉक्टर एमजे खान से, कृपया आप मंच पर आकर सभी को पौधा भेंट कर सम्मानित करें। सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे श्री पद्मश्री कमल सिंह चौहान जी को। हार्दिक धन्यवाद। पौधा भेंट कर सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे श्री पुष्पेंद्र सिंह जी को। सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे श्री राजू नरसिम्हन जी को। पौधा भेंट कर सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे श्री नरेश सिरोही जी को। सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे श्री VM सिंह जी को। और अंत में सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे श्री राजपाल सिंह गांधी जी को। सभी प्रतिनिधियों से निवेदन है, कृपया एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए आगे की ओर आ जाएं। डॉक्टर खान, कृपया आप। And ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this remarkable celebrations, let's express our gratitude to everyone who has been part of agriculture today. And here's to another 25 years of celebrating knowledge, growth, and innovation in the world of agriculture. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I invite everyone to join us for dinner served outside, with the reminder that tomorrow we begin the proceedings at 10 o'clock. So please join us for dinner outside. Have a safe journey back home. Enjoy your evening. Good night and namaskar. Thank you.